That's okay. That's fine. I don't have a problem with that. As long as if they do win and the Lions play him, when he comes here for 3.5 hours, you can't be a Matthew Stafford fan.
If you root for the Rams, or if you convince yourself you're only rooting for Matthew Stafford, however you're going to do it, you're not a Lions fan. I think there are people who were Lions fans who rooted for Stafford when there was not a head-to-head and you were rooting for the guy to have his moment. He had his moment. He won a Super Bowl. If they're playing one another and you aren't rooting for the Lions, can't say this plainly enough, you're not a Lions fan. And that's okay. You're a Stafford fan. You're a football fan in a different sense. But do not claim to be a Lions fan if those two teams play and you have any tugging of the heartstrings, I don't know, you know where your allegiances are. If you're a Lions fan, you hope they kick his ass. We'll get more thoughts on the ticket text and the phones. We also need to get into a bunch in the 9 o'clock hour. Trouble in Hockey Town. And John, at 9:02, Chip Kelly, state of the sport. The guy is all over where college football needs to go. We'll play that audio next. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by Auto Accident Attorneys Applebaum and Stone. The Wings will admit their defense took another step back after their loss last night, a 5-2 setback, and their 7th L in their last 8 games. The Jets didn't have a power play at home, but they buried 5 of 41 shots against backup goalie James Reimer. Coach Lalonde blamed multiple lapses that they've been trying to eliminate and breakdowns in their D-zone coverage. Righty Jack Flaherty is the newest Tigers pitcher, officially coming into the D on a 1-year deal worth $14 million after splitting time with the Cardinals and the Orioles last season. He spoke about what drew him to his new team. Well, the 28-year-old was a Cy Young contender back in 2019, but struggled last season with an ERA near 5. Penei Sewell was the newest addition to the Lions injury report. He was limited with a shoulder issue yesterday as they worked to prepare for the Vikings on Sunday. Sewell has been the only offensive lineman to start every game for Detroit so far. Also, Dan Campbell was not interested in answering questions about the season ticket price increases. He said he just wants to win games. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
All right, here's the roadmap for the final hour of the show this morning. We are going to talk about the hockey team in town. Panic, trouble, we'll get to it. I want to know if you're going to cry on Sunday. Will we see grown man tears in Metro Detroit? And the top Christmas movie in Michigan is ... We'll get to that before the hour ends. John, Chip Kelly, of all people, stepping up and saying something so brilliant about the future of college football. I think whether you believe it's going in the right direction or the wrong direction, you will believe that Chip Kelly is spot on when he talks about how to make college football better. Let's listen to it.
Sponsor each one instead of calling a group of 5 and Power 5.
Yes, the NLI, the name, likeness, and image.
Other than that, he was flawless.
Oh yeah, he was, and we've heard other coaches. We've heard Jim Harbaugh talk about revenue sharing, that part of it. This is the time. I think the first time we probably heard somebody talk about all aspects of it. And the only thing I don't like that wasn't spot on is not gonna sell the name to these conferences to Amazon or Nike or Adidas. That's stupid.
I think his point was just, hey, if you
there's a lot of money to be made.
Yeah.
I get it. And yes, you're 100% correct, Chip Kelly, when you talk about, hey, if Notre Dame can be independent in football, but in a conference and everything else, then yes, everybody else should follow suit and be independent in football, have a conference or have a commissioner over those that are in the top echelon of college football, and then everybody else in the next division down, fine with that.
I love it on so many levels. I don't know that people are really putting a lot of thought into what's going to happen to softball and lacrosse, but he does solve that issue because those teams play 2 and 3 times a week, and now you've got these weird geographic misfit conferences. Just let them play regionally. Stay in the Pac-12 if you're out in California. Stay in the Midwest and play if you're like Illinois lacrosse, whatever. That's not the top of everybody's priority list, but it was explained tactfully, like with consideration to all sports, because that's sometimes where this gets messy. For football, yeah, put the best in the best, have them go head-to-head, play each other, settle it out, and make sure that the student athletes are getting compensated in all of this, and it doesn't turn into what NIL has become, which is like panhandling. It's like these donors and boosters, or the university is sitting there with like a tin can and go, we need to keep our roster together. I mean, how far away are we from, boosters and even just regular fans? Hey, here's the tin cup so we can keep our team. There's enough money in the sport already via TV deals. Allow it to properly go to the players so that we don't have the wild, wild west that we have right now.
Right. And all you have to do in terms of scheduling is, you're not going to have as many games as the NFL has, but you have more teams. Go NFL style. All right. You have your division. Okay. We're going to get rid of conferences. We're all going to be in one. But if you're going to be 64 teams, there's got to be some semblance of organization and control. So like he had mentioned there, hey, we're going to play all the teams on the West Coast. Michigan, you could keep basically your same opponents. It does open it up to some other ones. Like if you want to play some teams that are traditionally in the SEC or in the Pac-12 or the Big 12 or whatever, as long as they're in that 64, then you could play some of those teams. But regionally, we want to keep those games going. And then when we get to the playoffs, now all of a sudden, hey, instead of maybe instead of a 12-team playoffs, maybe it's 18. Maybe it's whatever number. I'm just going to throw that out there. But you have an opportunity then to decide who is the best of that 64.
If you did, just doing this on the fly, 64 divided by 4 is 16. You could do 4 pods of 16. You could have the winner of each pod make the playoff.
Yeah, I don't like the word pod. I mean, can we call them divisions?
Divisions.
Okay.
The winner of each division, fine, makes the playoff, and then the rest are wild card. I mean, you could cut it up even more fine than that. You could do divisions of 8.
Yeah.
And I don't know. I'm open to it. I think it makes a little more sense than the mess that I would call the sport today. Like, John, yesterday was National Signing Day. And, like, what a farce this has become. You've got guys like, and there are players, you can't even celebrate your recruiting class because half of them are going to end up in the portal in a year anyway. It feels that way anyway.
Yeah. I mean, the timing of it is terrible because the transfer portal is open for a month in college football. That's basically the month of December. It closes on January the 2nd. All of these kids are signing with their program, and you have no idea if they're going to bring in another individual from who's a junior from some other program to be the starting quarterback, to be the starting right tackle, the defensive tackle, the safety, whatever it is. And now all of a sudden, hey, you've just signed on the dotted line. You've committed to this university, and then all of a sudden, come the new year, there's a logjam at your position. There are going to be some kids that have just signed on the dotted line that never go to that school. They're going to hit the transfer portal before they even go. And if you back up National Signing Day to, let's just say, the 2nd or 3rd of January, you still can have early enrollees. Schools can get that done in a matter of a couple of days. They get you in class, they get you enrolled, all that stuff. And so you can have that. Well, I'm not a big fan of the early enrollees anyway, but you could still have that. You then, as a commit, know more of where you're going and what the situation is. Coaching carousel is, for the most part, settled by that time.
Yes.
You will have the transfer portal will be closed.
So you'll know what rosters
you'll know
are
where
what.
they're going, what they're doing, all of that stuff, because they also have to get enrolled in school. So if they can do it for the transfers, they can do it for a high school senior. Now all of a sudden you have one day in early January.
Right before classes start.
And instead of this December time and then, oh, wait, we're going to do it again in February. Well, does anybody even know? Can you sign in between, or is it only on that 24-hour period? Like, that's where all of this has gotten completely junked up. Have it in January. Get rid of the 2 days. Make it so that if you want to be an early enrollee, it's fine. If you want to know who's going to be on the roster, you can, because the transfer portal will have sorted itself out. Coaching carousel, all of that stuff will be done. Can you imagine signing on the dotted line, then all of a sudden, hey, your coach is coaching through the bowl game, and then at the bowl game, the whatever bowl game is today, Syracuse and
South Florida.
Right. All right. Let's just say, for example, Dino Babers is relieved of duty tomorrow morning.
Well, he's already gone, but yeah.
But
hypothetically, whoever the acting coach is, yes.
Yeah, and then all of a sudden, so you've just signed, they fire him the next day. Now you're locked into going, and if you want to transfer, you got to burn your transfer before you even go. You only get one.
I think your point here is well taken, because it's whether it's the coach or the portal, you aren't really sure what you're committing to when you commit on National Signing Day, the first of the two. So, yeah, I'm with you. Bump it back. Couple ticket texts. This one says, you guys are smoking weed. Next year we'll be arguing about which 2-loss team will be left out. 12 is too many. When is the season going to end? March, ? Here's my deal. We will always argue about the last team in.
But that's really not the point of this conversation.
Not at all what we're talking about. But just to address that, I don't think there's going to be any sympathy for the 12th team that gets, or the 13th team that gets left out, as opposed to an undefeated Florida State or some of the issues that we've had in the 4 team.
That's going to all be about the brand. Yep. If it was this year, what was it? Was it Tulane? Somebody in the South.
Yeah, Tulane had a great year.
And so it was whoever the highest ranked group of 5 would have been
Liberty
in.
would have been.
Liberty.
Yeah.
There we go. So Liberty would have been in, and a brand like Oklahoma, who was ranked 12th, would have been out.
But if you're
Oklahoma, nobody cares.
You lost multiple games. No one cares. No sympathy.
And to the point about when's the season end, hey guys, we haven't done anything for a couple weeks now.
Yeah,
it
just
takes
keep
a
it going.
Could have been playing. It's a good point. Let's knock out a couple phone calls. Let's go to Matt in St. Clair Shores. Matt, how you doing this morning?
Hey guys, listen, I think the solution is pretty in our face. Why don't all these big power football teams make their football team a club team, like the soccer team, like these fringe sports, and then let that club team, like the club teams do, get sponsorships, these NILs from the local community, from the boosters, whatever, and then you let the revenue team or the non-revenue teams stay in their athletic department, like Chip Kelly said, and then you completely just remove the football team from the athletic department and you let it run as kind of one of those quasi-completely autonomous entities, and it brings in its money. It pays a licensing fee back to the university to fund the non-rev sports, but the big teams can just, or big schools can just move their teams to make them autonomous. And that can be the division or the conference or the whatever Power 1, Power 2 of schools, that can float it that way. And then you just keep it as is for the Power 5 right now or the Group of 5 now. So the big 25 to 30 schools that can basically spin off their division, they can do it. They run their own way, and it completely saves all of the other non-rev sports, and it completely saves regionality for basketball even, because do we really need to see guys fly 5 hours for a 1 hour basketball game or girls for that point?
Right. Yeah, I think it's a little tomato whether you do the club thing or the independent thing. The goal is the same, to isolate football because it is its own animal and they only play once a week. The TV money is astronomical. It is its own entity already. It's just, can we make that in actuality a little easier? Terry in Brighton, you're on 97.1.
Morning, Jim. Morning, John.
Good morning.
Hey, good morning.
So I love the idea of the 64-team playoff thing, but at the same time, we kind of saw it this year with JMU. You can go undefeated and you're still out just because you're an up-and-coming team. I'm worried that if we go to a 64-team playoff, what prevents, how do we let the little school in when they're coming up?
Why do they have to be let in?
Because, you like to see fresh competition. If it's an up-and-coming team, up-and-coming coach, up-and-coming players, why not?
Terry, what if you
give them the opportunity?
John might roll his eyes at this. What if you stole from soccer? You did relegation. The bottom, handful of teams in the 64, they get left out, and the best teams in the next group of 64 can win themselves into the upper tier.
Yeah, but then you're just playing for like the G League, essentially.
Well, I listen. I went to a MAC school. You're not going to hurt my feelings. I know what they are.
Yeah, but so it's like JMU. Do you think if they played Alabama, Michigan, Washington, Texas, Oregon, Georgia, like what do you think they're going to be able to do?
Well, the point would be, let's see, like Boise State beat Oklahoma.
Okay, how many times do we have to see that and somebody gets their butt whooped before we could just admit that? Why do they have to have a seat at the table?
Right. To your point, John, we're not clamoring for a G League team to enter the NBA. We're not clamoring for an AHL team to enter the NHL.
Right.
Or a Division I AA team to move up to the FBS division.
Yeah. JMU, if you want to go, I don't have any problem if you want to go to a bowl game, just because, if you've moved up to D1, that's fine. I think that rule is stupid. But I don't need to see JMU in the first year in Division I football and FBS football to go against Alabama.
248-539-9797. Coming up next, trouble in Hockeytown. Another poor performance last night. It's 97-1. Patrick Kane, 2 points. The only 2 points the Red Wings had. 5-2 loss to the Winnipeg Jets. Officially in a tailspin. They've lost 7 of the last 8 hockey games, and we have some concern in Hockey Town. Trouble in Hockey Town, John, because while you can't make the playoffs in December, ... you can sure dig yourself one hell of a hole.
Well,
what is the level of concern that you have right now?
Well, the level of concern is exactly what you stated. That hole, yeah, they can score. And there are going to be times where they can outscore opponents. We've seen that already.
Yeah, they're the number one offense in the Eastern Conference.
You can't win a one-score game. That's where they really struggle, is these one-score games. And not only that, but we've seen them get out to 4-game lead or 4-goal leads and lose it. You've got to find a way defensively. Where I am excited, it appears, with what the Red Wings did in the offseason, obviously going out and getting Patrick Kane right now 8 games in, is that Steve Yzerman is, some of it will be determined, a lot of it will be determined by the record by the time you get to the trade deadline. But between now and then, that he is willing to go out and make additions to this team so that you are either standing pat with your roster or adding to it, but you're not a seller. I just don't want to be a seller. I'm tired of selling parts for parts.
It all comes down to defense. All of it. Like, it was unacceptable last night. And listen, we can point to injuries and goalies, and they're down to their third-string goalie. But the defense last night was unacceptable. It's not like the other team made great plays and, you got to tip your cap, and the guy shot it and it went top shelf and tough save for the goalie to make. No. 3 different goals. The Winnipeg Jets had someone just kind of hanging out in front of the net, edge of the crease, standing there. No sticks on the ice, no body on the player, just 3 gimme goals. I don't care who the goalie is. That's 3 gimme goals plus a breakaway when Gostisbehere got, kind of lazy and pinched. That's 4 freebies. Nobody's got an offense good enough to give up 4 freebies on the road during this losing streak. And it's become a theme. This is not new. They've been playing poor defense since the start of the year, but they were just scoring so much that it didn't matter. I think that's caught up to them now. It's not sustainable to score 5 goals a game, to have more power play time than your opponent every night and just wait for a DeBrincat goal. Or even Patrick Kane's been a nice facilitator, but you're not going to win just on that alone. So you got to start making some decisions. You got Simon Edvinsson hanging out in Grand Rapids in the AHL. It's a first-round pick. Playing good, playing well. No loyalties to these veteran guys on the blue line. Like, if you can't mark a man in the defensive end, or the last goal of the game when they had 3 guys hovering around the boards, leaving the front of the net wide open, like, guys, this is not acceptable. That's how you're going to miss the playoffs, and it's going to be completely avoidable. It's going to be dumb stuff where they're plenty talented enough, but they're just not disciplined enough. That's what's frustrating to me.
Well, and the discipline comes into, and I'd have to go back and look at I don't remember all the games, but have they won a 2-0, 2-1 game? Like a low-scoring affair that is,
maybe 1 or 2.
That is based on, you've got to be able to play good defense, good play from your goalie to make it happen. And I don't know that they have.
Where you have to sweat out a real low-scoring game?
Yeah.
I mean, okay, here are their goal totals in wins. 6-4, 6-5, 6-4, 5-5-4. They have not won a game this season in which they only scored 3 goals. Wow. Yeah. That's jarring. The only way they win is if they score 4 or more goals. If this team, and it's not on the table right now, but if this team was in the playoffs, that's not going to get it done either.
No, that's the thing is you're hoping that you get a seat at the table. If you get a seat at the table, are you just okay with it if you get swept?
I think people would take the rush of playoff hockey, but
sure.
It's a point about progress and how much or lack thereof that they're making. This is not sustainable. This is officially a concern to me because, John, they got back-to-back at the end of this week. They start the new year on a West Coast swing. If they don't stabilize, and it's going to be tough with the goalie situation, but if they don't stabilize and lock in on defense, they are going to find themselves potentially too far out of the playoff picture to make up the ground in the new year. So I don't know if you're a Red Wing fan. You got some thoughts on this hockey team. They're not playing their best right now. 248-539-9797. The Edvinsson thing is one option, but I do think it's got to be, hey, huddle up in that room and go, we got to just clean some stuff up. We're plenty capable of marking a man in front of the net. I mean, this is the NHL. This isn't beer league. Come on.
You can get back to some basics. And if you get back to some basics, maybe you do find a way to, rally the troops and make up a little bit of the difference. But you just simply can't dig yourself any more of a hole. If you're already 3 points back of a wild card spot, then, if you're going into the holiday break and let's just say they're 5 back, how long does that take to make up? Because you've got to go on a run. Somebody else has to, fall on hard times, and then you've got to keep that run going.
Yeah, if you end up 5, 7, 8, 10 points back and you're getting close to the deadline, I don't want to have those conversations where you're going, I guess we got to flip Patrick Kane to a contender. Oh, shucks, here we are selling at the deadline again.
Yeah.
But the reality is if you dig a 10-point hole at some point here, you're going to be fighting uphill because the best teams are going to add. The best teams aren't going to go on long losing streaks.
They're only going to get better, yeah.
Exactly. So I don't want to say they're running out of time. My panic is not like a 10 out of 10. It's probably like a 6 out of 10 right now with the idea that if they don't perk up, that this thing can get out of hand.
Yeah.
So you want to jump in? We'll take some Red Wing calls. We got Lions stuff to talk about before the hour ends and the top Christmas movie in Michigan. We'll tell you what that is at 9:50. Coming up next, are we going to have grown man tears throughout Metro Detroit? Will you cry? It's 97.1.
Hey, there's a lot of scary things in this world, but right now I'm looking at 5 college educations. And yeah, that's scary as hell. And I don't want my kids to be able to exit or to have to exit their college careers with a degree and major debt. It's so important to be saving right now for that education, and the Michigan Education Savings Program is a great way to make that happen. MESP is a state-sponsored 529 college savings program, so there are tax benefits. You get a state tax deduction and tax-deferred earnings, then tax-free withdrawals as long as the money is used for higher education. That includes books, tuition, room and board, and other qualifying expenses. And a big misconception about MESP is that your kids have to go to a school in the state of Michigan. It's not true. You can use the money at virtually any school across the country. And I guarantee you one of my 5 is going to go outside the state. Heck, they all might go out of state. Help make your kids' dreams come true by starting your MESP account today. Go to misaves.com. That's misaves.com, or call 800-974-0561. That's 800-974-0561.
Lions are on our mind. Focal point right now.
That sounded like a duet between you two.
Yes, it could be a duet. It was the night before Christmas, and all through the house. Your part.
Not doing that. You had me singing earlier. You're not getting 4 hours of that. We will get into a little Christmas spirit at 9:50. The top Christmas movie in Michigan is, and it's not one that John and I agree with. The Lions are the focal point. We did bring up the Red Wings. Bit of a skid here, 7 of 8. That's putting it nice. Paul in Chesterfield, you got a thought?
Hey, good morning.
Good morning.
So, all right, the Wings. This is a brand new bunch, essentially, right? From last year, 6 or 7 different players.
Mm-hmm.
Then you add Patrick Kane to the mix, which is a good thing. Which was a good thing. What happened is the goalie situation is out of control now.
Mm-hmm.
And it's going to take a lot of character and a lot of grit to turn this thing around while these guys are injured.
I agree.
And with Patrick Kane being there, this guy wanted to be the star on top of the tree, and now they're going to have to fight. They're going to have to fight every single game to win, or it's going to be a 20-game skid. Personally, watching them and seeing them in the corners and everything like that, they can get tough at times, but I think that they just are it all goes back to, hey, if we put in the effort and we put in the defensive effort and the effort to win the game, there's going to be a soft goal. And I've been on many teams that had a soft goalie, and it's always the same situation. You run up the score when you can, but ultimately, when you get in a close game or a tight game, you lose because they let in the soft goal. And then you just stop caring about defense and everything, and it goes haywire where we're at now. So they've had a lot of injuries, and I'm not saying that they don't have a shot, but this next week and a half or whatever, they'll probably be toast, in my opinion. And then Patrick Kane will start bickering, and he wanted to be on a winning team and whatever. I mean, the guy's got a bunch of cups, but
you said he wanted to be the star on the top of the tree, and I think fans felt that he was going to be that. And you're right. This is taken a turn for the worst. I would say the situation is borderline dire because you're right. The goalie isn't going to stand on his head to save him. In fact, they're going to have to pick up a goalie who's going to give up a cheapie or two every now and then.
Yeah.
And it is going to be contingent on them playing a much grittier brand of hockey, borrowing a little Dan Campbellism. I think Larkin will play defense. I think Comfort, the second-line center, likes to dig back and back check. Veleno, I think, helped them win their only game on this stretch with a nice PK kill-off. But it can't just be the 3 centers up the middle or 4 lines up the middle. The wings are going to have to back check. The defense just can't give up freebies. It's going to take a different level of discipline that they haven't played with all season long. And if they don't, it will spiral. And the things he talked about are very much on the table at that point. In happier news, the Lions, they are playing for a division crown on Sunday.
Hey, look at that.
Hey, look at that. And the emotion that comes with that is something that we're not really used to. They haven't won the division in the 30 years that we've been sitting around waiting to see it happen again.
You mean we've had a lot of heartbreak?
A little bit, John, just a little bit. Chauncey Gardner-Johnson back at practice, and he spoke, and he said a lot of things, and one of the things that stood out, he said that this week, if they win, he might cry. At the beginning there, he says he might cry. And John, I don't know if people can put themselves in that spot quite yet. It's hard to predict emotion. But sports have brought grown men to tears before. I think when Maglio sent the Tigers to the World Series, not a dry eye. More recently, when Michigan finally beat Ohio State at home, the catharsis, the release of finally, and people who've been waiting forever, there were grown men welling up. And while this isn't going to the Super Bowl or winning the Super Bowl, I do wonder if people start to really think about what it's going to feel like if they win this week. No shame. Are you going to cry?
There's been some of it may depend on your age and dependent on how much heartbreak have you felt. I mean, if you're 19 years old, it's going to be a lot different than if you're 75 and you witnessed the last championship. And since then, it has been year after year after decade, on top of decade of frustration and close calls, near misses. Can't believe this happened. Can't believe it. They've lost this way. Can't believe this injury. All of those different things. Now, all of a sudden, you get a win. You get finally get a chance to win a division, win a home playoff game, and it may be different for who knows. Winning the division, you may have I expected it. Winning a home playoff game. Now, that might be a different reaction.
Because you're around all your friends and fans, and you're collectively doing that together. Yeah, you know what?
I think there's going to be a varied response as we go throughout the rest of this year.
And it's okay to be emotional, to ride this ride, to experience this thing that we haven't experienced in a long time, and in the case of some fans, their entire life. So I think it can be kind of a goosebumps moment when they win this division. When they win a playoff game, when they win multiple. You get what I'm saying? The further they go, the more uncharted the territory, the more unexpected your emotions may be. For people who've watched so much losing and experienced so much heartbreak, to have a different kind of tear at the end of the game, I think that's as powerful as there is. I mean, you have fathers and sons who have watched these games and complained, and rightfully so, and suffered and probably told themselves it would never happen, to when the clock hits zero and it actually happens. Yeah, I think we're going to have grown men crying. I think Chauncey Gardner-Johnson saying that was kind of an eye-opening moment for me. I said, I do think it's going to bring people to tears this week. Now, I wonder if people will put themselves in that spot and if they'll admit that might be them this week. Let's go to the phones, 248-539-9797. Eric and Warren, you're on 97.1.
Good morning, guys.
Good morning.
I just want to say that I'm 29 years old. Me and my dad have had season tickets for my whole life, way longer than I've been born, and I'm going to cry like a baby right next to my dad on Sunday around 4:25, Christmas Eve. My whole family's going to be there. I can't wait, man. I've been waiting for this my whole life, guys.
So are you picturing it right now?
Right now. 4:25. I got a beer in my hand. I'm wearing my Amon-Ra St. Brown jersey. My dad's next to me, arm around him. I probably got my best man, my best cousin next to me too. And we're going to share a moment, man. I've been through all the bad times my whole life. This whole season has honestly been like a surreal thing for the hype and going to the games and how loud it's been and the fans going to other places to show support to this team. It's something that Detroit has never seen before, especially if you're someone my age, 29, 30 years old. We've been waiting for this our whole life, man.
I'm right there with you. I've been waiting my whole life for a Lions team like this and a season like this and a chance to do stuff like this. Tim in Lake Orion, what about you? Where are your emotions at?
Oh, guys, I will cry like a baby. I cried like a baby when the Lions won a Super Bowl on Madden. That's how that's how ridiculous I am about it. I'm 55 years old. I went to my first Lion game in 76, I think the second year that they were at the Silverdome, and I have been a Lions fan ever since. And please, come on. But you guys have a very Merry Christmas, and I appreciate y'all. Thank you so much. Best station around.
Thank you. Thanks. And have a Merry Christmas to you as well.
Yeah, Merry Christmas.
Getting that emotional over a Super Bowl Madden.
Yeah,
maybe it's about who you beat or how long it took you to beat them.
John, I don't think that matters. I think that's a little much.
Yeah. That's a little bit on the lunacy side of things, but
maybe a little more of an emotional person.
Yeah. So I guess you can imagine how much he'll be weeping on Sunday.
This one says, I'm a huge Michigan fan. If they were to win the national title this year, I would not waste a tear on them. It's just sports. We have some people in the ticket text that are far more cold and calculated. Another one says, save your tears for a Super Bowl. It says if people cry over the Lions winning division, they need to get a life. Sports are sports. I don't think
everybody is going to react differently, and it's okay. You don't have to have the same reaction. Jim, your reaction doesn't have to be mine, and I'm not going to judge you on your reaction, but I might on yours, but
it comes with the territory.
That's where this becomes. Sports is emotional. People get wrapped up in their team. I've talked about the college football more than anything else is more than just a fanaticism. It could be a religion. You want to talk about fanatics. That's where you get to in college football.
Listen, if it's just sports to you and it's not as emotional to you, fine. But there are people who are more invested in this.
Yeah.
Who live with this stuff.
It may just simply be, hey, the game is over, you lost, it's too bad. All right, or you won, great. Like that may be your reaction, but there's others that are going to have a completely different reaction.
Texture says, crying over a division title, you're a loser, save the tears for a Super Bowl. That's my opinion, John in Macomb. Another one says, hell yeah, I'll cry when the Lions win the division. I lost my dad this year. We never saw them do it the entire time I knew him. Let's go Lions. Miss you, Pops. Like, again, there are people who this is like the fabric of a relationship with a family member.
Yeah.
Is the Lions and Sundays and a lot of losing and just only recently winning. Ticket Texture says, the only Lions fans that will cry are season ticket holders looking at their bill. That's been a story this week. We knew we'd get some of those. A couple more. 248-539-9797. We go to the phones. Andy in Southfield, what's up?
What's up, guys? Good morning to you. Happy holidays. I've been a long life Lions fan. I'm 50 years old. Yes, saw them win in 91, saw them win 93. This team is going to break your heart. You ask older generations the same thing. They saw the championship in 57. They're going to break your heart. We had the chance to do it in, 2014? Had to win one of the last 3 games. Couldn't do it, or 11, whatever year it was. It's just, I can't say SOL because it is a brand new team, but this team will break your heart.
So you think they lose out?
No, I don't think they'll lose out. But
if they don't, then they win the division.
I have no faith in them. There's no faith here.
I want to clarify, Andy. When you say no faith, like to John's point, if they win one game, they win the division. Are you saying they won't advance in the playoffs? Like, define what's going to break people's heart here.
If they go 0-3, they're going to break your heart. If they go 1-3, win the division, and get bounced out of the first round, they're going to break your heart. Either scenario, any scenario you guys throw at you, they're going to break your heart unless they win the first playoff game and go to the NFC Championship game like they did in 91. That's like you guys have been saying, win the division, win a playoff game, get Jared Goff his extension. Let's see if they can do it. I have no faith in them. I really don't.
Oh, there's a lot going on there.
Yeah, Andy, I almost want to stay and dissect your brain for science purposes. Like, I get it. We've all lived it. We all get the heartbreak. What was that?
I might suffer from CTE. I'm not too sure.
Well, or PTSD, as we say, sports PTSD. Yeah. I get it. Losing will do it. See, it warps your brain a little bit. It changes your perspective a little bit. But I think there's been a lot of reprogramming that's taken place recently, going back to last year and into this season. And I guess for some people, they're not ready to accept that we have a good football team in Detroit.
Well, so for Andy, it was basically you get to the NFC Championship game or it's a heartbreak. That's what I took from it.
Sure.
It's you can't just win the division because he said they're going to break your heart. So I asked him, all they have to do is win one game. Okay, well, they'll win the division. They'll win a home playoff game, but they won't get to the NFC Championship game. Like, that's but that's where Lions fans are right now. That's the emotions. You're going to have some people this weekend that look at it and see the Lions win a division, and it's going to be an unbelievable moment because they finally followed through on something. Others, it's not going to be until playoffs or Super Bowl. And it's okay either way.
And I think the emotions come with eventually fulfilling expectations. And maybe that's a moving target for different people who've experienced different levels of losing. We've got more people on hold I want to get to, and we will tell you what the top Christmas movie in Michigan is, much to our dismay. It's 97.1. 97.1. We'll get to the Lion fan calls in a second. I want to tell people what apparently the top Christmas movie is for the state of Michigan. You guys have seen this before on social media, the maps where they tell you what's most popular in every state.
Mm-hmm.
There's one out for Christmas movies. It's from CenturyLink Quote. It's a residential home internet service provider. They looked for the most searched movies by state in 2023. John, you point out 2023 is not over. This is kind of the peak search time. I don't want to get into the semantics. I just want to know your reaction to Elf being named the most searched, therefore the top Christmas movie in Michigan.
It's a disappointment. Elf is not a good movie. It is as soon as it comes on, I change the channel. If the kids want to watch it, they're welcome to, but they can watch it in a different room. It's irritating. And I like Will Ferrell.
Me too.
I think he's funny. I like some of his other movies. Some of them no, but as in whole, I do like him, and I do think he's funny. This one, not so much.
I'm with you. To me, it's grating.
It's irritating.
It's like something off-putting about him acting like a 5-year-old for the entire movie as Buddy the Elf. I get it's the character. Yeah. It's not for me.
Yeah, maybe I just have to deal with, young kids too much, and I don't want to watch it on the TV.
Doug,
a grown man do it.
Doug Karsch is coming to the studio. Before we get to you, can I take this guy who wants to compare this to? Okay,
I'll be back in a minute.
Oh, okay, good. Because I want to hear from Jeff on hold. He says, you just go ahead and say it, Jeff.
Oh, am I on?
Yeah, you're on the radio.
Yeah.
What's up?
Yeah, does anybody feel like this is going to be the Matt Flynn game?
No.
From January 1st, 2012. I mean, 2011 team is inarguably that was a good Lions team. That was a great Lions team. You had a future Hall of Famer on there. You got 2 players on there that are most probable ballot getters at least, and Stafford and Sue. And that team broke a ton of terrible streaks. And we were thinking, it's like, first time in 20 years, we're going to go to Lambeau and we're going to win in Lambeau. And Green Bay's got nothing to play for. They send out their backups, and it's like, we're gonna win we're gonna take the playoff streak. We're gonna take the Lambeau streak.
Jeff,
and they send out Matt Flynn.
Jeff,
and
I'm not disputing that it happened, as horrific as it was, and as much as people have wanted to block it out of their memories. You realize for this to happen, he'd have to be Matt Flynn twice in 3 weeks, right?
No, I'm just saying we're talking about winning the division next week, this Sunday. That's what we're talking about. It's like, we're going to go in. We're talking about crying before the game even happens, and we've experienced enough before to where it's just like, is it possible they lose out to a Minnesota team that has something to play for, that's hurt, but has something to play for, unlike Green Bay? Is it possible we lose out to a Dallas team? Is it possible that the Vikings don't lose another game? These are not total impossibilities.
Yeah, but again,
very improbable.
You can invoke the name Matt Flynn, which is what you've done. He'd have to happen twice in 3 weeks. You'd have to have Nick Mullins be Matt Flynn twice in a 3-week span. I don't think it's happening one time, let alone 2 times.
I mean, can it happen every time you take the field? Yes, you can win, you could lose. That's why you always play the game. But we have a 10-win team with 3 weeks left. They've played more good football than bad. Mm-hmm. I don't think it changes in the last 3 weeks.
Yeah, guy calling in with Matt Flynn.
Yeah, I remember that. That sucked.
Yeah.
And if anybody could have pulled it off back then, of course it was the Lions.
Yeah.
If I recall correctly, I was in New Orleans for the Sugar Bowl, and because the Lions lost that game, did they go to New Orleans the next week?
Might be right.
That sounds about right.
By the way, John, we're getting beat up for not liking Elf on the ticket text.
So be it.
I'm sure John will reconsider his position.
Let me rethink that. Yeah, it still sucks.
I might just tell this on the air because I think it's awesome. We are going out to Pasadena, of course, John and I. And because of the timing of the game, Inside Michigan Football, the TV show that recaps the game, it airs the Sunday before the game. So it's going to be more of a pregame show. Then if they win, we're the next Sunday, and by then it's again another
old news.
pregame show. So it's a little bit different this week. But our producer Pat McLaughlin, who's brilliant, came up with this idea. Have you ever watched the show, Costa?
Yes, I've seen it. Yeah.
You know Jansen Vision, where John gets to tell us.
Yes.
Because Michigan hasn't won a Rose Bowl since John played, we might have Jansen do Jansen Vision on Jansen. We might get a highlight or two from the 98 Rose Bowl after the 97 season. And it was funny because it was Pat's idea, and I told John, I said, I think this could be really funny because now you're 25 years later, and you might.
Do you have the clips picked out yet?
No, I said to John, do you have any ideas? And your response was,
I'm not going to include anything in the first half.
Apparently John didn't have a good first half.
Not, but there may be some corrections that need to be made.
Can we show like the first half?
There's going to, I have a couple in my mind that I know I'm going to show because it took some bad, because I talk about technique and all that stuff so much now. I want to show it as this is what happens when you suck and you don't do something right. And then in the same situation, in the second half, you do it right, and here's how it turns out better.
Makes all the difference in the world.
Yeah. So, yes.
I thought it was a clever idea. I thought it was a clever idea. So I think
it's a good idea.
Yeah, I'm excited about it.
Yep.
What do you want to talk about today, Doug?
Well, we got a pair of Lions tickets to give away.
Ooh.
And we have kind of something special that we have never, ever done before that we are going to do today at 10:30. Never done it before.
No clue.
Do you have any guesses? We'll find out at 10:30. He's Doug Karsch. She's next, 97.1.
All right, Carson Anderson out today. Be with you for the next 4 hours, and we got lots to do, including something we've never done before. Today at 10:30. See how it goes. Maybe it'll become a regular thing. Kang, how are you today? Behind the glass, producer Kang Wynn. What's up, man?
I'm good, man. I'm good.
That's good. Glad to hear it. Anything exciting last night?
No, but something sad this morning that I'm starting to realize.
which is?
I think my daughter already doesn't like me, and she just turned 5, man.
Yeah, we might have to talk about that today because it's not supposed to happen at 5.
No!
It's supposed to happen at 15.
I thought I had like a good 10 more years, maybe.
Yeah, and then the affection they show you is basically the equivalent of anger.
Resentment,
disappointment. Yeah. Like it's all that. And I think my daughter's finally coming out of it. She's
so
18 now. Yeah. Her default state was in her room with her door closed. And it was difficult to convince her that I wasn't a total embarrassment. And that everything that came out of my mouth wasn't the dumbest thing she ever heard. But you push through, man. You persevere.
Yeah, I'm going to have to ask you to help me navigate me through this.
But at 5?
Yeah, that's why it's ridiculous. I'm like, 5? She's already annoyed with me. What?
She is, she has a lot of tools to make, at her young age, I would describe her, a little bit I know her, she has a lot of tools to get what she wants. She knows how to manipulate. She's smart. She's charismatic.
She already doesn't want anything to do with me. She's smarter than I thought. she's rapid pace here. Well, Doug, though, the real question is, how was your night last night? Because we all know what you had to do after the show, for those that missed it.
Okay. The listeners had some fun making fun of me yesterday because I had mentioned, you talked, I don't know how it came up. You asked if I was going to do something. I don't remember what it was. And I said, actually, it's a big night. I'm busy because I have to edit. Every year at Christmas, we do a year in review family video that the entire family gets together and watches.
Yeah, I asked if you were going to do some Christmas shopping, I think. And you said, not tonight, I'm busy.
Yep. So I ended up going home and sitting down on the couch at 3:30. And I stayed there until 10:30. I did 7 hours of editing yesterday, and we are probably 90% done.
You mean you?
Yep, that's what I mean.
You're a one-man NFL Films crew, basically.
I am I shoot, direct, produce.
Executive produce,
you know
associate
what?
produce.
I did the editing. I had the whole thing edited through, and then I went back to put the soundtrack down. And
you do the score.
The score, yeah. And I was having issues with the soundtrack before I figured out how to, I guess it's, the technical term is use copyrighted music. So I can't make any reproduction or rebroadcast of this transmission is expressly prohibited kind of deal. But got it figured out, and we're almost done.
Okay, so it won't be at any Imagine Theater or anything like that.
It will not be. Although I do want to talk about Imagine. They're showing the Michigan Rose Bowl game, and I wonder how many people do that. Something we'll bring up today. But all right, so here's what we got. We got a pair of Lions tickets to give away. Oh, I didn't even see for which game. Do I have the library for that? Did you hear me that? You did. All right, good. Got a pair of Lions tickets to give away. And if you don't know how we do it, well, this is how we do it. We do a Carson Anderson quiz question. Today at 1:41, I will ask a question on the air that'll be something that's said on the show. And typically the question will be, why was Kang's night sad? Because he's realized his 5-year-old daughter might not like him anymore. What did Doug do for 7 hours yesterday? He edited video. These are typical questions for the Carson Anderson quiz question. That's the kind of thing that we will do. It could be sports related, might not be sports related, but the point is, if you're listening, starting basically right now, between right now and 1:41, something will be the obvious answer, and hopefully you will hear it. And if you're the first one with the correct answer, you get a pair of tickets to the Miller Lite Tap Room for the Lions game on January 7th as they take on Minnesota. If you don't win, stop by Buffalo Wild Wings in Waterford on Highland Road tonight for the Thursday Night Football Feast at Buffalo Wild Wings with Wojo and Rieger from 6 to 8 for another chance to win, courtesy of Miller Lite and Buffalo Wild Wings. So make sure you stick with us. Red Wings lose last night at Winnipeg. I had that game on in the background as I was editing. Can't keep the puck out of their own net once again. And man, it's a tough deal. Tough deal. They've hit that stretch. And look, you define who you are by how long these stretches last, and it's already lasted too long. And everybody goes through ups and downs. And when you're playing poorly, how quickly can you pull out of it and get back to doing what you do? And, look, it's unfortunately just where they are right now. I look forward to them getting David Perron back, but I don't know that he makes that much of a difference. At the end of the day, the Red Wings are unfortunately defining themselves as pretty average, I guess is one way to put it. Still, it's not hopeless, but it can get hopeless pretty quick if you don't pull out of this thing. So we'll see. We'll see what the future holds for this team, trying to get back on the winning track. They got Philadelphia tomorrow, I believe. So down at the LCA. So something to look forward to. Got a Lions question we threw out there on Twitter. Check it out, at DugganGator971. It is as simple as a question can be. And so far, I think we've had 9 different answers. No, 11 different answers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. And I just saw 12. So 12 different answers to this question. Go check it out on Twitter. At DugganGator971. We'll tell you what it is later. And we will talk about this a little bit because it's intriguing. Tell you what we're going to do. We're going to bring in a guest. An insider, Dave Birkett from the Detroit Free Press. He will join us coming up today at 10:16 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, this holiday season, all your wishes are coming true on FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Right now, new customers get $150 in bonus bets with any winning $5 money line bet. That's $150 if your team wins. Think about that. Heavy favorite, $5 bet on them just to win outright. And when they do, you get $150 in bonus bets. Seems like a pretty good deal. FanDuel.com/Doug is how you get that offer. New customers, FanDuel.com/Doug. If you've been thinking about joining FanDuel, there's no better time to get in on the action. The app is so easy to use. There's a wide range of betting options, including spreads, player props, over-unders, and more. FanDuel.com/Doug to get in on the action. At FanDuel, America's, the official partner of the NFL. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 pregame money line wager required. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problems? Call 1-800-270-7117 for confidential help. Doug Karsch, Gator out today. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Let's talk a little Detroit Lions as we welcome in Dave Burkett, a beat writer who covers the Lions for the Detroit Free Press. You can follow him on Twitter at Dave Burkett on Twitter, and it's B-I Burkett, not B-U Burkett. Just thought I'd clarify. Dave, how you doing, bud?
I appreciate the clarification there, Doug. You never know, right? There's some Burketts out there, BUs. So.
Yeah. Is there a rivalry between the B.I. Burketts and the B.U. Burketts?
You know, when I was little, and there was a John Burkett, I don't know how he pronounced it, that was pitching for the Rangers. I used to claim him. So
did you? Okay.
No rivalry. I just used to pretend he was my grandpa or something.
Good call. All right. So I got how long have you been covering this team?
Damn, long time. 2010 was my first year at the Free Press. I covered the 2008 season as well for the Oakland Press, so about 15 years total.
How different is this experience in 2023 than the previous, what appears to be 15 seasons?
Yeah, no, it is. I mean, look, this is the best team I've covered. Someone had asked me that the other day for a mailbag I did on Freep.com, and I said this is the best team that I've covered, hands down. I mean, the 2014 team was a good team, defensively especially, but this team, the offense is there, and most importantly, the path is there, right? The path to the playoffs and the division championship, and maybe doing something in the playoffs. That team in 2014 and even back to 2011, they had the Packers in front of them and Aaron Rodgers, and it just felt like no matter what was going to happen, they weren't a threat. And this year, the 49ers are the best team in the NFL. I think most people agree with that. But, I mean, the Lions could win any game, and they might have a couple home playoff games, which would certainly help in that regard. So it's different for sure.
Yeah, I mean, I got a theory, but you're around him a lot more, and I don't mind if you tell me I'm completely full of poi, but I think we're seeing an example of what a good football culture can do for you. And I've cited watching the maturation process of a young star like Jameson Williams, who made some people uncomfortable and obviously made a mistake, but seems like he bought into everything, which included and maybe started with blocking downfield, celebrating the team's success, a lot of that stuff. It feels to me like we finally have a culture that is feeding towards winning instead of one that unfortunately led to losing.
No doubt. And, Dan Campbell, Brad Holmes, Sheila Hemp, I mean, everyone top down certainly deserves credit for that. And really, if you kind of sat down and we're building a team from scratch, aside from like drafting a quarterback, number one overall and having him on a rookie deal, this is kind of how you do it. Acquire extra draft picks and hire a coach that, maybe takes some risks but plays fun football and gets people to believe in him and build through the draft. And, you got some young players now that Brad has drafted that, are going to need some big contracts coming up because they're among the best players at their position in the league. So I think they've done a lot of things right. And that doesn't guarantee that they're going to be here for a long, long time. These windows open and close pretty quick in the NFL, but there's no doubt that culture that you mentioned really maybe it was tough to see from the start because we've heard that word. It's a buzzword. You hear it so often around the league, but I do think that's a big part of why they're having success.
You mentioned the contracts, and it's something we're going to get into a little bit today. And maybe I'm wrong on this, but it feels like to me like their first big decisions are Jonah Jackson and whether or not to extend Goff. They probably want to figure out if they want to bring C.J. Gardner-Johnson back because he's on a one-year deal. Is there anybody else I'm missing that's key this offseason?
Well, the one that maybe people don't quite realize is up yet because he's not completely up, but Amon-Ra St. Brown, he can, after 3 years, players are eligible for extensions. That would put him and Penei Sewell in that boat. The Lions still have the 5th-year option on Sewell, so that might not be quite as dire to get that one done right away. But look, if I'm St. Brown, just speaking from the player standpoint, the agent standpoint, like I wouldn't play next year on a $3 million deal when, the going rate for a top receiver in the NFL is $25 to $30 million. So, I would probably, if I was the Lions, try to get that deal done. If I was St. Brown, I would want a deal. If I was his agent, I would want that sort of close to top of the market money. And, when you start paying players that aren't quarterbacks that kind of money and you have to pay a quarterback too, that certainly cuts into what else you can do, or you have to make some decisions. Everyone talks about the cap in the NFL. The cash spend is really the big thing. And if you're writing, St. Brown a big check and Jared Goff a big check and, who knows what you're doing at the interior of the offensive line, or C.J. Gardner-Johnson, like you mentioned, all of a sudden that starts to add up.
Amon-Ra, okay, so if you have to pay Amon-Ra and Jonah Jackson and Jerry, I mean, can you keep everybody? Are they going to be able to work this out? Because it seems to me like they've prepared, they've war-chested. They didn't get a guy that they were going to need to re-sign at the trade deadline. Can they keep, is there a way to finagle this thing and keep everybody?
No, you're right. I mean, I don't know specifically. They weren't really in a Montez Sweat, and I don't know specifically why, but having to pay him, $20+ million a year annually, plus all those other guys, that's probably wouldn't have been reasonable. I mean, I think ultimately, they keep the most important players. Amon-Ra St. Brown was a draft pick. He's part of that culture. He's essential to that. Like, I absolutely think at some point they're, Jared Goff, as long as things don't go completely off a cliff, I'd be stunned if they didn't pay him. He's the guy that they're riding with. The offensive line is a little trickier. Vaitai's salary comes off the book. Glasgow is a free agent as well. Jonah Jackson's a free agent. They drafted Colby Sorsdale last year. So, I don't know that they can afford to pay everyone. But the reality, Doug, and you know this, is that when that offensive line is right and healthy and complete, this is a completely different team than when it's not. And Jonah has been a big part of that. So that's something that they're going to have to figure out this offseason.
Dave Burkett from the Freep with us. Nice. I want a ticket. Is a Fatu Melifonwu for real? Is this what we're going to get the rest of the way?
Man, that's, with Gardner-Johnson coming back, I don't know what his role is going to be. I think he's played well enough to keep a role. Melifonwu has certainly been a pleasant surprise here of late. He's been better for that defense than Tracy Walker was. His versatility, the fact that he can, has some coverage skills from playing cornerback, and obviously a big guy who's not afraid to stick his nose in it. So I do think, maybe we're just scratching the surface a little bit on what he is. But, when C.J. Gardner-Johnson is back, he's a starter, and you're probably not sitting Kirby Joseph, and Brian Branch is playing the slot. So it's a good problem to have. And I don't know that I'd be, handing Iffy a contract when he's not due one yet, but handing him a contract just based on the small body of work, given his injury history. But you have to like what you've seen if you're the Lions.
What about the ability to rush the passer that they showed against Denver? It looked to me like that was throwing the kitchen sink at a team, and I don't know that you can do that every week.
No, you certainly can't. And, I think, the way some of the guys explained it, because what they did a lot in Denver that maybe they hadn't done quite as much some of the other weeks was blitz, defensive back blitzes, essentially, safeties and cornerbacks, and they got home with some of those. And the thought really was that, Denver likes to take some shots downfield and, max protected, and they didn't want to sit there and give Russell Wilson time. And, I don't know that that's the game plan every week. When you play a Dak Prescott, that's probably a little better quarterback than Russ, and they've got a little better weapons, so it's probably not something that's sustainable, but it was a really good game plan last week. It's nice to see the pass rush come around. I still think they need a little more pass rush just out of the front four to pair with Aiden Hutchinson.
How realistic, in your opinion, is it for this team to win out and get the 2 seed?
Well, if they win out, that's what happens. They would hold a tiebreaker against the Cowboys and the Eagles. In the case of ties, or I guess the Cowboys wouldn't have the same record. I don't think that's going to happen. I think they lose at Dallas, which bumps them down to the 3 seed. But look, the Cowboys aren't infallible. I mean, that's a team that can be beat. They just were, but they have a really good defense. And Doug, I think the teams that give the Lions a lot of trouble are ones that can put up points. And Dallas has some pretty good offensive weapons at multiple spots and not a bad offensive line. And so I think that's going to be a tough game for them to win.
We touched on this a little bit earlier. Well, we touched on the topic of Jameson Williams and how the culture might have helped bring him along. But I asked you the question about Melifonwu. Is what we saw Saturday what you expect to get from JMO the rest of the way? Because it seems like the learning curve is very steep. And everybody, when Goff said after the game Saturday, I trust him, that's the kind of thing he said about Amon-Ra and he has said about Laporta.
Yeah, look, I think we have to give Jameson credit for, where he's come, the strides that he's made. I still think he's very raw, very big work in progress. Some of the routes that he runs, turning the right way on some of those deep balls. Him and Goff just don't always seem in sync on some of those deep routes, and maybe that doesn't come till next year. But there's no doubt that his speed, the explosiveness that he has, that's an element that the Lions just don't have without him. And really, frankly, most NFL teams don't have someone that can fly like that. And, he's not going to be Tyreek Hill. They're different types of fast, but for what the Lions want to do on offense and sort of when you look at the big picture of all the pieces that you need to be successful, Jameson can be an important part of this offense.
Well, as this regular season winds down, it sure is fun. It sure is different. I've made the comment like it's having a job at a whole new industry, getting to talk about a winning NFL team. Dave Birkett of the Detroit Free Press, thank you for the insights. Now, we're going to do something we've never done before. I don't know if the audience has heard it, but have you ever heard the Wide Night Omaha 4-down-around league blitz thingy?
I've tried to, commit that to memory and can't. So, yes, I've definitely heard it. Yes.
Well, we're going to have you stick around and participate. With Gator out today, you will be.
That, Gator.
Yeah, he bet. Hey, if you're good, maybe Gator doesn't. He'll sit out next week too. But
coming after his job, right?
No, look forward to it. Dave Birkett, hang on hold, and we'll do the Wide Night Omaha 4-down-around league blitz thingy with the Lions insider Dave Birkett of the Free Press. Never done this before. Ken, great idea. 97.1 The Ticket. It's Carson Anderson. Get to some open line calls and some feedback coming up a little bit later on. Gator is out today, but every Thursday at this time, we swing around the NFL. And sitting in today from the Detroit Free Press is Dave Birkett. Now, Dave, you're familiar with the segment. I have a coin flip app. I'm going to get your call. Heads or tails?
Heads. Heads it is.
He calls heads, and it is a head. So you can either receive or defer. So do you want the first question?
I'm going to defer, Doug, just out of, respect to you in the process here. I'm going to defer for the first one.
All right, Ken, question 1.
I don't think it was respect. I think it was strategic, actually, Doug. So, anyways, no. All right, here we go, boys. All right, the 49ers face the Ravens Christmas night. Both teams are 11-3. This will be only the third time since the merger that the outright NFC and AFC leaders will be facing off this late in December. Is this a preview of the Super Bowl? And if not, which one of these teams don't make it?
So the smart money is to say, no, it's not a Super Bowl preview because you get the field if you don't take the two teams that are trending to be the 1 seed. What a great matchup. And obviously we have vested interest if the Ravens can beat San Francisco. Great Christmas night game. But I think Baltimore's a little bit more vulnerable, and Lamar's playoff record is what it is. The AFC's deeper, so give me Buffalo out of the AFC and San Francisco out of the NFC.
Maybe I should have kicked off there. Maybe I should have taken the ball there because I agree, Doug. I mean, you're right. You're basically taking the field to say, no, this is not going to be a Super Bowl rematch. I think the 49ers are the best team in the NFL. They will be there. I'm not quite sure about Baltimore. Really good team. Buffalo is as hot as they get. That could be a second-round matchup. And don't forget about Kansas.
I think that's just too much for Lamar to eventually overcome for the AFC side. I like someone coming out of the AFC, probably the Chiefs as well. The Niners, yeah, they're just, right now you can't bet against them. When they are healthy, they're clearly the best team in the league. So I got the Niners and Chiefs. Sorry to my Ravens fans out there. All right, it's not quite Deflategate 2, but the Patriots reported to the refs at halftime of their game versus the Chiefs that the kicking balls were underinflated. Is it finally time to get rid of kicking balls and throwing balls and just use balls?
I feel like you're setting me up for a drop with this one. But yes, no, I saw the story and I immediately thought about Taylor Swift and karma that this was happening with the Chiefs and the Patriots. No, it's not. Look, I think they've done it for a reason. I don't really know what the reason is. I mean, but they've done it for a reason for a long, long time. I know kickers used to doctor the balls and whatnot. I guess this makes it fair. So, hey, just keep them in. This is how it's been. Let's keep status quo for the time being.
I was listening to Dan Wetzel's College Football Inquirer podcast, and he was railing against the NCAA, but he said something that I'm starting to buy into, and that is less rules make things better, not more rules. Why do we care what a team chooses to inflate or deflate their footballs to? Either one standard ball provided by the league or do whatever you want with your footballs. Just don't complicate it is my stance on this.
I always thought it was funny that the NFL and football in general uses two different balls. Obviously, the kicking ball so they can kick longer field goals. It's more exciting for the fans. They can score more points and things like that. So I get why they do it. But I always thought it was kind of dumb. My own personal entertainment, I would love to see the NFL just go to one ball. Like, you know how you and I used to play football in the backyard? We have to go chase that ball down the street if the ball got loose. I want to see the players go chase that ball down out of the back of the end zone or in the crowd, wherever. Hey, we need that ball back. It's the only ball we got. Go over the fence, battle with the dog, do whatever you got to do. But that'd be funny for me. Use one ball. Okay, a little rapid fire with coaches here, guys. Okay, Falcons owner Arthur Blank won't fully commit to head coach Arthur Smith. Will Smith be the head coach at the end of the season for the Falcons, Doug?
No on Smith. Blank seems to be a make-a-splash owner to me.
What about Bill Belichick? There's been rumors that he won't finish the season with the Patriots. Will he be the head coach of the Patriots at the end of the season?
That New England reporter's dialed in that reported that he's likely gone, and I don't think he wants this project. Well, he'll be 72 next year.
And another surprising one, there have been some rumors that Mike Tomlin might not be the head coach of the Steelers at the end of the season. What do you think?
Only if somebody offers a trade. I don't see Pittsburgh wanting to move on from Tomlin, but I saw only if a team comes and trades for him.
Dave, same three coaches for you.
Arthur Smith is done. When an owner says what Arthur Blank says, the writing is on the wall there. And look, they're 6-8, and they play a couple tough games on the road at the end. So he's not going to win enough games to survive. I do think Belichick is done as well. He's a Hall of Fame coach. He deserves to walk out, after the season his own way, say he's going to retire or move on to another job or maybe get traded. But I think his time in New England has passed. And I'm going to agree with Doug on Mike Tomlin. Look, I think, the Steelers are the most patient organization in football. And Mike Tomlin is another one of those coaches like Bill Belichick who has won for a long, long time. A lot of respect. He is staying in Pittsburgh unless it's his choice to leave.
Okay, I got no on Arthur Smith as well. They should have got Lamar Jackson when he was possibly available this offseason. They messed up, went with Ritter. Now they're Heineke, back to Ritter. Now they're back to Heineke. He's going to lose his job because of it. With Belichick, I don't think he comes back to the Patriots either. I called earlier in the season the Chargers, I think, would be a good landing spot for him. Ready-made quarterback. He can help that defense out that has been lacking the last few years with Staley. Tomlin, I'm going to say no, guys. I know this seems off the wall because you're right, Dave. The Steelers are a very patient organization, but I think patience eventually it runs out. And the rumors are that he is not, with the younger players, they're just not buying into the old Steeler organization thought, and maybe it's time to move on. I think this is a year where they could get out of it, and if they do make a trade, then better for them, but I don't think Tomlin comes back. Who's been more of a surprising quarterback with the way they played, Jake Browning or Joe Flacco?
Joe Flacco. The guy's 38 years old. I mean, he was drafted the draft before Matthew Stafford, if I'm not mistaken, and he was on the street a couple years ago. Look, the Browns have a good team, really good defense, so there's a reason why they're winning, and it's not just about the quarterback. Respect what Jake Browning has done, but the Bengals were a team that a lot of people thought might be a Super Bowl contender before the season. I'm going to say Joe Flacco, at his age, to do what he's doing off the street, it's pretty impressive.
Jake Browning was this close to driving for Jimmy John's. He spent 2019 and 2020 on the Vikings practice squad. He didn't play. 2021 and 22 with the Bengals, same thing. Practice squad didn't play. 4 years, 2 separate practice squads, didn't play. At 27 years old when the season started, I don't know if he thought he had another year in him. And look at this. Now, it might be the perfect team for him to step in and be 3-1 because they have some pieces there, but I'm blown away by what Jake Browning's done.
Yeah, this is a great question by me. No, Doug, you're right. I mean,
goes to you.
Yeah. You're right about Jake Browning's resume. I mean, this guy might not have had a job had, Joe Burrow got hurt this year. He could have been done with the NFL, but he's come in, and maybe it is the players around him, but he's done well, obviously. Joe Flacco has the resume, but Dave, you're right. 38 years old, not off the street, off the couch. I'm not sure. I know he wanted to play, but I didn't know this guy had anything left. With that being said, I am more impressed by Joe Flacco. It's the age. It's like, coming off he looked bad when he was playing, I think, last year with the Jets. And so to see this, at least Browning has been in the system. He's consistently been playing the last few years, or at least on a team. I'm going with Joe Flacco. All right, guys, give me an AFC and an NFC team that is currently in the playoffs right now, but they won't be when it's all said and done. And which team replaces them?
There are 5 AFC teams that are 8-6. One of them who is out is Buffalo. They move in. They've recaptured their thing that they got. And one of the 8-6 teams, I'm going to go with Cincinnati being out in spite of Jake Browning. They have Kansas City, Cleveland, and Pittsburgh the rest of the way. I think that schedule is going to bring them down.
I thought we were doing both. Doug.
Yeah, Doug, do you have an
NFC?
Oh, well, then I'll give you the NFC. I will put, my bad. You go, and then I'll come back. I'll circle back to it.
Well, look, I agree with Doug on the Bengals. Again, Jake Browning, kudos to what he's done so far. I think the Bills are in. The Texans might get in too, though. They've got a tough one against Cleveland this week. So I could see both the Bengals and the Colts falling out of there. In the NFC, the Vikings are not going to make the playoffs. It's going to be the Seattle Seahawks that finishes the number 6 seed thanks to that win that they had last week. The Rams will be the 7 seed. If the Lions do happen to get the 2, Matthew Stafford coming to Ford Field to play the Lions round 1 of the playoffs.
Okay, I've got my answer. Seattle's going in and the Rams are going out. The Rams are not going to make the playoffs because I cannot stand the storyline. I don't want to do it for a week. Please don't let the Rams make the playoffs. I'd rather play Seattle than the Rams.
I'm sorry, Doug. I agree with Dave. I think the Seahawks are in and the Vikings are out. I've called the Vikings out ever since they got away from Dobbs and they didn't know who their quarterback was going to be. It just doesn't look good over there. Plus, they got to play the Lions twice. I got the Seahawks getting in place of the Vikings. As far as the AFC, I got the Bills in. That's an easy call for most people. I got the Colts out, though. Minshew Mania ends and Bills take their spot. All right, last one, guys. The Jets with the 32nd ranked offense will face the Commanders with the 32nd ranked defense. I asked you guys, should the league cancel this game? But no, seriously, who's going to win this futility battle?
What an awful matchup. Thankfully, I will not be watching that this weekend. Look, should they cancel it? First of all, no. If you can bet on the game, why cancel it, right? Everybody's out there to make some money. And who's going to win? I'm going to go with the Jets, I guess, right? A little bit better defense. Neither team looks like they have much left to play for, much care left in this season, but give me Robert Saleh and the Jets winning this one.
They shouldn't cancel this game They just shouldn't televise it. And I'll take the Jets to win because of their defense.
All right, I got the Commanders 15-12. Is that scoregami? I don't know, but that's what I'm going with.
Dave Burkett of the Free Press, thanks for sitting in on the Y9 Omaha 4-down Round League Blitz thingy. We'll continue to read your stuff, and we'll talk to you again soon.
All right, guys. Appreciate it.
There he is, Dave Burkett of the Detroit Free Press, here on 97.1 The Ticket. Much more to do here on Carson Anderson. We'll get some phone calls and feedback, and don't forget that Lion ticket giveaway with the Carson Anderson quiz question today at 1:41 here on 97.1. Doug Karsch, Gator out today. Thanks to Dave Burkett, Detroit Free Press. Lions Insider joined us and then participated in the Y9 Omaha 4-down around the league blitz thingy. Did a great job. All right, so let's open it up here a little bit, and there's a lot to talk about. Red Wing fans, we discussed that team at the beginning of the show, so if you want to get into that, feel free. In the meantime, obviously, look, what's biggest story in Detroit is a chance for a team to win a division this coming Sunday, and taking on Minnesota. Huge game at Dallas potentially after that. And then that last game against Minnesota could be for seeding and positioning. And we got into the debate a little bit yesterday about how aggressively the Lions should pursue a top seed, a better seed, if they clinch the division. Once they clinch the division, how aggressive should they try to be that 2 seed when they also feels like they aren't going anywhere without an offensive line that's fully intact. But we'll kind of continue that debate here a little bit. And there's some other stuff to get to based on our conversation with Dave. We did ask on Twitter this morning a very simple question, and we have had 14 different answers. Question is, who's your favorite Detroit Lions player? Who's your favorite Detroit Lions player? We're very specific to say player, so that people wouldn't say Holmes or Dan Campbell, because I mean, we just want to know who your favorite player was. And some people get into the reasons why. Kang, who do you think is leading this vote?
Ooh, who's leading this vote? I'm going to go with... There's a lot of players to pick from. You said earlier you already had 11 different guesses.
We're up to 14 now.
14?
Yep.
Wow. I'm going to go with Jared Goff is leading just because he's the quarterback. And kind of, when he's playing well, the team's doing well.
Okay. It is not Jared Goff.
Then I'm going to go with Penei Sewell.
Penei Sewell is second, which I'm impressed.
He's second on my list, too.
Is he?
Yeah.
All right.
It was between him and the one I ultimately chose.
Okay.
So the one I ultimately chose, should I think maybe the fans were thinking like me?
Maybe.
Sam Laporta.
It is not Sam Laporta. He is not. He is not.
Is it just easy as the hometown kid, Hutch?
It is not Hutch.
Come on. Then it's St. Brown.
It is Amon-Ra St. Brown.
That's a good one. Good choice.
It is. He's actually got a pretty sizable lead in this. Sewell is second. Hutch and Jahmyr Gibbs tied for third so far. 248-539-9797. Who's your favorite player, and why is that guy your favorite player? We've had votes for Laporta, Branch, Ragnow, Hutch, Amon-Ra, Sewell, Cam Sutton, Jamo, Goff, Anzalone, Gibbs, Germ. Germ's got a vote.
Germ's got a vote?
Germ's got a vote, amongst others. And the votes are coming in pretty fast here. Alex Anzalone. Oh, I mentioned him. My bad. So who you got?
So I went with Laporta because it was between him and Sewell. And I ultimately gave Laporta the edge because he's just so damn reliable. And I just can count on him. He's so good. Every time you throw to him, whether it's a tight window or he's just wide open because he ran a great route, and then he does something great with the ball, and he blocks as well. He's just so reliable, and I appreciate consistency and reliability, and he's got both.
Honestly, it's kind of hard to believe that he is doing this in his rookie season.
It's incredible.
This is trending towards being such a huge feather in the cap of the general manager. And I've said this on the air this week, so I apologize for people. It's repetitive. I mean, it was, hey, is this guy going to play? To, okay, is this guy going to be good? To, ooh, is this guy maybe as good as Hawkinson? To, is this guy the best rookie tight end in the league? To, is this guy the best rookie in the league? To, is this guy the best tight end in the league? And as we have worked our way up this, up the food chain here at tight ends and talking about Sam Laporta, I mean, other people are starting to talk about him. And we asked Goff earlier this week if he thought teams are going to start to defend him differently. And I think that's a possibility, that there's going to be a little bit more pick your poison with the Lions. And I'll tell you what, everybody's saying, please don't let it happen. I think everybody around the league is probably saying, please don't let Jameson Williams live up to his potential this quickly. Because if Jameson Williams lives up to his potential that quickly, and this offense parades out a healthy offensive line, a more than capable quarterback, 2 weapons in the backfield, one of the best tight ends in the league, an absolute machine in Amon-Ra St. Brown, and then an explosive weapon like J-Mo, it's already one of the best offenses in the league. The rest of the league has to be thinking, please don't let J-Mo be what he is starting to show this fast. Because this Lions offense, taking them into the playoffs, is feeling really good. And I think they're going into the playoffs with the thing you need, a dynamic, explosive offense. So, yeah, Sam Laporta getting a lot of love here in this question.
Yeah, you feel like the offense is already so good, right? And so it's hard to say this might be missing, but I guess if you had to nitpick and say what is missing, they've got a player in the backfield in Jahmyr Gibbs. They have the guy that can wear you down in David Montgomery. You have the Montgomery of receivers basically in St. Brown. It's just reliable, gets open in the slot, over the middle. Laporta, we've already mentioned all the things he does. Just the deep stretch explosiveness of Jameson Williams might be the only thing that's kind of missing. And if he gets going these last 3-4 weeks, then yeah, the rest of the league is they're in trouble, man, because the Lions can hit you from every which way possible.
Who's your favorite Detroit Lion and why? 248-539-9797. I'm looking at some of these responses. DTRT_Lions just sent a picture of a green mouth guard coming out of the top of a helmet. That was his answer. Philip sends in Jack Campbell. He is handicapped by Doug clinging to his leg all the time. Still comes through every game. Philip in Livonia. There was one here that I wanted to read because it's kind of why we asked the question. And here it is. This is from Tom. Wow. This is tough. Can I pick 5? Fork to my nose, I say Aiden Hutchinson, but Laporta and St. Brown are close to him. When's the last time you would have had 14 different answers to this question? When's the last time that there was this much? I mean, probably never. Not in my lifetime. I mean, maybe in the Barry era. Barry would have been such a runaway, though, with this question. But it's interesting. It's interesting. 248-539-9797.
It's weird because even in team sports, there's always a guy, right? Like a guy that everyone goes to. I mean, maybe St. Brown is that guy for the Lions, but to spread around, this is kind of what Detroit sports is about. It's always been about there's more than one guy. When the Pistons sent 4 All-Stars to the All-Star game, it's always been about a bunch of different guys. The Red Wings, of course, when the Tigers were good. I mean, I guess JV and Miggy.
Yep.
But then you could even, I think they loved a bunch of those Tigers, Maglio, whoever. I think that's how it's kind of done here. It's, organically, too, by the way.
Yeah. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Jim. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Jim.
Hey, guys. Hey, I've looked at all these players on these Lions teams, and the guy that I really like a lot, my favorite player, is probably Montgomery. That guy is such a bull, man. I just love watching him run, knocking people over. I do like Gibbs too, but Montgomery to me is, I didn't know much about him when he was in Chicago, but that was a heck of a pickup this year. That guy is, he's special, and I hope he stays, he doesn't get hurt. We definitely need him coming down the end, but I just love the way he runs, like the Earl Campbell type, just run people over.
He can run people over. He can make them miss. He is, I was always a fan. I was a huge fan at Iowa State. He wasn't as strong at Iowa State and probably early in his career with Chicago. He is a strong runner. He's a yards after contact guy. And I thought he would do great things here in Detroit and was really excited when they signed him. And the great things depended in large part on, him running behind this offensive line and not having that in Chicago. 248-539-9797. Frank, you're next. What's up, Frank?
Hello there.
What's up?
Enjoy your broadcast of the Michigan games, by the way.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Aiden Hutchinson, for what he did to turn around the Michigan program, and to make them Big Ten champions, and then being drafted by the Lions, and how he's helped turn around the Lions to be potentially division champions. Just speaks a lot about him as a player and as a person.
Interesting. Yeah, I hadn't really, it was kind of obvious when you mentioned it. Yeah, he was a part of a Michigan team that broke the streak of 17 consecutive seasons without a Big Ten championship. Comes to the Lions and could be part of a Lions team that breaks a streak of 30 years without a division championship. So that's pretty remarkable when you think about it. I hadn't made the correlation, but of course, Frank, it's right in front of us.
Thank you very much. Good. And hopefully we can celebrate a Lions division title.
Well, be a great way to celebrate Christmas, huh? 248-539-9797. Kang, you know a lot of people. Actually, I got a question for you. Given your side hustle with your podcast and collectibles, I got a question for you about that. We'll get to that today at 11:02. Plus more of your phone calls and feedback. We had now 15 different answers. Who is your favorite Detroit Lion and why? It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
Brought to you by Grand Traverse Resort and Spa. Cade Cunningham coming off his career-high 43 points from their last game on Monday and would love to carry over the Pistons with a possible win to end their infuriating slide, which is 2 losses away from the record. The 10-18 Jazz are in town for tonight's game, and Detroit head coach Monty Williams had nothing but great things to say about how Cunningham is helping deal with the losing. Well, if the Pistons do not beat Utah tonight, they'll have to face Brooklyn twice in order to avoid the record books. Tonight's action is at 7 o'clock with Mark and Rick's Call right here on 97.1. I'll have your pregame at 6:35. Just like Monday night, tonight's NFL game is another chance for the Lions to lock in a spot in the postseason in case disaster strikes. They need a New Orleans win or tie against Matthew Stafford's Rams in order to lock in at least a wildcard spot, but could just win one of these last 3 weeks in order to take the division. Also, the NFL says they're trying something new with their broadcast on Saturday. The Bills-Chargers game will be on the Peacock app and will feature the league's first ever commercial-free fourth quarter. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket at Odyssey.com.
A commercial-free fourth quarter? Yes, please. You kidding me? I mean, yeah. No TV timeouts? It's funny, you go back and you think about what games used to be like. I mean, it was a million years ago. Not every game was on television. And you'd be out of there in 2 hours, 2.5 hours. It's crazy. All right, so we'll get back to your phone calls in a moment. I want to bring in Kang, and based upon a couple of things. First of all, Kang, how's the podcast doing? What do we got this week?
This past guest on Kang Collects podcast, you can download on Odyssey, Apple, or Spotify, wherever you get your download your podcast. This week's episode was on Funko Pops, and what makes Funko Pops popular and valuable, things like that. So it's a fun episode, and those are great Christmas gifts, by the way, people.
Okay, so I had noticed, like, when somebody needs something, they go to you. Like Rico, what was Rico specifically looking for?
He was looking for some a hoodie. Sports hoodie. It was the old Lions logo. The new, or is that old or new? That one they just
that's on the side of the helmet, the alternate helmet. Yeah, that's an old school crawling lion with like the Ford, is it the Mustang stripes behind it or whatever. It's an awesome logo.
Yeah.
And he was looking for a hoodie with that on it.
Yeah.
And people ask you for stuff because of your connection with
just people around the area that, are by where Rico's from or whoever. Of, hey, do you know anyone who might have this or that? And sports-wise, collectibles. You
know a lot of collectible stores, memorabilia, things like that.
Yes.
Detroit Lions division champion swag. Are your guys ready to go and open Christmas Eve night?
They're ready. Listen, here's the thing. Just like you have said that you feel like you got a new job because the Lions are actually good, you're talking about something totally different you never talked about before. They feel like they got a new job because the Lions have never been good before like this, and they're able to sell a bunch of Lions swag. Like, before it was, okay, Calvin, we had Calvin Johnson, right? You kind of like, if you want a Lions jersey or a shirt, you bought something Calvin Johnson. And then there were Stafford fans, of course, too.
Yep.
But, for the longest time, the most popular Lion was Barry Sanders. And he had not played in how long? And that's what people would buy with Barry Sanders stuff.
I guess, whenever you're pre-ordering something, there's a degree of risk. But if you are a collectible or memorabilia store or sporting goods store around Metro Detroit, is the order already in for Detroit Lions NFC North Champions gear? And, I mean, what a Christmas gift on Monday for people to open up. If you stayed open late on Christmas Eve, that game will end around 4. There's no guarantees the Lions win it. But it's a risky but aggressive move that if I were in the collectible business, do you know of anybody that's doing this?
I do not, but I can put out the bat signal now and ask a few guys that I know. But they're going to be selling. I just don't know when.
It's because it'd be pretty
how soon it comes in, you know?
Yeah, I mean,
or is it going to be in like some small African country if they don't? If they
don't,
this,
yes, then they give them they ship them overseas.
Yes.
But seriously, I mean, right? If you're open late on Christmas Eve and the Lions happen to win and you got division champion gear,
that'd be pretty cool.
It would be kind of cool, and to give to a big Lions fan like 12 hours later on Christmas morning. Just a thought. 248-539-9797. We'll get on that and see if anybody will be doing that. Because that's kind of an awesome last-minute Christmas idea. Let's get to the people. We go to Brian. You're on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Brian.
Hey, what's up, guys? How are you?
We're good. Thank you.
Hey, I just got to say, are we really talking about this?
Yes.
All week long, we're really talking about this.
Yes.
We're really talking about what? We're not talking about mock drafts and I will be picking next year. We're not talking about the 18 impossible scenarios, how we can back into the playoffs. We're talking about what seed we're going to be.
Yep.
That's nuts.
It is absolutely insane. Brian, I seriously, and I will tell you, if you don't want to hear talk about playoff matchups and stuff like that, you're listening to the wrong channel, because we're going to do it. No. I can't get enough of it, Brian. I can't. We are leaning into this like the rookies that we are when it comes to this. I think it's kind of funny. I feel like this is probably teams around the NFL and fan bases around the NFL might be giggling a little bit and pointing fingers at us, and they should be. And I am giddy, absolutely giddy that we are actually talking about this. And I got stuff in my show notes about them being 18-6 in their last 18-6 in their last 24 games. That has happened. That's insane.
That has happened. It's a pleasant surprise. I tell you what, though, I can't shake the feeling, though, like I'm the spouse to a recovering alcoholic.
Yeah.
And I'm still just waiting for, them to have a bad day at work and stop at the liquor store on the way home and down a pint of vodka in the driveway. I'm just waiting for the Lions to lose the next 3 games and find a way to lose. I mean, in the back of my head, I'm staying positive. I'm all for it. I love to talk to you guys. I love the positivity. I love let's go for not the 3, not the 2. Let's go for the 1. But, man, I still can't shake that feeling.
Well, it's human nature. I'm not mad at anybody. I've shaken the feeling, but I don't blame people. This has not been a great relationship between the Detroit Lions and the fan base. For the fans, it has not been as rewarding as it has been for others. But let me tell you something. We are also hyper appreciative of what we're seeing right now. And the crazy part about it is the formula is there for sustainability. It really is. And it all comes back to having good, young, affordable players that come out of all rounds of the draft. And that's having a draft ninja might be the most valuable thing to have in the NFL. And we got one of those right now. Not perfect. Don't expect him to be. He's pretty damn good. Pretty damn good. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Linda next on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Linda.
Hi, how are you guys?
We're good, Linda. How are you?
Great. I've been watching since maybe the late 50s. So I'm older. And I think every week somebody does something great. They're all playing well, but I'm from Plymouth, so I love Aiden Hutchinson.
Okay.
He went to the same school my boys went to. My granddaughter's there. He came over for a field day. She can't stop telling people that he gave her a high five.
Nice. Nice.
So
that's your guy.
He's a good person.
That's your favorite line.
It is. That's her favorite line.
That's a good one to have. I can't believe the caller who made the very obvious observation that I'd never put together, and I don't think anybody at least 10-2 space had. He was part of a turnaround in Michigan, and now he's part of a turnaround with the Lions.
Yeah, he's great. To go over and take his time to go over to the school, give the kids a thrill. He's a good player, good person, and I think he's an addition to the Lions that's going to help them.
Without question. Linda, thank you. Happy holidays. 248-539-9797. Bob, you're next on 97 Won a Ticket. Hi, Bob.
How we doing, fellas?
Doing good.
I just wanted to talk about
how the Lions these games are huge for them, and how they're going to need to step up in the defense.
Without question. Well, what do you want to say about it?
If Jared Goff doesn't step up in these next 3 games, I don't think we can win any of them.
Well, look, I mean, I think it's more than just Goff. But by step up, if you mean just play the way he's mostly been playing the last year and a half, I'm pretty comfortable that he will do that.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah. And as far as the defense is concerned, it feels like there's a chance they've turned a corner. I don't know. I don't think they can do what they did to Denver, which was throw the kitchen sink at you. There's a unpredictability about that. On that day, I think we saw maybe the entire menu of blitz packages that Aaron Glenn has. And, you can't do that every week. But it was good to see them actually be rewarded because they've had some games that weren't awful lately. Remember the Green Bay game where the defense kept having to defend short fields and actually got a 4th down stop after Green Bay took over in their own territory? That was not a bad game by the defense. The Bears game was not a bad loss. That was a 13-13 game in the third quarter, and Chicago scored all the remaining points, not once taking over on their own side of the 50. So the defense has started to show some stuff. I think they've been average to above average in 3 of the last 4 games. So maybe we should think that the defense has turned a bit of a corner. And it's their success and failures predicated on the offense now putting them in bad positions.
Yeah, well, I think you kind of just said it, Doug. As much as we want the defense to be good and better, this team is built around the offense. It's built around the offensive line, and it's built around Jared Goff. That's how far this Lions team will go, as far as they take them. Now, they need help, and they need complementary football from the defense at times because, let's be honest, the defense isn't going to be a shutdown 3-and-out defense every single possession. Just not who they are right now. Now, they have to call up all these blitzes or whatever they have to do. They've got to play well. When they do play well, and the offense plays well, they blow out teams. That's just the way it is. But you and I know not every game is a blowout in the NFL, and especially in the playoffs. When those are literally playoff teams you're playing, it's going to be a lot more difficult.
248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, Open Lines. Who's your favorite Lion? And we got to talk about the future. I do want to talk about the future a little bit because they have some tough decisions coming up. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Harsh, Gator out today. 248-539-9797. Hope everybody's doing great this holiday season. I should like doing shows during the holidays. Seems like people are generally in a good mood. And you know what? Our football team is keeping people in a good mood. I know Michigan fans excited for the Rose Bowl. Michigan State fans, basketball team turning around a little bit. Hell of a hockey start for the Spartans up there at the new and improved Munn Ice Arena. So lots to be excited there. Red Wings sputtering a little bit. Pistons. And if you're just a sports fan, hey, the historic roofclaim.com Boca Raton Bowl tonight. UCF and Syracuse. Yes. Who's your favorite Detroit Lion? 248-539-9797. I asked a question of Kang about because he's in the collectible world and his podcast, Kang Collects, and he's got a lot of connections with people in the memorabilia industry. And we were just talking a little bit about whether or not, if the Lions win on Sunday, will anybody be so aggressive as to have shirts and hats ready to sell Sunday night, Christmas Eve night, to be under the tree the next morning? 248-539-9797. Let's go to Kurt. You're on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Kurt.
Good morning, boys. How are you doing?
Doing great. How are you?
What you're talking about is called the hot market for us screen printers.
Okay.
And there's several of us in town areas, the automatic presses that will be able to pump out 700-800 shirts an hour.
Okay, yeah, I got to stop you, Kurt, real quick, because you were breaking up bad. It's called the hot market, and what did you add?
Well, there's several of screen printers in Southeastern Oakland.
Okay, this isn't going to work. Kurt, I'm going to put you on hold. I want to hear what you have to say. We'll circle back because you're either in a bad area, you just got a bad sell. But I do want to hear this about the hot market and whether or not you can get Lions gear Sunday night, should they happen to pull this off and win the division, and then heck, Lions fans will be able to put some gifts under the tree that says NFC North champion, if they can pull it off. 248-539-9797. Just had another name added to the list of their favorite Detroit Lions. Anthony Pittman gets a vote from somebody, a Twitter account called The Warrior House.
Oh, Anthony Pittman listens to the show, and his name is The Warrior House?
I don't know if that's the case. Gonzo says, favorite player this year, I'd have to say Anzalone. I know he was seen as mediocre when we were building this all back up, but can anybody now say the dude doesn't hustle his A off? Plus, he makes plays. I'll take 100% effort guys all day over big name with occasional big plays.
You know what's great about this question is, one, obviously it's because they're good and so many players you can pick from. I mean, in football, you got to have a bunch of good guys.
Yep.
Good players, right, to be good. But there's a lot of players like that Tex just mentioned you can gravitate towards. You know, like the Anzalone. Have you seen those guys in the crowd that they wear the blonde wigs?
Yes.
And, so I think that stuff is fun, man. And you look back at the run they have, and you look back at things like that. I know C.J. Gardner-Johnson at the beginning you tried to do the ski mask thing. Yesterday he said that I think that's bad luck. I'm scrapping that thing.
Right.
But stuff like that, part of being a good team and making a run, that's the fun stuff, right?
Yep.
We didn't get to talk about that before. We were talking mock drafts.
Dude, I know. Believe me, I know. It basically became our show. All right, let's try Kurt again. Hey, Kurt, you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Is this any better?
It is so far. So what were you saying about the hot market?
Well, there are several printers in the area that have got automatic equipment that can run 700-800 shirts an hour. And, of course, we're licensed by either Nike or VF Imagewear or Starter to print, but we don't get the go-ahead until the final gun or the resolution of the game. So we could have 15, 20,000 shirts sitting there with the hologram stickers on, but we can't do anything until the final gun. So it technically would be midnight, 1, 2, 3, 4 o'clock in the morning while the printing gets done. We don't know where the shirts are going to be going because these go directly to department stores or sporting goods stores. So we're basically sitting here waiting, twiddling our thumbs, waiting for the go-ahead.
So when you say waiting for the go-ahead, you literally cannot. Are you saying you're not allowed to even print them before the game is over?
Yes. Well, within a couple of minutes, before the game is over, if it's a foregone conclusion, we'll get the go-ahead.
And when you say get the go-ahead, is that from like ownership, or is that from a licensing, or is that from the people who are ordering the shirts from you to print them? Who is the one that?
Yeah, it's the licensing people. Well, like I said, either Nike or Vanity Fair magazine company or a Starter. They're the ones that have got licensing with the NFL.
Interesting.
So they're the ones that have bought the shirts. They've got the hologram stickers. They've got the artwork already ready to go. We've already tested it out, and we have to wait until the final gun.
So you actually seen what a Lions NFC North champions shirt looks like?
I can neither deny or confirm.
All right. So is there any plan? I know it sounds ridiculous, but is there any plan to try and sell Lions shirts Christmas Eve night?
Again, if it comes to the point where we're able to go ahead and get the presses rolling, we will print, and it's up to the agencies that we are doing the work for to get them into the stores and get them into the newspapers where they're going to advertise, where they're going to get sold.
Okay, so nobody has come to you and said, we will absolutely stay open late Sunday night. Can you get us 800 shirts by 10 o'clock or 7 o'clock or something like that?
Well, yeah, we have a contract with the agency to run the job as long as we get the go-ahead. So we get the go-ahead, we're going to be running through the hours.
Okay, all right. So you'll be working.
Right.
There's a good chance you're going to be working Christmas Eve.
Oh, yeah.
All right.
We've done it before for the Stanley Cup. We've done stuff for the Tigers and for the NBA back when they won the NBA championships. We were working through the night hours, getting them done, ready to go to get picked up around 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning to get them off to the department stores. And by that time, they've already got the newspaper ads. Where are you going to get this championship? Where are you going to get that championship logo? That type of stuff.
Right.
So.
On this day and age with social media, thank you, Kurt. It was worth the wait. We appreciate it. This day and age with social media, you can be blasting out on social media open till 8 Christmas Eve selling Lions gear.
Yeah, I mean, the word I'm getting from all my people is they just, legally, they have to wait till the game is over until it's definitive. And as soon as the Lions are crowned the division champs, they can sell the gear. Now, it just depends what time that is, how late they're open, if they're in a mall or not. They're subjective to what the mall hours are. But if they're a freestanding building, they can do what they want. So, yeah, they just got to wait till this game is over.
Okay, but
I don't know who's open yet and what time the game's going to end, all that stuff.
I mean, like I said, it's an awfully aggressive idea. I don't know if it's even possible. But if anybody, they know who to get a hold of, Kang, and we can get the word out if anybody's going to be selling Lions NFC North gear if they happen to win on Sunday. 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your phone calls. We go to Mike. You're next on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Mike.
Hey, good afternoon, guys.
What's up?
One player who's quickly becoming one of my favorite players, and I liked him when we drafted him, is Ife Melifonwu.
Yeah.
I hope I said that right. And the game he had against Denver, I mean, he was all over the place. So I know we drafted him as a corner, if I remember correctly, and he was playing safety last week. So how does he fit in with Gardner Johnson coming back? And what do we do with Jerry Jacobs? Because he looked amazing out there.
Jerry Jacobs is probably now going to be a full-time special teams player, which Dan Campbell mentioned. Hey, he's really good at that. There's a role for him on this team, and it might be full-time special teams. As far as when C.J. Gardner-Johnson comes back, I don't know what happens with Melifonwu. I think you probably got a lot of guys rotating through and trying to stay fresh. As Dave Burkett told us earlier, it's a good problem to have. I don't know if you slide him over to try him with some reps at corner. They're still trying to figure it out, whether it's going to be Khalil Dorsey, Kindle Vildor, who played 17 and 18 snaps the last game. I think Dorsey played close to 40, 44 snaps at one of the corner spots. But Melifonwu, I don't know how you keep him off the field. That guy was all over the place. He was a missile.
He was everywhere, and he was fast, and he was physical. He looked a lot like Branch as far as speed and closing, but just wanted to make that comment. I know it's been a while for him to stay healthy, but he looks he looks like a really good player.
Really does. Hey, thanks for the phone call, Mike. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. So we were taking calls and texting who's your favorite Detroit Lion and some of the reasons as to why people are giving. And we got one here from, we made a bit of a joke, but it was from, make sure I get it right. The Warrior House tweets us Anthony Pittman, hashtag Go Warrior. You know, the Wayne State Warriors guy got it. Yeah, okay. And Kang made the joke on the air that Anthony Pittman, his Twitter account must be at the Warrior House. And at the Warrior House tweet us back. We are definitely not skilled enough at football to be Anthony. Just here to support Wayne State, folks. So thank you, the Warrior House.
Well, Doug.
Yeah.
We just got a ticket text during the break.
Yep.
From Ron in Sterling Heights, a.k.a. Dad of the Warrior House. Another vote for Anthony Pittman as favorite Lion as well. Local high school star Birmingham Groves, Wayne State standout, unrestricted free agent becomes a special teams specialist. Both Warrior House and dad of Warrior House are Wayne State grads, by the way.
That's hilarious. 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your phone calls. We go to Lago. You're on 97. Want to take it? What's up, Lago?
Hey, what's going on, guys?
How you doing, sir?
Good. I'm calling about my favorite player.
Yes.
I'm banking on Frank Ragnow. He embodies what Detroit's all about.
You know,
no one's even said anything about him yet.
Well, he's got a bunch of votes, I will tell you that. And, you know, we're talking about who is your favorite Detroit Lion. Yeah, he's gotten a lot of votes. I haven't had a chance to read them all. But yes, you know, Man of the Year. What is it? He's their Man of the Year nominee, right? Their NFL Walter Payton. He's the nominee for the Walter Payton Award. And let me tell you something.
All year.
What's becoming clear is that this guy's toughing it out. And, you know, Matt, sometimes you think that's just part of the job, but for some people it's tougher than others. And good for him.
I appreciate you guys.
Yep. Thank you.
Love the show. First time caller.
Well, I appreciate it, Lago. 248-539-9797. Dave is next. Hi, Dave.
Hi.
Hey.
At this point, after the Denver game, I love all the Detroit Lions.
Sure.
I'm not so sure about the field goal kicker, but my favorite Lion of all time is Jared Goff. And that's because thanks to Jared Goff, I no longer have to be a Matthew Stafford hater, and I can get some fun, pleasure, and excitement watching Matthew Stafford throw interceptions and fumble for another team. And if we have to face Matthew Stafford in the playoffs, I'm pretty confident that our defense will cause Matthew Stafford to throw at least 2 interceptions and fumble 1 time. And it won't be a problem for the Lions.
Well, we have an embargo. I probably should have invoked earlier that we don't talk about Matthew Stafford on this radio station after basically doing it every show for 5 years near the end of his career in Detroit. And it just got so tiresome. And we were one of the reasons why, look, I was a Stafford guy and defended him right to the end and said you could win a Super Bowl with him. You could win playoff games with him. You had to put the right team around him. And sure enough, that's what happened when somebody did it. Now, they've got another guy here who needs the right team around him, and we've got that right team. We've got that right team. And it's great. It's great. So I'm not quite sure the point of that call. I think the point of that call was to just hate on Stafford. And his way of doing it was saying he loved Jared Goff. Okay, whatever. But still, I don't want to play Stafford. And it's not because I'm scared of Matthew Stafford. I don't want to deal with that storyline.
Oh, will there be a storyline, Doug, if the Lions play the Rams?
Oh, my God.
So speaking of the Lions, special teams coordinator David Phipp speaking right now to reporters. You call him the Fipper, right?
Yep.
According to Kyle Meinke of MLive, they're talking about the kicking situation and what happened with Riley Patterson. And it's pretty much confirming what you and I thought, Doug. So according to Phipp and Kyle Meinke, they said that Riley Patterson was a very effective kicker from short distances, but he just didn't have much leg from deep. Michael Badgley was outplaying him in practice. Ultimately, Detroit made the change. Because like what you thought is Patterson has been he's been fine, right? Because they haven't stressed on deep kicks with him. They didn't let him kick extra points and short field goals, and he's been fine.
Yep.
But they made the change, and then they ultimately cut him. And I'm like, what team does this late in the year when there hasn't been like an egregious, he hasn't been like 50% or anything?
No, it hasn't been an egregious miss. I'm going to guess here, and it seems like a pretty safe guess, that it was affecting Dan Campbell's in-game decisions.
Absolutely.
And they didn't want to continue thinking we have to be inside like the 30-yard line to try a field goal. And, you look around the league, when the guys line up beyond 50 to 60, I expect them to make it now.
Well, we definitely expect an attempt. It's 51, they're going to kick it, right?
Yep.
With the Lions, they never even thought about it. And I think as we got deeper, Campbell knows that there's going to be some tight games possibly here, especially in the playoffs.
Yep.
I can't just go for it because we can't even kick a 52-yard field goal. Like, it's 4th and 13. I don't want to go for it. We got to kick this, right? And if Badgley's the guy that can kick it, whether he's 50% or less, at least he's got the leg to get, to maybe kick it. Patterson, I guess, was coming up short.
Yeah, we got to bring this back in play. So now it sounds like what we'll probably be dealing with, stronger leg, but maybe less accurate.
Yes.
Now, it's great. He made every kick, all 6 extra points this past Saturday. And the preferred kick is the extra point. So does that mean they've got to, they're at some point I just feel like he's like, we're going to have to try some long kicks, and we can't even try them.
Yeah, it's got to at least be an option. And I felt like they're going into this like it's not even an option.
All right, somebody, a listener by the name of Greg, just tweeted us a picture. So I want to be a little bit careful here. Maybe somebody else can confirm this. Kang, over the years, you've said to me repeatedly, I don't trust anything I see on the internet anymore.
This is true.
So when we're vetting topics before the show and we see something on the internet, and we just had another one the other day, there's so many fake accounts, so much stuff that's just fabricated. It to sift through all of it's annoying, but we have to do it. It's part of the job. Listener Greg just texted me a picture and said, these are already out at Meijer. It's a picture of a Detroit Lions shirt. It says NFC North Champions 2023, although you can't really see the second 2. Kang, I want you to come in and look at this during the commercial break and tell me if you think this is real. And it's apparently selling for $24.99 at Meijer. It's got stickers on it with the NFL hologram sticker. Another one that looks like says Trophy Collection. Are these actually available at Meijer?
Obviously, I can't speak on that, but I do know that we did get a text from someone to say that they wanted us to know that some stores they've seen already have shirts because he took a picture with one on 12/11, which was 10 days ago. He thinks obviously someone put them out by accident. That's Steve and Adrian that texted us that. So I don't know if this is a mistake, if they're allowed to do this, or if it's even real or not, that picture, because you know how I feel about the internet.
Yep.
Everything's fake.
Everything's fake. Interesting. 248-539-9797. Maybe somebody can confirm that they've seen. Anybody seen Lions NFC North champion shirt? Listener Greg tweet us a picture, says these are out at Meijer. We got the people on it. 248-539-9797. Want to know if people are going to take advantage of this? We'll tell you what it is today at 11:54 here on Carson Anderson 97.1. Got a question for Michigan fans. And the news of the actual notice of allegations came out. We'll get to that in a few minutes. The NFC North Champions gear that was tweeted to us by a listener, Greg. It's an NFC North Champions Lions shirt. 2023. It's got the Lions logo. And again, anything can be fabricated on the internet. I have no reason not to believe Greg or to believe Greg. But it's apparently, he said they already have these at Meijer. It's got a NFL hologram sticker on it. It's a trophy collection sticker and a price of $24.99. And he said, he tweeted us again and said the Meijer on Adams Road in Rochester. Here's my question. Can they sell this because at the very worst, the Lions are going to be co-NFC North champions and would lose the tiebreaker to Minnesota? But would they technically be the NFC North champion? They'd just be tied? I don't know how that's done in the NFL.
I mean, whether it's a for sure thing or not, I don't think you can sell it, though. That's, not yet.
Yeah, I don't know what this is. Like, I don't know if that's
we know
the workaround.
We know they print them up before it happens. It's like any national championship game. You print up both teams winning it, and then whoever wins is the one gets the release.
Well, that guy that called earlier said that they can't do it till they actually get approval from the people who have the license to do it, and they won't do it until they know that they've got it clinched. But yeah, I'm used to seeing stuff. But all right, I do have a question for Michigan fans. First, Michigan did get their notice of allegations from the NCAA. Yesterday, this was for the football staff contacting recruits during the COVID-19 period, which were level 2 violations. But according to sources, ESPN is reporting that Jim Harbaugh faces level 1 violations for allegedly not cooperating or misleading NCAA investigators. Harbaugh has adamantly stated that that's not the case, but he did sit out a 3-game suspension earlier in the year. Michigan tried to negotiate that suspension with the NCAA. They rejected it. So we will see what it leads to. I believe Michigan now has 90 days to respond. And then the NCAA has 60 days to respond to that. So there was nothing new in this other than it just became formal. And so you're looking at 5 months from now is when they will, is the early or the latest, I guess we will have some sort of, it could happen earlier. I mean, Michigan could respond today, I suppose, if they wanted to, but I suspect that the people in the athletic department and other things that they're worried about right here, right now, but they will respond. And when they do respond, then the NCAA has 60 days to respond to that. This one's going to go back and forth likely. But this is, again, about the level 2 infractions, which had 2 things: illegal contact during the COVID period and an on-field analyst allegedly being involved in on-field coaching activities, which, I mean, these are rule violations. And as I've said a million times, when there are rule violations, get it all out. Get it all out. Because you don't need anything. The longer these things linger, the worse they can become. And the drip, drip, drip. I was covering the Fab Five. It wasn't really Fab. There were 5 players involved, but only Chris Webber from the Fab Five. That whole thing back in the 90s, that paralyzed Michigan basketball for years. And so my takeaway from that as a young reporter experiencing something like that for the first time was you want to get it all out there as quickly as possible, because if you don't, if something doesn't get discovered, and then gets discovered years later and starts the whole thing all over again. I don't know that anything much significantly more serious will come out of this particular case. The Connor Stalions one could be bad if it leads up the totem pole there, but I've been told that it's likely that most of the bad news, the worst allegations, are out there already. So We'll see. 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your phone calls. We go to Jeff. You're next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Jeff.
Hey, Doug. What's going on?
How you doing, sir?
I'm doing great. I'm just calling in about the Lions NFC North Championship shirts.
Yes.
So I don't work for Myers, but I do service Myers every day, Monday through Friday. I just left one about 10, 15 minutes ago.
Yep.
And right in the front, when you walk in the front, they always got, like, you know, what's going on in sports. Like right now they got a whole rack of Michigan Wolverines Rose Bowl stuff. I ain't seen anything Lions related when it comes to NFC North Championship stuff.
Okay.
So I'm calling BS.
Okay. No, I appreciate it. Have you been to the Meyer on Adams Road in Rochester by chance?
Nope, I have not been to that one, but I have been to the Sterling Heights one very recently.
Yeah.
And I have not seen that. It's all Michigan Rose Bowl stuff. Like right when you walk in, you know, they're always trying to go with the latest and greatest with,
sure,
you know, what's in the news right now. And I haven't seen no Lions stuff.
Yep, I hear you. Well, they'll be they'll be all over opening day when that comes. And so yeah, I hear you. I appreciate you telling us. I just find it curious. We were having a little bit of a fun discussion about whether or not this stuff could get printed and on the shelves Christmas Eve night.
Yeah.
And that's
every time I'm a big Michigan fan, big time. I love you on the radio.
Thank you.
I thought that was super classy what you did for Brand Standard during the Michigan-Ohio State game.
Wow.
But when when you got Michigan stuff up, I can't buy enough Michigan stuff. So I'm always walking over to the rack to see what's new, what I don't have, you know, if I want to buy something. But I ain't seen that Lions stuff over there.
Okay. Hey, thanks, Jeff, for the intel. Appreciate it.
Yeah, well, Jeff will be able to get Michigan National Championship shirts at Meyer on Adams in Rochester tomorrow. So they yeah. I mean, if this is true, they kind of jumped the gun over there at that Myers. So I don't know if it's true or not.
We don't know if it's true. You've seen the picture, though.
Yeah, I mean, you know how I say everything on the internet's fake? It also looks really real. But
the fake stuff looks real.
It makes the fake stuff look real, but I don't know. Context, you know, things are staged. I have no idea anymore, Doug. I can't take anything.
Yeah, is it technicality the best Minnesota can do is tie him?
Yeah, but even then, isn't someone the outright winner? Someone's got to be the higher seed.
Yes.
So someone is... There's no co-Super Bowl champion. You know, there's there's like a winner, right? Even if you have the same record. That's the thing about the NFL that's different from college football. It's not an invitational. You don't go in a room and pick who else you think should deserve that spot.
Right.
There are rules in the NFL, and they will go down that tiebreaker, you know, pecking order, whatever they have, and eventually pick the winner of the NFC North because someone's got to be the higher seed.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, I've never thought of it that way. I've always thought, even if you have the same record, there's a tiebreaker, and that makes you the champion. But if somebody's selling NFC, this looks like licensed gear, what's the workaround? Is the workaround that if the Lions finish 10-7 and Minnesota wins their last 3 games and finish 10-7 but wins the tiebreaker, are the Lions still, quotes, NFC North champions? It won't feel like it, I'll tell you that.
Well, they definitely won't have the head-to-head. If that's the first tiebreaker, I guess that's not the first. I don't know.
Right. It is the tiebreaker, but is it just for seeding? I don't know. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Chris next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Chris.
Good morning. How you guys doing today?
Doing good, Chris.
Hey, I was at the Rochester Adams Meyer last Friday before the Broncos game. They had those sweatshirts on sale. I sent you guys a picture of to the ticket text line.
Okay.
So yes, it's real. They were there.
We unfortunately can't see text through the ticket text line. You can tweet it to us at Doug and Gator 971. So you've seen these?
Yes, sir.
Wow.
Seen them.
Wow.
Yep.
I mean, look.
I felt like it was a jinx. I sent the picture to a couple of buddies, and we're all just clenching our butt cheeks over it.
Don't let the Vikings see this.
Chris, I'm not big with jinxes and like, you know, jinxing anything. I don't know the rules. I don't buy into it. And we talk about the playoffs all the time. Is that jinxing them, in your opinion?
I've been a lifelong fan, lived away for over a decade and came back, and I don't know. I don't feel good about it being out there, but then after we laid down the beating on Denver on Saturday night, I felt a lot better about it, but it still doesn't feel right. It'll feel better after we win Sunday.
You saw the shirt the day before they beat Denver.
Correct. Yep.
Wow.
No, see, this is what I think. I think they're not supposed to put them out. They have the product, but they're putting them out, and they're not supposed to. They also have a shirt that says that the Pistons 3-79. We don't know the Pistons are going to win the third game. What are they putting this stuff out for? They're jinxing them. That's why. Why is this Meyer jumping the gun on all this stuff?
248-539-9797. All right, we got a guy on hold who says he's the one that took the picture and sent it to us. We'll get to his call today at 12:02. Reminder, you can win Lions tickets. We'll tell you how next hour as well here on Carson Anderson, 97.1. Doug Karsch, Gator out today, 248-539-9797. Great to be with you. Look, we're giving away Lions tickets today. And Greg, hang on hold there because I want to get to your call. But we're giving away Lions tickets. Got to make that announcement again. If you are the first one with the correct answer to a Carson Anderson quiz question today at 141. And the quiz question is always something said on that day's show. So once we establish that we're giving away tickets, hopefully you can listen all the way through. And then just try and be quick on the phone. First one with the correct answer at 248-539-9797. You get the Lions tickets for the game coming up on January 7th against the Vikings. But they're not just tickets. They're tickets in the Miller Lite Tap Room. If you don't win and want another chance to win, stop by the Buffalo Wild Wings in Waterford tonight on Highland Road for the Thursday Night Football Feast. A Buffalo Wild Wings with Wojo and Rieger from 6 to 8. That is for another chance to win, courtesy of Miller Lite and Buffalo Wild Wings. 248-539-9797. All right, so we got a bit of a hot one here. I just made a comment. It occurred to me that, hey, at 4 o'clock on Sunday, Christmas Eve, the Detroit Lions could be NFC North champs. And wouldn't it be awesome if you could get a Detroit Lions NFC North champs shirt for that Lions fan, a hat for that Lions fan for Christmas Day, and whether or not any stores that would sell these kinds of things are going to stay open on Christmas Eve late to be able to provide the public with that, in which case we'd help get the word out because this would be kind of a cool thing for sports fans to do. So we had a guy said he worked at a printing company that has all the has a bunch of licenses, and they actually can't print it until they get the thumbs up, and they won't give them the thumbs up until the game's in the books. But we got a tweet from a listener, Greg, and it was a picture of a shirt. It was an NFC North Champions shirt with the Lions logo. It's got the NFL hologram sticker. He said, these are already out at Meijer. And we were like, okay, cool. We appreciate it. But everything that we see on the internet and social media, we can't believe. We have to try and verify it. And he tweeted back and said they're on the Meijer on Adams Road in Rochester. And Greg joins us now here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Greg.
Hey, how's it going?
Good.
I did not think one picture would start a big stir like this.
Well, it's interesting. When did you see this shirt?
Sir, what's today? 2 days ago.
Okay, so you saw it Tuesday. They already had it out.
Yep, Tuesday, and I sent it to my friends. I sent the picture to my friends, and they were like, "Oh no, this is going to be a jinx." And I'm like, "That's why I took the picture." I couldn't believe they had them out already, especially knowing the Lions' history.
Have you been back to see if they're still out?
No,
okay.
I have not. I was actually working out there, and I had to stop in there to get a couple things.
Okay. Kang, have we had
100% legit.
Okay.
100% legit.
I just wonder if it's because they, at the very least, will be a 10-7 Lions team and a 10-7 Vikings team, and I don't know if that technically makes them division champs, even though they'd lose the tiebreaker. But
I think this is a mistake by the store. I think it's a mistake.
Do you?
I think either someone went rogue or someone doesn't know sports. Like, we kind of work in this world where, like, what do you mean you don't know sports, right? Because that's what our world revolves around. But there's other people that's just a shirt. And I'm putting up a shirt, whether it was the stock person or the manager said, hey, put out those shirts. They don't know that what it says on the shirt means something other than Lions.
Right. It might be, hey, go get that. We're sold out of Lions shirts on that rack. Go get another box, and they just opened up the wrong box and took the wrong shirt and put it out there.
Yes, because they should not be selling those shirts as far as all the information I'm getting, because they're not division champs yet.
No, I mean,
And we have people texting us saying, I'm heading there right now doing a recon for us.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, maybe we'll find out how legit this is. 248-539-9797. Thank you, everybody, for checking it out. All right, I had a question I wanted to get to because I've never done this. I've seen it advertised, and it's come out again, and I guess it has to be successful because it keeps happening. But yesterday it was released that Imagine Theater was going to show the Rose Bowl. And I think the ticket was $20, and you can watch Michigan play Bama on the monster screens at an Imagine Theater. And there would be beer and there would be food. So I remember seeing this, I'm pretty sure it was a year ago. And over the last couple of years, I guess, that they've done this for some big games, and they've done it for UFC fights. And I have a couple thoughts on it. One is just the idea that maybe it's just cheap to put on. You're just putting a game that's on TV on, although I'd have to think you wouldn't be able to sell tickets without paying some sort of rights fee. Am I wrong? I think you'd have to pay some sort of rights fee. But additionally, it's possible that it's really good, that people enjoy it. I don't know first thing about it, but I'm interested in fans. I've never done it. Ken, you've never done it, right? Going to watch one of these games in an Imagine Theater or a UFC fight or anything?
No, not at the movie theater.
I mean, at your point in your life with your two little girls, I'm not sure it's high on your list of your to-do list, but
I mean, to get away from them sometimes. No, but I have not done this.
248-539-9797. I'm intrigued if this is something that people really enjoy. They've done it. Is it good? Is it bad? Would you do it again? 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. John, you're on 97.1 A Ticket. What's up, John?
Hey, I work at Myers and Commerce.
Yeah.
And we've got boxes of those shirts. We've been told specifically not to put them out. That was a couple days ago. And apparently somebody at work has got pods in their ears and is listening to you guys, because a manager came back a little while ago and counted the boxes and said under no circumstances are they to be open or moved anywhere until Sunday.
Wow.
And we're a union place. It's not a great union, but we're in a union place. And I believe we're supposed to close at 5:00. I can't swear to that because I'm not working Sunday, but I believe the closing time is 5:00, and I don't know that Myers would have any plans whatsoever to stay open, because they'd have to get something going with the union in order to stay open. But the shirts are there. They're definitely there.
Okay, so you've seen the shirts in the back. If the Lions win the game, and you might not be able to answer this question, if the Lions win the game Sunday and 4:00 rolls around, are those shirts going to go out and be sold between 4 and 5?
My best guess, as a guy who's worked there for a couple of years, is that somebody is going to be monitoring that game. I don't know if it'll be at corporate. I don't know if it'll be management. But if they're done by 4:00 and we don't close till 5, I'm going to guess that the Lions shirts will be out there. But I couldn't swear to it. I'm definitely not management.
Yeah. Okay. Well, thanks for the intel, John.
Merry Christmas, too, Doug.
Merry Christmas to you. Appreciate it. I mean, it would make sense, right? If you're at a Meijer, you put those shirts out as soon as that game goes final, and even if they're only open for an hour.
Oh, absolutely. There might be even a rush, but
I was about to say you might need to let people know.
Yeah, but you can't do it now. I mean, I don't doubt that they have these ready to go in the back, like he just said. I mean, we're getting a lot of texts from people that work at other Meijers are saying the same thing. Like, yeah, we got them. You're not supposed to put them out. Actually, some are saying there's actually a written notice on them not to put them out, things like that. So, yeah, you're not supposed to put them out yet.
Hey, while we have this opportunity, I just want to point out that we here are saddened with the news that Ken Calvert has passed away. The Detroit radio legend, but it really came onto my radar as the voice of essentially the Palace of Auburn Hills. He was the voice of the Pistons, but the way that he would introduce players, the way he would introduce Joe Dumars in particular, it's funny because his voice, his name, and his face, I completely associate with the Bad Boy era Pistons, which I think is an awesome association for a person to have. And obviously did more than just that in Detroit radio. But, if we all have our stories about, famous people, to me, that's what I associate Ken Calvert with, is the bad boy era of the Pistons. And he certainly left his mark and will be missed, and express our condolences to his family. And Kang, did he follow you on Twitter or something?
Yeah. I think he was a fan of the show and the station, and he loves sports. Obviously, he was like you mentioned, did the PA announcements for the Pistons for a long time, and so I still listen to sports. I'm sure still watch the Pistons and things like that. And growing up, that was the voice I heard too, and the Bad Boys and the Final Countdown music. I mean, still gives me chills when I watch back the highlights. Isaiah Thomas tweeted out today or last night a YouTube video of Ken calling the team out after their championship. It's a great voice, great call.
Yep.
Right.
Yep. Detroit legend. 248-539-9797. Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Carson Anderson, Gators out today, 248-539-9797. So, got a few things going on. Talking about the Detroit Lions a little bit. Who's your favorite Detroit Lion? I mentioned that Michigan's game against Alabama will be shown at an Imagine Theater. they've done this before, and I've never heard any reaction, what it's like, whether or not people have any interest in this. If they keep doing it, it must be successful. We mentioned the Michigan notice of allegations that now we hurry up and wait for 5 months. I wonder if this impacts Jim Harbaugh's future. Like, does Harbaugh basically say, forget it and leave? Some people think the NCAA is trying to get him to leave college football. A lot of fans think that. I don't know if that's true or not. I would say whatever happened, get it all out. The sanctions, the way the NCAA works, I feel like sanctions are never as serious as people think they should be. We just saw Kansas and Tennessee's sanctions for some level 1 stuff. Michigan has one level 1 complaint at this point. Kansas had multiple. Tennessee had multiple. So just get it all out and I tend to think, I don't know all the details, but tend to think, take your punishment and move on from it. But that's out there. 248-539-9797. We also got people chasing down Lions champion shirts that were apparently made available to at a Meijer. And people sent us pictures that already Lions NFC North champions gear is out there. Now, we had a guy call from a printer saying, no, you can't do that until you've been given the go-ahead by the people that license it, and the people that license it won't do it until Sunday when the game is almost determined. And then they'll work late banging those shirts out Christmas Eve night. But I don't know. I mean, is it to put them on sale on the 26th? Because who's going to be open on Christmas Day? Now, Meijer, we had a guy call from Meijer and say, yeah, we got the shirt. It was a different Meijer. We got the shirts in the back. But he was pretty sure they closed at 5 o'clock on Christmas Eve. And if that's the case, they could have an hour to put those shirts out there. So 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. We go to Adam. You're next on 97.1. Hi, Adam.
Hey, how's it going, Carson?
What's up?
So about the Michigan-Alabama game being played on the big screen at Imagine, I believe you said.
Yes.
My whole problem with it is you're not gonna. They're not all gonna buy cable, so they're gonna be streaming the game more likely. So. And I haven't been to one of these, but in the back of my head, all I'm thinking is there's going to be someone on there. Since it's streaming, it might be on a delay. So you're in a theater packed full of people. You might get some a-hole that decides to blurt something out like as if someone scored or something, and we haven't even seen it on the big screen.
Well, that's not
so
good.
I think that would annoy a lot of people.
I would agree with that.
But, yeah. But I get the appeal of seeing it on the big screen and all of that, but, you know, no one wants it spoiled. They kind of want to see it in real time, not some random guy in the corner screaming and yelling because something happened.
Yeah, you're right about that. Have you ever gone to one of the UFC fights that they put on those screens?
Yes.
And was it good?
Good, but same kind of situation. I don't know if it was a delay. You'd think that the theater would buy it on pay-per-view, but I don't know how they necessarily broadcast those from the projector and stuff. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Interesting. Thank you, Adam. 248-539-9797. I didn't think about that. Somebody's yelling out spoilers. I guess that can happen in any sports bar, but if it's streamed, there's even a longer delay. Next up is Wes. You're on 97.1 to take it. Hi, Wes.
Hey, how you doing?
Doing good.
Can I tell you a quick story about I met Ken Calvert?
Sure.
Yeah, I worked at the Grand Prix for 12 years, from 82 to 93. And he was up at the GM World's Greatest Party in 84, 85.
Okay.
And that's when he was Joe Napoli was his radio man.
Okay.
And he was there talking to a couple beautiful women. And I started talking to a very nice guy. And I walked over and I bought him a couple of Heinekens. I didn't buy them, but it was free.
Right.
And he was very cordial. And I wanted him going again. And I was talking to him about 2 hours. This is before he was a Piston announcer. And that's when I met Bill Bonds and Chris Hansen. So I was very blessed to be a volunteer to meet him. So
well, that's cool. That's cool. And obviously giving you 2 hours. 2 hours is a lot.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, it was. It's nice to be a volunteer for 12 years for the Grand Prix. So,
Yeah.
anyways, that's all I want to tell you.
Thank you for calling 248-539-9797. Glad to hear he was classy with you. Let's go to David next here on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, David.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
We're doing good. Thank you.
Awesome. First of all, Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, all that kind of stuff.
Merry Christmas to you.
When the one guy called and was talking about, we can't print until the game's over and everything else.
Yep.
How did I get my Stanley Cup championship shirt walking out of the arena?
So I don't know, and it might have been different rules for different leagues.
Oh, I guess I never looked at it that way. But I mean,
because I remember I had a friend. I was down in San Antonio, and I bumped into her, and she was her job at the time was she was part of the company that distributed NBA champion stuff, and they had truckloads of San Antonio Spurs NBA champion stuff, and I bumped into her the night of Game 6 that the Pistons had won, and she was walking through our hotel lobby, and she was like, we were about to sell all this stuff, and now we got to wait a couple days, and the Pistons obviously lost Game 7, but yeah, there's you can pre-print it, but I know it's been pre-printed before, but that dude said the official licensing with his company, they're not printing anything until it's solved. Until the game,
right. That's why
over.
I'm in 100% agreement with you as far as like the Myers or whatever, because the one in Commerce, I have friends that work there, and they called me immediately or whatever and told me, hey, we got this stuff, and their plan is the 4 o'clock to 5 o'clock window.
Yeah.
Get that stuff out there. They're going to have kids out on the road waving people down saying, hey, we got this stuff,
Yeah,
so
they should
get that last minute sales. But
I think it's an
awesome
awesome idea for a Lions fan to Christmas Eve, you celebrate, hopefully, knock on wood here, that you celebrate a division championship, and then you can sprint out and get your T-shirt or your hat for the Lions fan and your family to open up on Christmas Day. Quick turnaround. He called the guy that worked for the printer, said it's a hot market. That's what they call a hot market. Now, we just got this tweet from @BinXWin. The tweet says, UPS Church from Twitch reporting in at Meyer on Rochester and Adams. They already pulled the shirts off the shelf. So it sounds as though, and thank you for the reconnaissance mission, it sounds as though they weren't supposed to put them out.
Yeah, we got some texts saying they actually went up there and talked to one of the managers or workers and said that, yeah, they weren't supposed to put them out. They're not out anymore.
We blew it for people.
Yeah, I wonder if they even sold any, or if they even the barcode came up and it wasn't, they weren't even sellable, because you're technically not allowed to sell those unless some made it through the cracks, and maybe some people got theirs early and lucky, but they weren't supposed to sell them. And that one guy that worked for that company, maybe that was his company policy. They couldn't print them until then, but we obviously know they get printed.
Yep.
It's just you can't put them on the floor to sell them yet.
Yeah, well, that's why I asked him. I said, is this, I was trying to get as specific as I could. And he said that they get, it's the licensor that tells them when to go. He said it's Nike that tells them when to go. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson. By the way, you can stream the show with the Odyssey app. Download it for your mobile device today, AUDACY. And then you can listen to the show anywhere in the United States or Canada with your mobile device. Someday you'll wish you had it, so you may as well download it today. It's free, and you can use the rewind feature back up and listen to anything up to 24 hours. You can also stream through our website, 971theticket.com, where the Birch Kid and Evan do a great job. Also streaming with video on twitch.tv. Search up, go to twitch.tv on the internet, search up 971 The Ticket. Bam, there we are. Streaming live, myself and Kang today, and streaming through at YouTube. Go to youtube.com, search up 971 The Ticket there. All right, 248-539-9797. Back to your phone calls and feedback. Also, this could be in play Sunday. Keep in mind, it's rare, but it could be in play Sunday. We'll get to that today at 12:31. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Well, we got a huge football weekend here in Michigan coming up, and listeners, they're loving the Playgun Lake Casino and Sportsbook app. It's the only app I personally recommend right here in the state of Michigan. They've got odds, bets, slots, and games. You download the Playgun Lake Casino and Sportsbook app right now, and you can play all your favorite casino games too, right at your fingertips. The casino and the sportsbook, they're right in your pocket and go wherever you go in the state of Michigan. Play popular online slots like 88 Fortunes, Cleopatra's Gold, and Wheel of Fortune. New slots, Atomic Meltdown, Imperial Wealth. Play with a live dealer on your phone. Enjoy blackjack, roulette, baccarat. Check out Ultimate Texas Hold'em on the Playgun Lake Casino and Sportsbook app. They got a great offer right now for new users. Download the Playgun Lake app and get up to $1,000 casino bonus back if you're down in the first 24 hours. The Playgun Lake Casino and Sportsbook app. It's your time to play. New users only. Casino bonus must be wagered. Terms and conditions apply. See website at playgunlake.com for details. You must be 21 and in Michigan. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or Michigan Problem Gambling Helpline at 1-800-270-7117.
Doug Karsch, Gator out today. Merry Christmas, everybody. Well, we got something going on here. It wasn't really intentional. We just kind of had the random thought that wonder if anybody's going to sell Lions NFC North champion stuff. If the Lions win, I emphasize if they win at Minnesota on Sunday, because it'd be kind of a cool gift on Christmas Day, but it's Christmas Eve, and you won't know till 4 o'clock. Kang, you got a lot of friends and acquaintances because of your side hustle, the Kang Collects podcast, where you talk to a lot of store owners that sell memorabilia and this kind of stuff. Nobody's confirmed to you that they're going to try and sell Lions shirts on Sunday night. They're all going to have them, but are they going to try and sell them Sunday night?
Yeah, they'll put out an internet blast, so you can shop online. Of course, you won't have it in hand though if you do that. But as long as they're able to stay open and for as long as they'll sell them that night.
Gotcha. No, they will, but they might not.
Yeah, but they might not be open depending on the hours.
Yeah, because if you're in a mall and the mall's closed, you're kind of screwed.
Exactly.
Freestanding store, you got a chance. But then somebody tweeted us a picture of a Myers NFC from Meijer of an NFC North Champions Lions shirt that apparently accidentally got put out because we've been told that they have since been.
They've been pulled off the shelves. And someone texts us, there's a district manager of Meijer right now who just had a heart attack listening to your show. Because apparently you could get fined or some kind of,
Hope not.
Yeah, or something could happen.
Hope that was just a simple mistake.
Yeah.
There's no damage. 248-539-9797. John is next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, John.
Hey, great show.
Thank you.
Just seen a pop-up tent at Outer Drive and 4th Street selling Bad Boy T-shirts and Lions Championship T-shirts 2024. Just kidding.
Okay.
But I was wondering if I could put this out there. Maybe people could hear this and maybe something might happen. If the Lions do go into the playoffs and get home games, and obviously they're sellouts, is there any way Comerica Park can open up their gates and let us come in and watch it on the big screen? That'd be cool.
I had that thought today, right? Because you've got the Ilitch family organization that owns LCA, that owns the Comerica Park Tigers. They own Fox Theater, right? I mean, so somebody down there should do something. And I'm not sure what that, how that works when you've got competing owners for different teams. I suspect that you would think they might want to work hand in hand. But yeah, if there's game watching parties, like imagine having a game watching party in the Fox on that screen. Just to be down close to it. Tailgate, like get to tailgate before a playoff game and then walk in. I mean, honestly, the last time we hosted one of these things, it's out at the Silverdome. And Silverdome, the Silverdome was a challenge with one giant parking lot that it seemed like everybody was going to. Whereas in downtown Detroit, I think people, if you have your routine, you've got your own little enclave and not everybody's driving to the same lot. So my experience, I've liked going to Ford Field way better because there were different places people were trying to get to and not everybody trying to file into the same lot. But yeah, tailgating and then go watch it at a theater downtown, that'd be awesome. Now, I just did speak to somebody who worked here at the station and also used to work at an Imagine Theater because we were just talking about how the Michigan Rose Bowl game is going to be on at Imagine Theaters. And he admitted that it was kind of a pain in the butt, that there were people that would yell things out and spoil it for everybody because it's often streamed or on a satellite and sometimes it didn't work and there were some challenges. It sounds like a great idea, and if they keep doing it, they've got to have some success with it, one would think.
Yeah, they do. I got actually an email from someone from Imagine Theaters, one of their directors, and they said they'll have multiple theaters showing the game, Doug.
Yeah.
And for the concern about streaming, that most of their locations have DirecTV or Comcast for something like this.
Okay.
So
it won't be streamed. That's good. That's good to know. I mean, we get these releases.
Yeah.
And it happens, for UFC fights. It happens. I've seen it happen for other big games. They keep doing it for a reason. If it wasn't good, they wouldn't keep doing it. So it's just an interesting option for people on New Year's Day, if you so choose. 248-539-9797. Mike, you're next. Hi, Mike.
Hey, sorry, I'm backing up here. I apologize.
okay.
Something that happens, and I learned it back when Michigan State was in the Final Four. But they already have these shirts made up for the winner and the loser. It says Michigan State champion, Ohio State champion, and whoever loses, there's a group of people that bought them. They donated the shirts to us, and we took them on a mission trip to Zambia. So Ohio State won, Michigan State lost, and so all the kids in Zambia got Michigan State national champion shirts, even though they weren't the national champions. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So we got to Zambia, the middle of nowhere, and out in this village, we're running around. There's kids with MSU championship shirts on, but they didn't win. And it was really, really funny. I of course held some back and gave some to my biggest Sparty friends.
You were actually part of the crew that distributed the shirts, huh?
Yeah, and it happens all the time.
Yeah.
Like it's like a little urban legend market that takes place. The losing team, you get the shirts. They really want you to take them out of the country. So in all these foreign countries, there's kids running around in shirts stating the wrong champion, but they're still championship shirts.
I do have vague memories of talking to the girl I knew who was doing this in San Antonio when the Pistons upset the Spurs in Game 6 of 2005. Was that I think it was the 2005 NBA Finals. And everybody thought it was going to be a celebration. I thought I was going down to San Antonio and coming back. And then the Pistons won the game, and we spent a couple extra days there doing shows, and then Game 7. And I remember her saying, yeah, we'd go from like making $10 per shirt to selling an entire crate full of them for 99 cents to people who donate them overseas.
I always wonder, like, that village in Zambia he's talking about, like if they've gotten all the loser shirts. It's like an alternate world.
Yes.
You go out there like, oh my God, the Pistons won 3 championships, or no, they only won 1, and then like they lost the next 2, or whatever it is. It's a completely like opposite world, bizarre world.
It's the exact opposite of what happened. It's the island of misfit shirts. What it is.
Yeah, Brady's Super Bowl record is 2-5, right, or whatever. I don't know, 2-7 or whatever.
Vikings never lose in the Super Bowl.
Yeah, exactly.
Buffalo had a hell of a run. They won a bunch of Super Bowls.
The Pistons went 79-3. No, I'm just kidding.
248-539-9797. Oops, that's on me. Let's go to Mike in Roseville. You're on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Mike.
Fellas, how y'all doing?
We're good, Mike. How are you?
And that is true about them Lion shirts. The one on 13 Mile and Little Mac, they had them on the shelves already.
Wait, so you saw them at a different Meijer? You saw NFC North champion shirts?
13 Mile and Middle Belt. I mean, not Middle Belt, sorry. 13 Mile and Little Mac.
Wow.
And I refused to buy one because I don't want to jinx our boys. I felt if I bought one, they'd go 10-7 and have an SOL moment and lose to Minnesota here the last game of the season, so I didn't buy it.
Okay, so you're walking through Meijer. Was it in the one guy called and said, yeah, they always have those on the front display. Was it displayed up front, or was it in the back, or where did you see it?
No, it was in the athletic section where all the other Lion shirts and stuff like that is at, the apparel.
Interesting.
By the men's wear.
Well, I'll start with this, Mike. We appreciate your commitment to not wanting to jinx the Detroit Lions, and thank you for the recon mission to let us know.
No problem.
All right, take care. Merry Christmas. 248-539-9797.
Is there a Meijer in Minneapolis that has Minnesota Vikings NFC North Championship gear?
One would wonder. Wow.
So you're saying there's a chance? Yeah. Well, that's probably headed to Zambia. Actually.
That one might be.
The Vikings came back and won it? Wow. Nick Mullins.
Yeah, in this alternative universe, you realize how good the Lions are?
Yeah.
They went 16-0. Yeah. They were the first team ever to go 16-0.
It is a bizarre world.
Let's go to Bill. You're next on 97 on the ticket. What's up, Bill?
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Doing good.
I just you mentioned something about favorite Lion. It's got to be Amon-Ra for me. I mean, that's gonna go down as one of the best draft picks in franchise history.
It's incredible how good he is. I mean, he is, and he's starting to get recognized as such. I think we're getting to the point where his name's going to start showing up near the top of the league in terms of established great receivers.
Absolutely. And I was wondering, do you guys know if I know Minnesota Stadium is kind of a dome or a roof. Do you know if it's retractable?
No, it's not.
Okay, because I was just wondering if that'd be a nice little trick the Vikings could play on the Lions is retract the roof. If it was try to give them an advantage. But I really wanted to call about Ken Calvert. A lot of us around here that have been lifelong Detroiters kind of grew up with the guy, and I just I had surgery back late last year, and I rehabbed with Ken at the same PT facility last March, and I heard his voice, and once you hear his voice, you kind of automatically know that's him.
Yep.
But I walked up to him and I said, Ken Calvert, and he said, God bless you. He was just great. He was just, and we talked about a lot of things. There was a guy I grew up with, played Little League with in Clawson. There was a colleague of his at CSX, but I just wanted to say rest in peace, KC. We'll miss you.
Hey, thank you for sharing. That's a great story.
Thanks.
Yep. Merry Christmas. All right, I got sidetracked. Something could be in play on Sunday. Very rare, but it could be in play this Sunday when the Lions take on Minnesota. We'll get to that today at 12:48. Open lines, whatever's on your mind, fair game. Let's go. Carson Anderson, 97.1. Doug Harsh, Gator out today. Merry Christmas, everybody. Okay. Something you don't think about all the time, but we may as well think about it. You know what else works this week at Minnesota? Lions taking on the Vikings. With a win, they win the division championship. But just a heads up, okay? File this away because this could be a factor. This could be a factor. Just saying. You ready? You know what else works this weekend? The partially comical NFL tie. If the Lions and Vikings go to overtime, the partially comical tie clinches the division. So, it doesn't help in the battle for the 2 seed necessarily, but the Lions will control their own if they tie Minnesota, they win the division. They still will control their own destiny for the 2 seed when matched up with the Cowboys because they play the Cowboys next week and could hang a loss on them and then win their last game against Minnesota and have a better record than the Cowboys. But they won't control their own destiny as it pertains to Philadelphia. But if the Lions tie the Vikings, they are division champs. So keep that in the back of your mind as overtime goes on. 248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback. Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. We go to Mark on 97.1. What's up, Mark?
Hey, guys. How are you?
Doing good.
So, yeah, so I have this, we're talking about the where you find swag all over the world, right?
Yep.
So my wife and I did a safari in Africa.
Yeah.
And we're in the van going to the drop-off point, and the woman across us, who's one of the staff members, has a Michigan football champions shirt on for the year they didn't win.
Was this recently?
Well, it was a little while ago.
Okay. So for a year they didn't win a national championship.
Right.
Interesting.
Yep.
I'm trying to. I mean,
no. So we just got a kick out of it because we said, hey, that's not true, but
whatever.
But she had the shirt on because, as you mentioned, right?
Yep.
Stuff that gets printed and doesn't have a market here, right? Locally, they ship out. And they shipped the stuff out to South Africa.
Yeah,
we saw it. Anyhow,
it's funny, and hopefully these Lions shirts aren't on their way to Zambia. My God, what a disaster that would be! 3 games to go. Lions NFC North champion shirts accidentally end up on the shelves now at 2 different Meijers in Metro Detroit, and they end up in Zambia.
Yeah, the Meijer out there. Right, the Meijer in Zambia has also all this Lions gear that never happened.
Yeah,
the Meijer out there must be fantastic, by the way. Just
the swag you can get.
Yes, unbelievable.
248-539-9797. Joe, you're next. Hi, Joe.
Hey, how's it going? Happy holidays.
You too.
I have a sports merchandise story gone wrong.
Okay.
I lived and worked in South America in Bolivia, and I was in Bolivia one day in downtown La Paz, the capital, and I saw a young kid wearing a Buffalo Sabres Stanley Cup Championship T-shirt. If you remember back to the goal, the called back goal crease? That everybody still disputes. In the crease, Brett Hull, Dominic Hasek goal.
Yeah.
Yep. I saw that T-shirt, except it was the wrong team. It was the team that lost. in La Paz, Bolivia, South America.
Wow. I mean, think about all the Bills shirts. They've had some heartbreak there, man.
Easy about my Bills. Easy. That's so heartbreaking.
Hey, they're playing
easy.
They're playing well, Joe. They're playing well.
Yeah. Hey.
Take care. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Matthew next. Hi, Matthew.
Hey, what's going on, fellas?
How you doing, sir?
Hey, so kind of switching gears here, but just wanted to get your guys' thoughts. C.J. Gardner-Johnson's coming back. Obviously, Melifonwu has been playing really well. Our depth at safety is pretty strong right now. I don't know if you guys remember, but when we first signed Gardner-Johnson, Campbell mentioned he loved his versatility, his ability to play inside corner, outside corner, and safety.
Yep.
Do you think it's any possibility that he plays outside corner from here on out?
Yes, I think it's a possibility. I don't know if I would predict it, but I think they're going to try and find a way to get the best players on the field. And if that means moving around Branch or C.J. Gardner-Johnson, they have guys in that secondary that have a lot of different utility, right? I mean, guys that can do different things. And I think, yes, both Branch, C.J. Gardner-Johnson, and heck, Fatu Melifonwu was a corner at Syracuse. Syracuse or
right.
UConn, wherever he was. I think it was Syracuse. Either way, those guys, they all have position flexibility that you could use them in a variety of ways. So I wouldn't be shocked at all.
And that was kind of my first thought when I saw him coming back. But Merry Christmas, guys, and go Lions.
The Lions, thank you for the phone call, 248-539-9797. Let's go to Mike next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Mike.
Hey guys, I gotta say I'm really jealous. Lions fans in Zambia, they never had to see Sterling Sharp get left wide open. Pistons fans in Zambia, Rasheed Wallace guarded Robert Horry. Man, what a universe over there! This is terrific. I mean, Robert Horry blocked in Game 5. That's really something.
I think Zambia is known as South Detroit.
Yeah,
that's what Journey was talking about.
Okay, but the thing I wanted to call about too is. Actually would not just for the jinx of it all, but I don't think I would wear a division championship T-shirt. I mean, we've been so pathetic as a franchise for so long that I think that's just lowering the bar and lowering expectations. I think you got to be at least conference championship or higher to wear a T-shirt. I mean, would you wear a Detroit Red Wings Atlantic Division?
So that's what's funny. I would now, but back when they were good, not a chance. A chance, right? So I hear you. And what we do, Mike, doesn't impact the team or doesn't impact the reality of the situation. So if somebody wants to celebrate, the first thing we're celebrating in 30 years, have at it.
I guess, but I just think we're lowering the bar with a division championship T-shirt. I think it's got to be NFC or higher.
I kind of feel like shirts like that have a shelf life. You're buying it expecting to not want it shortly thereafter because you are buying it and then you are hoping it is rendered irrelevant because you replace your Lions NFC North champion shirt with your Lions NFC champion shirt or your Lions Super Bowl shirt with the helmet of the Lions and the Baltimore Ravens on it or whomever it is, and then you're hoping to replace that shirt with one that says Super Bowl champion. Because every time you accomplish the next thing, what you just accomplished is rendered somewhat irrelevant. So, I mean, the 90s into the 2000 Red Wing fan in me is laughing at the idea of a division champion shirt. But from a Lions perspective, oh, yeah. Oh, hell yeah. And by the way, we were talking about this just because it started with an innocent, hey, we'll kill 2 minutes talking about Kang's buddies and would they sell Lions NFC North champion stuff Sunday night, Christmas Eve night, so people could get it under the tree. And it's led to just a flood of phone calls about this stuff, including a guy at a printer who said we can't do it until we get the thumbs up. That was one. And then apparently these shirts have accidentally been displayed at 2 separate Meijers around Metro Detroit and have since been pulled. At least at one of them, we got confirmation that they were pulled. But they are apparently ready to go, and you might. I don't want to speak for Meijer. Maybe somebody from Meijer that's like in management can call us and tell us if they win the game Sunday, where you're going to put these shirts back out. at 4 o'clock until you close. Because I think you'd get a rush of people trying to buy them and get them under the tree the next morning.
Yeah, you said you're asking me, can they sell them Sunday night or Monday morning? Meyer said, hold my beer. We've been selling them for a week.
Kind of.
So we do have some Lions news here, Doug.
Oh, boy. What?
It involves Ben Johnson. There's a report out on Ben Johnson from a very respected NFL reporter.
Let's get to that today at 102 here on Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
The city of Detroit just announced a series of 7 free events leading up to the 2024 NFL Draft. The On the Clock Tour, as it's called, begins next month and runs through the second week of April. Detroit hosts the NFL Draft April 25th through 27th in and around Campus Martius Park and Hart Plaza. Officials anticipate over 300,000 attendees and a nearly $200 million economic impact over the 3-day event. The Lions raised eyebrows earlier this week when they made a change at kicker heading into the final 3 games of the regular season. But special teams coordinator Dave Phipp told the media today that Detroit ultimately decided to cut Riley Patterson despite his effectiveness from short and medium ranges because the staff had less faith in his leg strength than that of practice squad kicker Michael Badgley. The Lions can clinch their first division championship in 30 years with a win at Minnesota on Christmas Eve, but they'll be paying close attention to Thursday Night Football tonight. If Matthew Stafford and the Rams fall at home to the Saints, Detroit clinches a playoff berth. LA is a 4-point favorite. And the Pistons will try to end their historic 24-game skid tonight as they host the Utah Jazz. A loss would give Detroit the 4th-worst losing streak in NBA history. It would also be the Pistons' 13th consecutive defeat at home, uncomfortably close to the all-time worst home losing streak in NBA history, which sits at 18. Pre-game coverage starts at 6:30 right here on 97.1 The Ticket. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Beanie Howell. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Okay. Josina Anderson, Kang, this is a good find, and this is something else. She writes, I'm told personnel around the league are discussing their awareness that some owners have been told Lions offensive coordinator Ben Johnson's asking price is at least or around $15 million a year for a head coaching job per source. $15 million a year. Joe Pampliano, sports and business reporter, tweeted out at this hour, Ben Johnson's rumored $15 million a year asking price would put him in the same neighborhood as Bill Belichick, Sean Payton, Pete Carroll, Sean McVay, and Kyle Shanahan. All those coaches have either won a Super Bowl or at least played in one. I believe it would tie him for fourth with Pete Carroll. Ben Johnson wants someone to back up a Brinks truck. Now, how to interpret this? My first interpretation is that Ben Johnson is perfectly comfortable staying here. That he loves it here. And that the only thing that would make him leave is a ridiculous cannot refuse offer. It could just be negotiating. That gets out there, and if somebody says, your asking price is $15 million, we can't pay you that. And he doesn't even really think he can get that. It could just be a negotiation ploy, right? But is Ben Johnson going to get $15 million from somebody? I can't imagine somebody making one of the top 5 highest paid coaches in the NFL. And I'm saying this, and it sounds like think Ben Johnson's delusional, or Ben Johnson, like it's a knock on Ben Johnson. I personally think this is great, because if that's really his asking price, I'm not sure anybody's going to give it to him, and then we get to keep him. That's the kind of respect I have for Ben Johnson. Kang, am I wrong?
Yeah, I think this is a good thing for the Lions. I mean, if he prices himself out, which I don't know if he is or not. I don't even know if the report is true from Josina Anderson, but she's a good reporter. She usually is pretty accurate.
Yep.
Yeah, that tells everybody, if it's true, I'm really happy here. And if you don't meet my asking price of what I'm willing to leave for, then I'm staying here. I'm staying where I'm at.
You have a great job, and you really have if you don't want to leave your job, you think you're well compensated, you're good at it, you're well respected.
You like the people you work with.
You get plenty of attaboys. And he's kind of done the impossible. I'll get to that in a second. And somebody says, would you consider leaving? Yeah, for like $15 million. I mean, is that what's just happened here? Now, as far as the impossible, we'll see how sustainable it is. I am convinced that in every football town at every level, eventually the fans turn on the offensive coordinator. I don't know that it's possible to have that not happen. And I think it's usually more about the Jimmies and Joes and the X's and O's, but I'm not saying the X's and O's don't matter. But I think I think part of what makes you look like a great offensive coordinator is you've got Amon-Ra St. Brown and Sam Laporta. But you know what a big thing is too? I think Ben Johnson's done a good job working with this quarterback. And I think Jared Goff, I'm going to guess that Jared Goff loves Ben Johnson compared to Sean McVay. I'm just going to guess. Pretty safe guess, huh? But, man, $15 million?
Yeah, it's like, look at the coordinators from the Eagles that left for jobs. They were literally in the Super Bowl. I know they lost the Super Bowl, but what was their contract? I don't think it was anywhere near $15 million. I'm just top of my head, I'm asking that. And then it's not like Ben Johnson runs an SEC team or a Big Ten team, right? It's like multiple championships where all right, listen, if you're going to make me leave college, I got to command this. I'm Nick Saban. I'm whoever. He's only been a coordinator, and he's extremely young and extremely, highly sought after and thought of. But with that being said, $15 million seems like a lot for a guy who really hasn't proven anything as far as running a team.
Yep.
He's running the offense, but he doesn't run the team. And his biggest resume builder is Goff, Doug. St. Brown and Laporta, sure. But the fact that he's done with Jared Goff, what a lot of people, including the genius Sean McVay, right, thought this guy's done. You can't get any more out of him. And Ben Johnson said, no. You can, and I will. Yep. And he did.
And he has. I don't know. I don't know if he's going to get an offer like this, but $15 million is being reported as the asking price for Ben Johnson. Wow. 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. We go to Bill. You're on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Bill.
Hey, guys. Happy holidays.
Happy holidays, too. Thank you.
Love your energy.
Appreciate
it.
Hey,
I had a little gem about Ken Calvert that I thought I'd share with everybody. My older brother, Paul, went to Brother Rice High School with Ken Calvert way back.
Okay.
And Ken was the original Brother Rice mascot dressed up as the Warrior that paced the sidelines and led the cheers at basketball games and football games.
Is that right?
Yeah, oh yeah. When he would pull his headdress off, the crowd would go absolutely bananas, and then when he put it back on, they immediately shut up. It was fantastic.
Wow, I did not know that.
Yeah. Ken Calvert, and my brother just recently saw him again at a reunion for Brother Rice before he passed.
Wow. Okay. Well, that's a great story. I didn't know that, and I'm sure a lot of people didn't know that. So thank you for sharing.
Yeah, roots back way in Brother Rice days. And then also wanted to shout out real quickly, and I know you guys are familiar with him, but my sister Louise was married to Don Zindel for a short period. Yeah. And I know Don was just top notch as far as creative and cool with the fan when it first started.
Don was a legend in Detroit sports radio, and people would recognize his voice. If you don't know Don by name, I guarantee you would recognize his voice if you have any history with Detroit sports radio. And Don, to me, when Don walked into a room, and he was incredibly creative and did a lot of voices and things, and a lot of the creative pieces here at the radio station, and as you mentioned, the fan prior to that, I felt like when he walked in, an elite jazz personality walked in. Like I totally saw him as the front man for Steely Dan. Like he was the Donald Fagen of our world. Thank you for sharing. 248-539-9797. Rob is next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Rob.
Hey, good afternoon, guys.
What's up?
Hey, just a take and my prediction, and you'll let me know how offline I am. But everyone's talking about the Detroit Lions being a number 2 seed, and my prediction is the San Francisco 49ers. Well, first of all, you have to start off with we take care of business the last 3 games, which I 100% can see happening. We're getting healthy at the right time. I think we're going to take care of business the last 3 games. That said, now you've got the San Francisco 49ers at 1, but they've got the Ravens. They've got the Ravens, and then they finish off the year going to Los Angeles with a Matthew Stafford who could potentially be fighting for a playoff position. That's not a gimme. That's not a gimme for San Francisco. So I've got San Francisco losing those 2 games against Baltimore and in Los Angeles, which isn't really a home game because their fans are horrible. But
that game actually is in San Francisco.
Oh, it's in San Francisco. Okay, Well, good. Well, either way, Matthew Stafford, the Rams, good team, starting to come together at the end of the year. I've got them losing 2 games, and I've got Detroit sweeping the last 3, and I've got Detroit at 1.
Well, we've discussed the possibility of it. Sweeping the last three. If you're Minnesota, right, the same reason you think the Rams can beat San Francisco is the way Minnesota's approaching this game with the Lions, right? They have to win it, or they're eliminated from the division, and not eliminated from the playoffs. But when they play them in the last week of the season, it's quite possible that Minnesota will have to win it. So Minnesota, the team Detroit's facing twice, is going to have the same motivation to beat Detroit that you are using to give the Rams a win over San Francisco.
Yeah, and I don't listen. I don't disagree. And beating a team twice in 3 weeks is tough, right? But the difference there is you've got a veteran Matthew Stafford playing for the Rams, and we've got the quarterback from Target or wherever, playing for the Minnesota Vikings. So we don't know who's going to be quarterback in 3 weeks and we don't know who's going to be quarterback tomorrow for the Vikings, let alone 3 weeks.
Hey, Rob, I don't think it's impossible. Let me just put it to you like this. We have reason to watch the Monday night game on Christmas night between Baltimore and San Francisco. It all starts there.
Do.
If the Lions win on Sunday, that Monday night game will feel to me like a Lions game. This is so much more fun from the top when you look at all these games that impact our fate. Yeah, I'll be locked in. Go Ravens. Because if they can pull that off, the door gets opened up a little bit more, right? Go Ravens. Hey, this holiday season, all your wishes are coming true. On FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Right now, new customers get $150 in bonus bets with any winning $5 moneyline bet. That's right, new customers. You bet a big favorite, put $5 down on them, big favorite. If they win the game outright, you get $150 in bonus bets, as long as your team wins. If you've been thinking about joining FanDuel, there's no better time to get in on the action. Go to FanDuel.com/Doug. That's FanDuel.com/Doug. The app is easy to use. There's a wide range of betting options, including spreads, player props, over-unders, and more. So visit FanDuel.com/Doug and kick off the NFL season as it comes down the stretch. FanDuel, official partner of the NFL. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 pregame moneyline wager required. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem, call 1-800-270-7117 for confidential help. A major website has simulated the rest of the NFL regular season. What happens with our Lions? We will tell you at 1:20. Here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Carson Anderson, Gators out today. 248-539-9797. Got the Wide 9 Omaha 4 down around lead blitz thingy. Dave Burkett playing the role of Gator today. That's coming up at 1:30. So I just saw this, and I haven't looked at the results. But ESPN simulated the rest of the season, week by week. So this week, here's their projections. We'll start with Detroit at Minnesota. Lions go to Minnesota and win 16-14. All right, what else are we interested in? We're interested in the Ravens and the 49ers. You're chasing the 1 seed. Final, Christmas night, Monday Night Football. Final score, 49ers 31, Ravens 20. So there goes the 1 seed most likely. What about Dallas? Detroit battling with Dallas for the 2 seed. Cowboys playing the Dolphins. That game, I believe, is in Miami. Final. Cowboys 31, Dolphins 26. So Lions clinch the division. What about Philly? Philly's another team in a battle up here. Philly beats the Giants 40-14. Any other scores we care about, Kang?
I mean, if you want to know what the Rams are doing, I know you.
Final from Los Angeles. New Orleans 30, the Rams 28.
Oh,
yeah.
You like that, Doug?
I do, very much.
If you don't want to see Stafford.
So now let's go to week 17. Lions still control their own destiny for the 2 seed, but they got to go to Dallas. Score is in. Final from Dallas in week 17. ESPN projecting the rest of the regular season. Cowboys 33, Lions 28. There goes a 2 seed.
Now, are these projections based on a 1-game simulation, or do they simulate 100 games and this is the outcome, the average outcome?
They simulate the rest of the season 10,000 times using ESPN's Football Power Index, which combined with a combination of 7 seeds occurs. This is a combination that occurs in each conference. So this is 10,000 average of 10,000 simulations. Well, let's look at who the Lions might play. The Packers beat the Vikings 24-21 in week 17. Seahawks beat the Steelers 20-10. They're still alive. Rams beat the Giants 25-6. They're still alive. All right, let's go to week 18. Lions and Vikings. Week 18, Lions win 19-16. So they close out the regular season at 12-5. Cowboys beat the Commanders 30-23. I believe that wraps up the 2 seed for them. Philadelphia beats the Giants in New York 13-9. Rams beat the 49ers in week 18, 24-17. Here are your seeds in ESPN's projection of the rest of the regular season. The 1 seed, San Francisco, 13-4. The 2 seed, Philadelphia, 13-4. The 3 seed, Detroit, 12-5. So we care about who the 6 seed is. The 4 seed, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers at 8-9, winning the NFC South. The 5 seed, the Dallas Cowboys, runner-up in the NFC East at 13-4. So your first playoff matchup is Dallas at Tampa. The 6 seed, it's the 9-8 LA Rams.
Against the 3 seed, right?
The Detroit Lions.
There we go.
Son of a...
Stafford radio for a week.
Can we keep the embargo in place that we can't talk about Matthew Stafford?
Not talk about the opposition starting quarterback in a playoff game.
We have a show embargo. This is one of the bylaws of the Carson Anderson program. And without a written decree that we should change the bylaws, we can't do it.
Listen, it's going to be that will be very difficult to do, Doug. Now, what we can control is how we bring up or how others bring up Matthew Stafford and what context we will speak of him.
Mm-hmm.
Because you cannot ignore the other team's starting quarterback that you're going against in a playoff game.
Just for the record, the 7th seed in the NFC will be the Seattle Seahawks. So first round playoff matchups, Seahawks at Philly, Rams in Detroit, and Dallas at Tampa. Son of a... I'm not thrilled. I'm not thrilled. And it's not because I'm scared, okay?
You just don't want...
I don't want to do that week of radio.
Yep, Stafford radio.
I don't want to do Stafford radio.
Do you think his wife would throw a pretzel at someone at Ford Field? And how would she throw it? Like a Frisbee? Is it overhand?
That's a great question. By the way, we've taken in just about all of the data that we could on the favorite Detroit Lion. Favorite Detroit Lion, according to the people, by, let's see, won this by 7 votes. Favorite Detroit Lion is Amon-Ra St. Brown. 7 votes behind him. In second place, Penei Sewell. And in third place, 1 vote behind Penei Sewell is Jahmyr Gibbs. People love themselves some Jahmyr Gibbs, which is pretty ironic given the fact that we took more than a few calls, people saying you cannot take a running back that high. And now he's emerged as one of the favorite players of the Detroit Lion fan base. And our non-scientific data that we just had a bit of a online poll, a listener poll. All right. If you want to see, by the way, all those results, it's an ESPN story, ESPN.com, simulating the rest of the regular season. Lions win the division, finish 12-5, but they're the 3 seed and they take on the Rams in the playoffs. Ugh. Not thrilled about that. 248-539-9797. Speaking of which, the Lions did put out a couple of things that were really interesting because they're starting to promote their players for postseason awards. Lions PR tweeted out that Jahmyr Gibbs ranks first in the NFL in rushes of more than 20 yards. Jahmyr Gibbs, first in the NFL with 10. He's also first in the NFL in average yards per carry, 5.7. He's tied for first in rushing touchdowns amongst rookies with 7. He's 4th in the NFL in rushing yards before contact, 345. He's 5th in lowest run stuff percentage, 6.5. And he's 6th in scrimmage yards a game, 90.7. They also talking about Sam Laporta, Detroit Lions PR. Most receiving touchdowns by a rookie tight end in NFL history. Sam Laporta has got 9 of them. His next one will tie him with Gronk for the second best season ever as far as rookie scoring touchdowns in his rookie season, obviously, and he is 3 behind the all-time leader, Mike Ditka. So, some interesting stuff from Detroit Lions PR.
Also with the Lions, Doug.
Yes.
We have tickets?
We do. Listen for your chance to win. Pair of tickets coming up today at 1:41. We'll have a Carson Anderson quiz question. First one with the correct answer today at 1:41. You got a pair of tickets to the Miller Lite Tap Room for the game against the Vikings on January 7th. If you don't win, stop by Buffalo Wild Wings in Waterford on Highland Road tonight for the Thursday Night Football Feast at Buffalo Wild Wings with Wojo and Rieger from 6 to 8 for another chance to win. Courtesy of Miller Lite and Buffalo Wild Wings. Again, 1:41 for that giveaway. The Wide Night Omaha 4-Down Rally League Blitz thing with Dave Burkett of the Free Press. That is coming up at 1:30 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1. All right, let's give away these Detroit Lion tickets. First one with the correct answer to the following question at 248-539-9797. You get the Lions tickets for the game coming up on January 7th against the Vikings. What did Kang say was the topic of his podcast this week? The Kang Collects podcast. What did he say was the topic of his podcast this week? First one with the correct answer, you get the tickets in the Miller Lite Tap Room for the game against the Vikings January 7th. If you don't win, stop by Buffalo Wild Wings in Waterford on Highland Road tonight for the Thursday night football feast at Buffalo Wild Wings with Wojo and Rieger from 6 to 8 for another chance to win. Courtesy of Miller Lite and Buffalo Wild Wings. 97.1 The Ticket. Congratulations to Brad in Clarkston. First one with the correct answer. At the topic on the Kang Collects podcast this week was Funko Pops.
You had to look up what that was, right, Doug?
What a
Funko Pop is.
It is not a popsicle.
You thought it was a popsicle?
That's what I thought it was. But I look it up and I'm like, wait, they make Ted Lasso Funko Pops?
That's
which are
right.
basically, what, figurines?
Yeah, like probably like the size of a bobblehead, right? Something
Look
that.
like a new version of a bobblehead.
Yeah.
And I'm like, ooh, these make sweet stocking stuffers for the kids because we watched Ted Lasso and I could get like a Roy Kent Funko Pop. And delivery with Prime, mind you, February 9th.
Oh, okay. Just in time for Valentine's Day.
That's right.
But you know, when you were into The Walking Dead, I believe they have Walking Dead ones too.
Oh, do they?
Yeah.
The Daryl Funko Pop.
Yeah, exactly. They got a bunch of them.
Gotcha. Anyway, congratulations to, was it Brad? I think I said Brad. You got yourself the Lions tickets. Enjoy, my friend. Enjoy. Lions 18-6 in their last 24 games. And feels like this is pretty much a changing, things changing. It's validated the end of last year. I remember a year ago we were talking about these wins are nice, but does it really mean anything? And we also discussed whether or not there was carryover from one season to the next. Well, apparently the end of last year did mean something, and apparently there was carryover in this case. And hopefully it carries over into next year. They've got some challenges coming up with the contracts. In our earlier conversation in the 10 o'clock hour with Dave Burkett, prior to the Wide Night Omaha Fort Down Raleigh Blitz thingy, between Amon-Ra, Jonah Jackson, and Jared Goff, those are big ticket items that may need to get sorted out this offseason. You're really going to have to get creative to try and keep everybody, because if you can't keep the line intact or keep something that looks like this offensive line, then you're going to waste Jared Goff. So I'm almost like, you got to keep Jonah Jackson. Problem is, Jonah Jackson's right now a $3.2 million cap hit. And he might be in the market for like an $18 million contract next year. If you look at the market for guards.
Yeah, for Pro Bowl guards, for the upper echelon.
Yep.
It sucks because there is going to be a guy that you're going to lose. There is. And you're right. The strength of this team, the nucleus of this team is the offensive line. Mm-hmm. And that like goes hand in hand with Jared Goff, but Goff is not Goff unless he has protection. This goes back to the coaches and Brad Holmes, identifying talent and then coaching that talent up. And so I think that's why, if you ask me today who's not going to be here next year, it's Jonah Jackson.
I think it felt like a given, to be honest with you, because it's probably easier to find a quality starting guard for cheaper. But the idea of weakening the offensive line does not appeal to me.
Nor it should.
No.
I mean, Jonah Jackson was a third-round pick, right? It's not like, they're going to have to do it again, is what I'm saying.
Yep. And I don't want to be trying to search to replace Amon-Ra. And I honestly don't want to be searching to replace Goff. But you better get the line right, because Goff is like the best quarterback in the league when the line's intact. His stats, the Birchie kid stats, his QBR and everything is through the roof when the line's intact. But we tweeted that earlier this week if you want to check it out, at DunGator971. All right, Kang, just a quick question. 1 year from today, what will be going on 1 year from today on December 21st, 2024?
The Pistons will have won their third game, including last year. No, I have no idea what is going to be going on.
I might be at the Big House. Hi again, friends, and welcome to Michigan Stadium for the first round of the NCAA College Football Playoff.
That's something.
1 year from today, the first round, actually not all of them, but on December 21st of 2024 will be a Saturday, and it'll be the day they have 3 games. They'll play one of the opening round games on a Friday night, then play 3 of them on Saturday, and those are the on-campus site games. So that'll be seed 5 hosting seed 12, 6 hosting 11, 7 hosting 10, and 8 hosting 9. and 3 of those games will be played 1 year from today.
That's crazy. Do you think that is the NFL? Are they not going to have Saturday games next year because of this?
I don't know. It's a good question. I do not know. But then after that, your quarterfinal games will be New Year's Eve and New Year's Day. And I got to look up which bowl games they are. The Fiesta Peach, Rose, and Sugar will host the quarterfinals, with one of those games played New Year's Eve and the 3 others played New Year's Day. The semifinals will be held a week later in the Cotton and Orange Bowl with, where's that first championship game? First championship game's in Atlanta. So that's what we'll be doing next year, either in it or getting ready to watch it. And I'm stoked. I hope it doesn't ruin the regular season. That's all.
It won't. I don't think. I say that, not knowing what's going to happen, but I think it's going to help. Yeah.
The other thing that could be a major issue, so the story broke right before we got on the air today. It was Nicole Auerbach, I saw, was the one who reported it. Florida State has scheduled an emergency meeting of its board of trustees for tomorrow morning. It's the first concrete step needed in any effort to enable the school to take a legal action against the ACC to challenge the grant of rights, meaning this is the first step. They're trying to figure out if they can leave the ACC. I will make a prediction right now. I'll call this shot. If Florida State leaves the ACC, that is the first domino that will not only lead to the end of the ACC, it will lead to the end of the Big 12. Because Florida State would join either with the Big 10 or the SEC, and that will cause a domino effect where they all start scurrying to get into one of the 2 big conferences. And nobody will want to be left out. And I think I think everybody in the ACC then will try and find out, can we get a spot in the Big 10 of the SEC? And then the Big 12 is going to look at his position and go, being the third of 3 major conferences is not what we want to be, and they're going to start scurrying. So I think that's my prediction. If Florida State leaves the ACC, I think that's the beginning of the end of both the ACC and the Big 12. We'll see, but I'm not optimistic for that not happening. And I don't know that it's healthy to have just 2 major conferences, and they're going to be so massive. It just seems like a very weird way to arrange things. But, and oh, by the way, geography, which has long since been blasted out of the water, clearly won't matter then. Both conferences will probably reach out to all 4 corners of the country.
When did they go international, Doug?
Right.
Let's just get Gator upset while we're at it.
Put a team in London. Florida State's going to move to London. Is that what's going to happen here? The Seminoles will take up residence in Wembley and play games in London. Seems to be making about as much sense as what we've got right now. Of course, I've just got some feedback here on my Florida State theory. Love it. Notre Dame to the Big 10. Keep hope alive. Notre Dame belongs in the Big 10. And if the ACC goes away, Notre Dame will probably ask the Big 10, what's the best you can do for us? And they'll probably ask the SEC, what's the best they can do for them? And then they'll take whichever of those 2 leagues can give them the best deal. That's what I expect to have happen there. But, all right, so Valenti and Rico coming up next. They go in depth on how this impacts Florida State's swim team. Straight ahead. On Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
Brought to you by Mother Waddles. It's been 54 days since the Detroit Pistons last won a basketball game. That was way back on October 28th. Detroit beat the Bulls to get to 2-1 then, and with the addition of Monty Williams on the sideline, some were actually feeling somewhat optimistic about the future of the franchise. The Pistons are 0-24 since. They'll try to end that franchise worst losing streak tonight when they host the Jazz, and it may be Detroit's best chance to snap the skid for a while. Utah will be without its top two scorers tonight versus the Pistons, Lauri Markkanen and Jordan Clarkson, who averaged 23.3 and 16.6 points per game, respectively. Pre-game coverage starts at 6:45 on 97.1 The Ticket. Thursday Night Football tonight, Saints at Rams. With a New Orleans win, the Lions clinch their first playoff berth since 2016. L.A. is a 4-point favorite. And Michigan State is back on the basketball court tonight, hosting 6-5 Stony Brook at Breslin Center. The Spartans, also 6-5, look to build on their two-game winning streak that started last weekend with that dominant win over previously undefeated and then number 6 Baylor at the LCA downtown. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Beanie Howell. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Welcome, one and all, and it's going to be an enchanted night. That's the word we're using today, people. I got to tell you something. I hope you're ready. I'm about to make a bold statement.
Sure you want to do this?
I am 100% certain.
Okay.
Are you ready?
I don't think the people are.
The Pistons are winning tonight. 54 days of losing. Your Detroit Pistons, now mind you, I do not want them to win tonight. Losing and attaining this record is the closest thing we're going to get to forcing change. But people, it is impossible for you to lose this game tonight. Impossible. Impossible. Because the Utah Jazz are laying down and showing their belly. Not only are the Jazz a bad basketball team, not only are the Jazz on a back-to-back, not only are the Jazz playing their 5th game in 8 nights, the Jazz are sitting their best player in Lauri Markkanen, who played last night. Jordan Clarkson will not play tonight. Keontae George won't play tonight. They have no one. Your Detroit Pistons are winning.
Even Johnny Zhuzhang from the G League is questionable.
Right. But see, it's not enough to report to you that the Pistons are winning. No. I have a question for you. Are you going to be angry when the Pistons win tonight? That you will be watching Bally and the confetti's going to come down over Mickey York and Grant Long. And I'm sure Gregory will go on some sermon about this team's fortitude after the game and how no one believed in this team. That's because they lost 24 in a row, Greg. Are you going to be angry that they won? Or we've lost Rico.
Wow, this might be a record this early in the show.
George, I'm just so happy for the fellas.
They lost 24.
Are you going to be angry that they win or happy that you will have avoided the all-time distinction of the worst losing streak in basketball? Let's face it, if you don't win tonight, you will not be favored again before New Year's Day. It just won't happen. You won't be favored again before you make history. See, I think a lot of us, I know Rico's there, I'm there, David's there, Rieger, many of you. You're rooting for them to lose. Not because you hate your team, not because losing's fun, but because the more that they lose, the closer we get to the record, that record almost demands either change and or Tom Gores appearing and speaking. If they win in some twisted way, it almost lets them off the hook. They're not a story anymore. But then there's the other side of it. You're a prideful fan. You don't want to see the Detroit Pistons on the all-time record book. You don't want to see that the worst losing streak in the league in history was the Pistons. You don't want that.
No.
Are you crying?
No. You don't want to see Detroit, at the Tigers. It took a miracle on the final game, and I think it was the Cleveland who just said, no. We're going to do everything we can to make sure you do not get this record. The Lions owned it for a while at 0-16 until 0-17 became available. Yeah, that means this city would have their hands in close to 3 records.
Right.
For futility.
So I'm asking, because, guys, the Jazz have handed you one here. They have handed this to you. They're forcibly sitting their best players, or they have injuries. And you have gone from being a 2-point underdog to a 2.5-point favorite. You're winning. So what is your reaction going to be, not if you win, when you win? And because if you lose this game, now I mean this, if you lose this game tonight, you should take a page from the Lakers playbook and put up an embarrassing banner, because this will be the worst loss in the NBA all year. It won't even be close. If you lose this game tonight, you should be disbanded.
I mean, if you lose this game tonight, it's because you did lose to the Utah Jazz G League team.
Yes.
Because, I mean, we always joke and say, hey, could the Motor City Cruise beat the Pistons? We're about to see that in action tonight.
Yeah, that's tonight.
Utah is forced to play their G League team because they're going to have 8 starters out. Not questionable, not doubtful, out already. So those guys, everybody on the 2-way contract has gotten a call, and they're showing up. And if you don't get this done, then we now can answer the question, can you beat a G League team? The answer would be, no, you can't. For me, I do want to see them lose. I want to see them lose because I want to change. I want something to happen. I want you to become the national story that you got the record. And maybe it will take the embarrassment of losing and having that losing streak tagged right to the Pistons that will get the higher-ups to do something about it. Because if you win, you're going to be forgotten. Nobody's going to talk about you anymore. Nobody's going to do anything until you get close to the record again. So, it could happen later on in the season, but you're so close to it having it right now that you see the Pistons being talked about on ESPN, on PTI. If you keep the talk going, you're stirring the pot, and maybe at that point, ownership and management will step in there and say, we're being embarrassed. We got to make some changes. We got to fix some things. You win this game, it's great. You don't get the record, but you get bad basketball.
Right, and again, what's the difference between 2-30 and 3-29? No, not much. But you won't be a national story. We need to keep the heat on. We need to keep the national media pounding this franchise into submission for us to get changes. So I'm asking you, what is your reaction if they win tonight? Think about it. You losing 24 games in a row, you are favored over a team that has 10 wins. Because 8 of their rotational players are not playing tonight. 8. Johnny Zhuzhang is getting flown in from the G League. May not make it in time for the game. And last time I checked, Uche Kabuchi doesn't even play a.k.a. Ogbai Abaji, or whatever his name is, Rico's
Oji
buddy.
Abaji.
Rico's guy from Kansas. He's going to be starting tonight. Hoochie Kabuchi.
I'm getting him for 20 points if I could.
Good luck. FanDuel doesn't even have Jazz player props.
Right. Wow. Yeah, I'm rooting for, I want the loss.
Okay.
I want it.
Does your desire to avoid the record outweigh your desire for change? Because tonight as a community, I hate to say it, you got to hope for a Festivus miracle. You got to hope that a collection of guys who should not be employed to play basketball can beat the Pistons. This is a league game. It is a scheduled loss for the Jazz. If you do not win tonight, Jim Costa might be right. You might go 2-80. Like, if you do not win tonight, hang a banner. Worst L of all time. And put the date, Tuesday, December 21st, LCA against the Jazz.
Mike, if you don't win tonight,
it'd be the worst loss in franchise history.
Maybe NBA history, because it's always that question. Oh, this team is so bad, you would lose to a G League team, or you would lose. It used to be you would lose to the Kentucky Wildcats when the Wildcats used to be loaded.
Could Alabama beat the Jets?
Right.
Like, that's tonight.
Tonight is that, where you're literally going to have guys who are fighting to just play basketball as a career. Not in the NBA, just to get a paycheck. Not good enough for the NBA. They're going to be playing an NBA team in an NBA arena if you lose. You've answered a question that we've all wondered for years. Could a G League team, a subpar team, beat a professional basketball team? Yeah, actually, and I think
if you get beat tonight by a guy named Simone Fontecchio, you may as well foldio.
But see, I think that, along with the losing streak, gets changed to happen. Because now you will be the butt of jokes. Now, maybe ownership does something.
248-539-9797. We have other things to discuss today, but this is kind of breaking news right before we took the air. The Jazz have laid down, and they have shown their belly. You're favored in a basketball game.
It's almost like they just hit the portal before the bowl game, and you don't know who's playing. That's what it feels like.
People like Micah Potter. I mean, Omar Yurtseven is hurt tonight. Chris Dunn will play.
Wait, Micah Potter, where did he play? I know, I remember that name.
Okay.
Michael Potter played at Wisconsin.
Yes.
Who could forget? Uchi Kabuchi.
Ochi Abaji.
But they're not going to have Keontae George. They're not going to have Horton Tucker. They're not going to have Jordan Clarkson. They're not going to have Mark. And they're not going to have anybody. This is it. You lose this game, you got a shot. Goris has to talk before Christmas.
This is you can find guys at the rec gym at St. Cecilia's.
They did.
This is it.
They actually did.
This is it tonight.
St. Leo's Homeless Shelter. The Utah Jazz, brought to you by Goodwill. 248-539-9797. People, I need to know. Even if you're only going to watch as a morbid curiosity, do you want the losing streak to continue more than you want to avoid being on that record book? I just need to know, because they're winning. I'm betting the Pistons tonight.
You are. You're that confident.
I'm willing to lose my money for content. If they lose, I will be willing to pay for the Pistons to lose tonight. Like, if God spoke to me and said I could write a check for them to lose, so the content machine continues and they just go to 25 straight, I would pay.
See, you're good for that. See, wherever it's hard for me to put my money on something and then root against root to lose it.
It's a sickness.
I'd rather just say, you know what? Give me the Jazz on the money line and let's just go for it.
Oh, God.
I'm going to.
Yeah, but at what point do you turn around and realize you bet on, like, a local painter playing small forward?
In Abaji.
Okay. That's what you just did with the Pistons, a local painter.
How dare you? They are lottery picks. There's a lot of pride in that locker room. Just ask Bally.
Right.
All right.
And graffiti art is back.
Rico, tell them all about it.
Winter semester is starting at Specs at LTU. It's not too late, but the classes will start in the first couple of weeks of January. You can join in, but what are you waiting for? You got to be curious. You got to visit the website, ltu.edu/specs, to learn more about broadcast media arts, digital media arts, and graphics communication, meaning you're looking for a career in radio, TV, or graphics design. Specs at LTU can help you achieve those goals through the classes taught right here in Southfield on the campus of Lawrence Tech. You're going to be taught by people who work in the industry like yours truly. We're not going to waste your time. You're going to hit the ground running. So if you want in on the winter semester, it's not too late. What are you waiting for? Be curious. Go visit the website, ltu.edu/specs, to learn more. And while you're there, make magic by enrolling in Specs at LTU certificate program. Do that today.
Perfect temp to sleep, 68 degrees. What is not debatable, the best mattress in the marketplace, the iComfort Eco by Certus. Supportive, designed to keep you cool, comfortable, and feeling restored. Or Certus Perfect Sleeper for pressure-relieving comfort and support while maintaining a balanced sleep temperature. Certa mattresses, made right here in Michigan, have been for over 110 years. Just go to Certa.com to find a retailer near you. David, the ticket text, this is going to be an enchanted night Pistons are going to win for the first time in 54 nights. But for us, it's going to be a nightmare. I want the pressure to stay on this team, this owner, this rancid front office. And the losing streak is what keeps them in the national conversation, where PTI, where Stephen A. Smith, where FS1, they stay on this. They're hammering the Pistons right now. I will trade any line item in a record book. I will take the longest losing streak in league history to force a change. That's me, though. Now, I didn't own season tickets during the bad boys or maybe going to work and it was your formative years. If this team means a lot to you, I get you don't want to own that record. But I'm asking you, where are we at here?
See, if this team means that much to you, I think you do want to own that record because you realize you are so far away from what this basketball team used to be, what it used to represent, that the league mandated a game where you are playing a G League game.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that you talked about it, and it really just clicked in a few minutes ago that Adam Silver didn't step in and say, no. No, you cannot bastardize our product like this. Are they really hurt, or are you just sitting them? Because if you're just sitting them, get them in the game. Make this league respectable. That's where you are right now. That a team can sit out 9 players and then say, we still got a chance. That's the reality we're in right now. G League players playing this game, and they feel like they can beat you.
The Jazz might be a bad basketball team, but we are the bad basketball team. We will lose tonight. That is from Tom. Someone says, is this the first game of the season the Pistons have been favored? I can't remember that off the top of my head. I won't be mad when they win because I'll finally get my free wings. Please, I'm starving, they say. Okay.
That goes back to a promotion that anytime they won, you got 5 free wings from a local purveyor. As of time of promotion, I don't know any wings have been given out.
The Pistons could win tonight and then still lose the next 30 games. So there is still hope for the record.
I know.
But you're this close.
Right. You may as well just go do this. And it's the equivalent of twisting the proverbial knife.
It is how I felt when the Lions were at 0-13. And you knew you were about to go win. I don't want you to win these final 3 games because I want you to own this. I want change. I want the embarrassment. Don't win and go 1 for 15 didn't have the same ring as 0 for 16. Same with this losing streak. Winning this game, it's meaningless. You're not going to learn anything. You won't see about how the gritty the players are and they didn't quit and they didn't give up and, oh, my God, I knew that they had it in them and Merry Christmas, Detroit. I don't want to hear any of that. I just want you to lose.
I'm rooting for 40 losses in a row. Go big or go home, baby. Okay. Someone else is saying Valenti with the Costa lock for tonight.
It is. It is. But I will tell you, Jim is not betting this game. He is not betting the Pistons. Jim refuses. But he's also on a kick where he's like, they can go 2-80. And I'm like, Jim, you're being an idiot.
That's wild.
That is completely and utterly impossible. They will end up winning. 10 or 11 games.
Well, that's when he needs to put the money for the updated Catio on that bet.
That's right. Let's get some of the people. I just want to see where they're at tonight because I'm telling you, the Jazz have given you this one tonight now. You're winning. You're favored. It's happening. Alex, 97.1. What's up, Alex? How you doing, buddy?
Hey, I'm doing good. Thanks for taking my calls, guys. So correct me if I'm wrong real quick. If the Pistons are on pace for what they are on pace for, will that make Detroit the Tigers, the Pistons, and the Lions either tied for or the leaders for the worst single-season records in their respective histories?
Yeah.
But
yeah.
I don't want to root for that, but like Rico's absolutely right. You have to. You absolutely have to because, and I don't honestly believe that Tom Gores is going to be shamed into this because I don't think this is a passion project for him. I think this is a line item for him in a portfolio.
Yep.
When he bought the team and he was all, hey, I'm Tom Gores from Flint, Michigan. I think that was some beautiful PR. And I think that the only way for the league or for the team to move forward is for the league to step in. And they have to lose to this team tonight because, you guys were saying the line is only, the Pistons are only up, like favored by like 2.5 points, and they're playing a G League team basically.
Yeah, well, we do have to remember now. They can't just float a number out. Pistons laying 6-7 points. They've lost 24 in a row. The fact that they're favored at all tells you a hell of a lot.
This is just such a broken organization. And it's like, a couple weeks ago, you guys were saying that Troy Weaver is, shopping for wings. And it's just like.
Well, I didn't say that was the report from The Athletic.
Yeah, no, I'm not you guys, but it was reported that Troy Weaver's out there, that he's been empowered by ownership to do more. And it's like, please, God, no.
Oh, but Alex, that's why I am begging them to lose.
Oh, I am too. Like, as much as I don't want it, like, I kind of think we have to get the Costa special, and we have to go 2-80.
Let me call Jim and see if I can get him to put the Costa lock out there into the universe and bet the Pistons.
I mean, just there's no other way. Like, as sad as it is that it's come to this, it's like if you do have any love for this team, things have to change, and I don't know how else to change. Like, but it's like, maybe it's you have to burn the whole thing to the ground and build up fresh. I don't know, but I mean, it's like I knew they were going to be a bad team at the beginning of the year, but my God,
no, I know. Alex,
it's just heartbreaking.
It's really no different. Like once the Giants got out to the 2-8 start, I became upset when they won a few meaningless games. Just be bad. Let's get the best quarterback we can get our hands on, and we'll try it again. When you start winning and it flies in the face of that stuff, the organization gets to make different decisions and convince themselves that it's not as bad. No, it is that bad. You're right, Alex.
Everything is truly on fire around us, but my break's almost over. I got to get back in.
All
Thank
right,
you guys. Merry
you.
Christmas to everybody out there.
Go Jazz.
Safe. Take care.
Go Jazz. Brought to you by John Coltrane. Let's get it. Come on. Come on. John Coltrane, live in Stockholm. Let's do it. We need the Jazz tonight, Rico. Does Benito have any Jazz contacts?
No.
Doug, 97.1. What's up, Douglas?
Hey, this is Dealership Doug from Troy.
Hi, Doug. How are you?
Good. So here's my question. Is it a bigger upset if the Pistons win tonight or a bigger upset if they lose tonight?
Bigger upset if they lose. The Jazz are putting out a roster that is reminiscent of the process Sixers, i.e., players that should not be in this league playing 40 minutes tonight.
Okay, so you want me to pray that there is an upset tonight?
Oh, God, yeah. Oh, big time. Yes. Big time. Big time.
All right, thanks, guys.
Yeah.
Have a good Christmas.
All right, Douglas, you too, buddy. David, are you... Where are you at? Where's this? Like, how in Elf there's the clausometer. Where is like the godometer on this? Like when you're silent about it, are you thinking like can you ask the man above where he's at with Jazz and Pistons tonight? Like, I know he's got a few things to do with the holiday season, but like 51-49.
No, David's going to be driving Alexander Zonchik down to the game.
We need Alexander Zonchak's flute tonight. We need it.
Yeah, I heard he's doing the national anthem. So
we need that flute tonight. He may be playing power forward for the Jazz.
He may.
At power forward, number 4.
Starting at point guard, Aretha's hat. The Jazz have nothing tonight.
Starting at shooting guard, the Joe Louis fist.
Small forward. There's Ray. Is that Raymar Morgan?
I enjoyed this more than I should have. I'm sorry. I really.
You can't lose, but I want them to lose because
if
the
they
stench would permeate throughout the league.
We're 60 minutes from something happening.
That I think that's when Silver is like, wait, what just happened?
If they lose tonight, oh yeah.
No,
I'm telling you.
Get him on the phone right now.
Yes.
Yeah.
Mr. Goris, you have a call. It's time to get up.
Tell him I'll call him back. I don't think I can tell him that.
It's Commissioner Silver.
Who?
Okay, then. Hey, you might be confused like that. Have a few Old Nation. Enjoy yourself this holiday season. This Boss Tweed they got out there. We're talking 9.3 ABV. You want to disappear from the family a little bit. You want to be able to just blankly nod and pretend the conversation's not happening. Old Nation will help you out with that. One of the best breweries in America. Untapped, giving them a top 15 rating. Also, the Boss Tweed, a 97 on Beer Advocate. So if you're a real upscale beer guy, Old Nation's got you. Whether it's the M43, the B43, the Boss Tweed, you name it, they got a complete lineup for the holiday season. OldNationBrewing.com. 21 and up. And as always, please drink responsibly. All right. What we're about to do next is usually very, very emotionally distressing. It's painful. Generally makes you feel bad about yourself. It's time for Rico's Receipts.
We do this every year,
and I hate it.
Where we pick kind of it's our crystal ball. We put this in a time capsule, and we figure out different things throughout different sports throughout the entire year, and we read back our responses at the end of the year. get the chair drop ready, my friend, because we're going to be using it a lot.
You want to like snap your finger like
yeah.
you don't pay running backs?
You know what? I'll give you the David treatment.
All right, I got you.
I'm going to go in reverse order. Tom Brady will unretire and will be a 49er.
I said no to this. Come on.
Mike said no. David said no,
Yes.
but I said
no.
yes. Kenny also said no. The New York Mets.
To what? Deodorant?
The New York Mets.
Hi, Kenny. Hope you're listening, buddy.
New York Mets will be in the World Series. Remember, they had the gigantic payroll. They took in all that money. I said no. Mike said no. David said no. But Kenny said yes.
I knew my spite would have led me to no to that one.
Well, get ready here. Derek Carr would be traded. This was during the time period when no one thought that he would end up still with the Saints.
Still with the Raiders.
We all said yes, and we picked the team where he was going to go.
Oh, no. I said the Jets, didn't I?
I said he was going to go to the Carolina Panthers.
Chair or no?
Yeah.
No, because you actually got it right that he got traded. I can't give you full chair for that.
You said the Jets. Kenny said the Jets.
Mm-hmm.
And David said the Colts.
But we all said he'd get dealt.
Yeah.
So not full chair.
Not full chair. We just picked the wrong team.
I think that's full chair.
Why?
Because he signed as a free agent. He did not get traded.
Oh, full chair. Line up the spines. David wins.
Once again, full chair. LeBron James will be traded. I said yes. Kenny said yes. David said yes. Michael said yes.
I don't like myself.
I don't like myself. Why would I ever say that?
You hate LeBron. Why? I could just say LeBron James and yes, whatever.
This was last year when they stunk.
Yeah.
And then they turned it around and made a little run. How about that? How long does he save these? I mean, what a disgrace. Go ahead. Yeah. Oh, he typed them
He
out.
loves it. He's smiling.
This piece of garbage.
This was hung up in the office to make sure that I did not lose it. Michigan State hoops would make the Sweet 16. Kenny said no.
I'm not playing the chair drop 50 times.
No, I said yes. I said yes, they would.
Oh, shocking.
Don't hate me because I'm right. Don't hate me because I'm beautiful. David said no.
I know what I said.
And Sparty McGee over here said no.
It doesn't surprise me. I don't get joy watching them play basketball.
It's not about joy. It's about being right.
I know.
Michigan wins the Big Ten in football.
I said yes. I had to have said yes.
Kenny said no. I thought this was Ohio State's year. I said no.
Oh, you're getting a chair for that.
David believed in his team.
That's right.
David said yes.
I
But
believe
I thought
in
I
David.
wasn't a real Michigan fan.
You're not. And Mr. I hate everything that's green and white, he also took the Wolverines to win.
Because I know quality.
I didn't think Ryan Day had it in him for 3 straight years, and I was wrong.
Where's Lou Holtz right now?
Right. He's not looking good.
That was tough.
I saw some video of him on signing day.
But he's also 1,000.
And he looks every bit of 1,000.
Yeah, but, I think he graduated with a brontosaurus.
He remember when that new thing called fire was invented. Have you seen this?
Jesus.
The Lions will draft a quarterback in the first round of the draft.
Said no. I had to have said no. I battled cookies all off season.
Mike, I'll just put you out of your misery. You said no.
Thank God.
Kenny said no.
Yes.
David, you and I said yes.
Hey, line up, fellas.
Chair goes with everything. Keep your finger on the button.
Oh, come on. I can't get everyone right.
But when I say this one, it's going to get the immediate reaction.
This segment makes you feel so bad about yourself.
No, but see, you know what? This one, you're going to get a mulligan because all I'll simply say, David, and I'm going to lean to you to be the judge, you just didn't know. Remember that statement, okay?
Okay, you just didn't know?
You just didn't know.
Okay.
MSU football will win 8 games this year or more.
When was the question asked?
Once again.
Yeah, you just didn't know.
You just didn't know.
Oh, so this was like summer?
No, we did this last January.
Okay, so this is before we found out about, oh, God, I probably.
And that's what I said. You just
If I know me the way I know me, I probably said he damn well better win 8 or I want him launched out of a cannon.
You did.
You know what?
Matter of fact, that was actually your quote that I wrote down.
Yeah, that's fine. I'll take it.
No. You don't deserve a chair for that one.
No.
You just didn't know.
That's why I said this was one you just didn't. David said, no, they're not winning regardless. And Kenny was just like, that's cute.
Oh, right.
No, we were both on the, if you don't win 8 games, you got to fire this man. Little did we know, it would only take 2.
Like, it's funny. As I remember, like, there was a day we were on the air, and I'm like, what is going on up there? The dude's disappeared. You don't hear anything about recruiting. It's this eerie silence. You know, you go from taking pictures, smoking cigars and cars and dogs and things to DB Cooper status. But I never last spring did I imagine it was this. Never.
Yeah. Jim Harbaugh will be, wow, this is an evergreen. Jim Harbaugh will be coaching at Michigan in September. Because we didn't know if he would go to the pros last year.
Oh, my God.
This is an evergreen.
Well, the problem is he wasn't coaching
That's
in
what I'm
December.
saying. So how do we judge this?
I think it's a total, like,
is this a push?
Push better than take.
Because I was the only one that said he wasn't coached in September.
Like Rico
but the
showed
key
up.
word was September.
Rico got flipped to 20 and the dealer's got a face card. I'm saying there's a 10 underneath there because he wasn't there in September.
Okay. Well, that's it. You said he would be. You said he would be. I said he would not be. And Kenny said he would be. Technically, he wasn't there in September.
Is it a collective chair or is it?
Does this count as we just didn't know?
Wait. No, he was there for the final week of September. Because remember, he only missed the first
Right, but I think
game.
you're asking, was he coaching the opener?
Right.
Yeah. Ooh.
I say it's a push. I don't think anyone deserves to be punished.
Okay. It'll be a push. We'll just add that in a few weeks.
Right, and I mean,
when we
I
do the
said he
next one.
would be there. Technically, he was there, but I don't deserve credit because he wasn't
I
there.
know. I wish I would have said
because he got suspended.
He will be suspended for 6. Harbaugh will be suspended for 6 games. I said yes.
But coaching during the week, does that still count as
We're
being?
just going to go with a
move
push.
it on.
We're going to go with a push. The Wings will make the playoffs.
This was last year.
Last year, when all of a sudden they were looking good.
For 18 hours, they were in the playoffs, and then Ottawa beat them back-to-back like 12-3.
Kenny said no.
Good for Kenny.
No, actually, Kenny said yes. I'm sorry.
Oh, chair to the grill.
I said no. David said yes.
Chair to your cranium.
Michael, you said no.
Yes.
The Tigers will acquire a top free agent.
You know what? F it. Don't even want to hear it. Chair everywhere.
The Pistons would get the number 1 overall pick.
My cynical nature probably said no because the league won't let Wemby be here. I probably said something ridiculous like that.
Michael, you said no. They will not get the number 1 pick.
I know me.
David said no. They would not get it. I was the only one that said yes. I thought that they would get it. The Tigers will win 75 or more games.
I also know me. I probably said no. I got you.
Kenny also said no. David and I said that they would. They won 78 games. Finally, the Lions would make the playoffs.
I said yes to this. Come on. I led the train all off season.
This is the last playoffs, not this one.
Right.
Last year.
I started this in February.
No. We
Whoa.
did this in January when they still had an
They still
opportunity.
had one more.
Oh, no.
They still had an opportunity to make the playoffs.
Oh, let me find a piece of office furniture. Go ahead.
I said no. They would not make it. Remember, they were riding that winning streak.
Mm-hmm.
David, you're safe. You said no. Mike?
Go ahead.
Well, Kenny said yes. They would make it.
Share to Kenny's face.
And Mike, you said No.
Thank God. I did really well here. This is good.
Ladies and gentlemen, those were your 2023.
I like this segment again.
Receipts. We'll do this again in a few weeks.
Oh, tremendous.
97.1.
Thanks, Jim. Hungry Howie's. Always creating new menu items to add to the collection. Limited time only, the mac and cheese pizza, the Kenny Cott as we call it. For $10.99, you also, for $2 more, you can add the buffalo chicken or jalapeno bacon. If you're more of a traditionalist, I certainly am. The regular menu will do you just fine. Mix and match, $6.99, and you're ready to go. Dinner's on the table in 30 minutes. You're cooking for the holidays. You don't want to be busting your chops right now. Dial up Hungry Howie's. Get dinner on the table. The offer doesn't last forever on that mac and cheese pizza. Get yours today. Go to Hungry Howie's. Get some pizza. All right. Without further ado, and we'll get back to business. We've got the Pistons are going to win tonight. I just need to know if you want to see them win. We'll explain why. But we also have C.J. Gardner-Johnson, who is talkative, to say the least. He hit a reporter with a chair today. I just want to know if you share the same attitude or if you're not ready to go there yet. We'll get to that in 3 o'clock. Right now, a jam-packed edition of On the Board. Let's hit it. All right, so let's do this correctly, all right? You know what I'm already going to tell you. Pistons are winning tonight. You can do this 2 ways. And I'm not telling you to go nuts. You can bet the Pistons laying the 2.5 at a standard -110. They're winning. If you're nervous about laying the points, the money line is -134. But the Pistons are winning. I'm actually willing to lose money here. Like, I'm still going to root for the Jazz to win. But if they don't, I'll at least get paid. If they do, I get content, which I make money off of. So I'll figure it out. So the Pistons are going to be a play, but we have not 1, but 2 system that are not a system, but play like a system selections. If you don't know what this means, last year, red hot. This year, we're off to a 4-1 start with it. These are odious college basketball games where we target home teams with a losing record favored over teams with a winning record.
To sum it up, basically it doesn't look right. It looks weird. And if that's the case, you bet the weirdness.
You're betting the cheeks of college basketball.
Mike was sick over the weekend, but when Michigan State took on Baylor, and when I saw the line was Baylor -2.5, Mike, through his NyQuil haze, hey, buddy, is this the system that's not a system? And his response was, I don't know. I'm so out of it right now. Maybe. I don't know stuff.
The first, yeah, exactly. Things. The first system that's not a system play this evening is the 4-7 Iona Gales laying a point to the Colgate Raiders, who are 6-5. That's one. And the second one, I want to point out David, who has now become a disciple of the system that's not a system. David is offering you a second selection. It is the Marshall Thundering Herd, who are 5-7, I think, laying 2 against 8-2, the Seahawks of UNC Wilmington. 2 system plays today that are not a system, but they act like a system. Mr. Rico Beard, you're next.
Mike, I'm going to offer you 3 different choices. Last night, shout out to Tobacco Road. They got me back on the winning side. I said
that was a great parlay by you. That was fun.
Duke and North Carolina on the money line. They both won. Tonight, give me an Alvin Kamara and a Cooper Kupp anytime touchdown plus 340. Now, Michael, just for you.
Oh, no. What?
If you want to add the Pistons game in there.
I don't want to.
And I can throw that into the parlay as well.
Yes, they're winning. Do it.
The Pistons money line.
Do it.
It is now at plus 665.
Make it 666. It's a devil's delight. Yes, the Pistons are winning.
Okay. Also, the other one that I had for you, because I think it's going to be a big night for him, Alvin Kamara to score 2 or more touchdowns at plus 700.
Oh, my God. Okay, then. David, cornucopia of betting. Interested in South Florida Syracuse in a bowl game tonight where Syracuse might be starting a tight end at quarterback because no other quarterback's healthy?
This is a bowl game and not a basketball game.
This is a bowl game.
Okay.
And Syracuse might be starting a tight end at quarterback because everyone else is hurt or opted out. Yikes. David, go ahead.
All right, so I'm going to give a different combination. I was similar to what Rico had, but I just changed it up just to give people variety here. I'm going to go Kyron Williams and Puka Nacua, each to score a touchdown. That is at plus 265. And then when you add the Jazz money line to this.
No, David, no.
You could do plus 689.
Why would you do that? Why would you hurt the people?
If you want the Pistons money line with those selection, that would be plus 533. But yours is a better selection.
The Detroit Pistons.
Yes. Alvin Kamara and Cooper Kupp, because he's always left open.
And if you say, I don't like this system that's not a system, don't do it. But anyone who's been following it for over a year wins.
Well, the funny thing is, yes, because I was really hoping that through your NyQuil Hayes, you put money on that. Yeah, who saw them winning by 30?
No one. Not me.
But I was like, this. I'm sitting there the whole time like, the system still works. It works.
It's 4-1 so far this year. So, a little double delight tonight. All right, that's on the board. I got some audio from C.J. Gardner-Johnson. It's brief but effective. We're going to talk about it. Holiday season, time off, sports, fun, FanDuel. If you haven't joined, now would be a decent time, and they have a great offer. New users get $150 in bonus bets with any winning $5 money line wager. Well, we've already talked about it. Pistons are winning tonight. I mean, would I make that the selection? That's up to you. But $5 gets you $150. Jumpstart the account, get moving. Spreads, props, totals, we do them all with On the Board. And FanDuel, more betting markets than any other sports book. It's FanDuel.com/ticket. FanDuel, official partner of 97.1 The Ticket. 21 and up, present Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 pregame money line wager required. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issue. Non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. You get a gambling problem, 1-800-270-7117.
Brought to you by Cars for Kids. Is it happening? The Pistons' best chance to end their franchise worst 24-game losing streak could be materializing. Detroit hosts the Jazz tonight, who lost at Cleveland yesterday. Utah is sitting 4 of its top 6 scorers: Lauri Markkanen, Jordan Clarkson, Talen Horton-Tucker, and Keontae George. That's a foursome constituting 56% of the Jazz's scoring. Vegas thinks this could be the moment for the Pistons, too. In the couple of hours since the Jazz announced their inactives, the point spread has shifted 3 points, from Detroit getting 1.5 to now laying 2.5. Pistons are 4 losses away from equaling the all-time worst losing streak in NBA history. You can hear tonight's game right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Coverage starts at 6:45. There's one bowl game in college football tonight. South Florida takes on Syracuse in a clash of 6-6 squads in the heralded roofclaim.com Boca Raton Bowl. Orange are laying 3.5 points.
You made that up, didn't you?
Sounds like it. And is college football about to grow even more unrecognizable? Florida State has called a special Board of Trustees meeting for Friday, reportedly to deliberate on the future of Seminole athletics. FSU has explored leaving the ACC, allegedly unhappy with the conference's TV revenue sharing structure, made worse after they were left out of the CFP playoff this year despite a perfect season and an ACC title. FSU's grant of rights agreement with the ACC runs through 2036. The SEC and Big Ten are reportedly interested in FSU, but Seminoles athletics breaking that ACC contract and leaving early would cost the state, or Florida State, a nearly $120 million early exit penalty per ACC bylaws. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Beanie Howell. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Thanks, Greg. 3 o'clock, great to have you. You heard the update there by Beanie. Very simple. Tonight's the night for your Pistons. Jazz, 4 of their top 6 players are out. Pistons are favored. You lose this game tonight, I just quit. But I think a loss tonight might get Goris to talk. Tonight would be something that would be unholy. A 25th straight loss. The all-time record, absolutely within reach. You will not be favored against Brooklyn in either game. Tonight's the night. So, Odyssey.com Rewind, you want to hear the full presentation of that. The bottom line, we don't want them to win, and we've given you the reason why. I think you are clinically insane if you want them to win tonight. But maybe you don't want to have the Pistons in the record book for the wrong reasons. I think you're short-sighted. But we can talk about it.
Yeah, here's the thing. You've had the Tigers flirt with the record book. You've had the Lions. The Lions hit the record book. You don't really care about that because now they're winning and nobody talks about it. This will spark change.
That's right.
It's short term.
Hey, look.
And we've lost.
As he said, short term.
It's short-term thinking. I'm not talking about Dave Revson.
Why do they put Dave Revson next to Jake Butt on television? He looks like Jake Butt's ventriloquist dummy. He's so diminutive. They gotta have Jake lower his chair or something.
Or raise. Have him sit on some phone books.
Put Revson on like Booger McFarland's construction gurney. Something. All right, keep moving. I'm sorry. What were you saying?
I don't know.
It doesn't matter. Let me give you... No. I want to give you this C.J. Gardner-Johnson audio. He was asked by a reporter earlier today about... Well, I don't want to... Do you have the reporter's question in here?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. I'm not going to tell you. I just want you to listen to this. And I want to know if you have the same feeling as C.J. Gardner-Johnson or if you're not ready to go there yet. This is brief audio, but it's good. Take a listen. And with the come on man, turned away from the reporter. You do not get a follow-up. I am not looking at you. So
CJ, nope.
No, exactly. So CJ Gardner-Johnson, talkative player. Guys, when you say, are you a threat in the playoffs, here's what it means to me. It means you believe you're going to win multiple games. And we have spent time talking about winning a playoff game. I think winning a home playoff game is absolutely attainable. But I draw the line after that. Now, I expect a player to answer a question that way. I do. I have no issue with the way that C.J. Gardner-Johnson answered it because it's a terrible question.
And it fits his personality.
Right, but it's a terrible question. What do you think C.J. Gardner-Johnson's going to say? No, we're not a threat. We're just happy to be here. It's a ridiculous question. So my point is, this has nothing to do with C.J. Gardner-Johnson. I want to hear from you. Are you, as a fan, are you ready to go there? Or are you taking a wait-and-see approach? And you know where I'm at with this. Everything I believe about this team is going to come down to that Dallas game. I mean, I've been saying since February you're winning a playoff game. I have no problem with that. But you want to get to that whole threat in the playoffs? Winning multiple? You know what happens if you win multiple? You're in the NFC title game.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm just throwing this out there now. Are you more like C.J. Gardner-Johnson? And you turn your head, or are you more like us? That the Lions are probably more of a one and done. But we can turn into C.J. Gardner-Johnson if you beat Dallas. 248-539-9797. I believe that your performance in Dallas, I would turn into C.J. Gardner-Johnson. Yeah. You puff that chest out. Rico turning his back on management. Just exciting. But I'm not ready to go there.
No. You win, you lock up the division Sunday, and then you beat Dallas, we can have this conversation because that means you're the second best team in the NFC. That means that, yeah, you're on a collision course to play the 49ers in San Francisco or maybe here in Detroit in the NFC Championship game. But I do need to see more. CJ, I think the reporter was expecting him to say, well, you know, the one day at a time, we were pretty good. And he was just like, nah, man, F that.
Yeah, let me say this again. I have no issue with the way CJ answered it. Players have to think that way. I'd be scared if my players did not think that way. But you're not players. We're not players. We get to observe. They're in it. You have to believe. Yeah. And they should believe, and they do believe.
Yeah, I think they thought he was going to joke around the way Jared Goff did when Teddy asked him the question of, hey, are you a game manager? He's like, yeah, we're winning, aren't we? And they just kind of yucked it up. But this was more of a, come on, man.
CJ went.
Right. Next question.
Wait, he turned his back on the report.
Only thing missing was the middle finger.
Right. Here, speaking to this microphone.
Right. Look, that security. Who is this guy? Who are you?
248-539-9797. David, are you ready to go there? Are you down with C.J. Gardner-Johnson, or are you in the wait and see approach?
I'm in the wait and see approach.
Okay.
I got to see what they do against Dallas because I believe that will be the team they possibly will have to face maybe in the second round. Something like that. We'll see. I don't see them being a threat. One playoff win doesn't mean you're a threat.
That's where I'm at. And I am willing to change that opinion based on the Dallas game. But remember something. You're not 13-point favorites this weekend. You're 3. And I ain't mad at you. You believe you're going to Minnesota winning? You have every right to believe it. I just get very nervous about divisional games late in the year on the road. You destroyed your opponent last week. And Vikings, this is as back against the wall as it gets in their house. Be careful now.
But here's the thing about the Dallas game, and I know we're not the players. You said that already. So we can look ahead. I know they're not supposed to look ahead.
Right.
But the Dallas game can answer two questions. One, if you beat the Vikings and you beat Dallas, oh, wow, okay, now you are a legit threat, like CJ is saying. But if you lose to the Vikings and still beat the Dallas Cowboys,
oh boy,
that means you still have not lost back-to-back games. That means you got together after losing and got up off the floor and won a game against a good opponent. So it still would answer a lot of questions here. But I don't think they're a threat.
248-539-9797. David, a few ticket texts. We'll get the calls getting screened and take care of business here.
So you're saying you lose to the Vikings, but you beat the Cowboys?
No, I'm saying because they haven't lost back-to-back.
No,
See,
he's
I think
saying if they showed, hey, look, they're showing the inconsistency that it would keep you from being a threat.
Right.
Like, you need to have legitimate momentum. Go on the road, beat the Vikings. Go on the road, beat Dallas. You want to be viewed as a legitimate threat.
Right.
Meaning you get even a chance to square off against the San Francisco. Or you become the 2 seed to get the second game at home to greatly improve your chances of winning. You need to do those things for us to turn into CJ.
Right. Because that would be the ultimate paradox, to lose and then beat the Cowboys. Because now
it would be the equivalent of Revson and Jake Butt. Completely paradoxical.
We're going to change sides. We need to remember, Thursdays, Mike sits here, I sit there.
We just changed the channel.
They just keep doing it. BTN continues to do it.
You're right. I got to change the channel.
You have to. It's also amazing to get a Wolverine to talk about the Wolverines.
Well, who knows more about the Wolverines?
That's right.
Someone says multiple. They might lose in the first round with that defense. Can't rush the passer without blitzing. So, no, they are not a threat. That is from Mike.
You're definitely in the wait and see.
Mm-hmm. Threat implies eliminating a better opponent. Winning a home game is not a threat.
And again, for the people in the back, I love how CJ answered the question. I love and expect that approach from the players. There is no issue with CJ Gardner-Johnson. This is a fan question. So just please, I don't want you angrily calling up the screener and screaming or thinking somehow. No, I'm excited. I told you how excited I was when you signed this kid. And it sucked he got hurt. Now, I'm happy he's back. I think he has a chance to make a big impact.
He got hurt and defied everything. That's why I'm a little leery. I need to see him go out there and play because he was supposed to be gone for 6 months, and he cut it in half.
Yeah. I get nervous. I get nervous of a re-injury. Yeah. But let's just keep our fingers crossed. 248-539-9797. We will get your calls. Next, Moran Buick GMC. They make car buying and certified car service a breeze. Look, winter holidays are here. You know the deal. You're going to be incredibly busy, a lot of errands to run. Do it in style. They got great deals on great vehicles. The 23 Acadias, $259 a month. The 24 Terrains, $242 a month. Both just $19.95 down. New stock arriving daily. They have Denali's in stock as well. MoranExpress.com for your certified car service. You get the free loaner vehicle, and you're going on with your day. You're not going to sit in a waiting room. It's Moran Buick GMC, where you always get the best price, period. It's on Telegraph, just north of Eureka and Taylor, or at MoranExpress.com. It's Moran Buick GMC. We are professional grade.
The holidays are busy and can be stressful. During the winter, injuries from car accidents are on the rise. My friends over at Applebaum & Stone are here to help you. Ron Applebaum and Eric Stone are personally involved with every client. They will handle the difficult insurance companies. You can just take care of yourself. When you call Applebaum & Stone, you actually get them. They come to you, and they'll get you the money you deserve. So call Applebaum & Stone right now. 833-WINS-BIG. Tell them Rico sent you.
You know, actually, we have something new in the running for the dumbest question ever. As Rico was just asked by someone in this building, hey, would you like something to drink? Okay, I do the afternoon show here. I cannot consume alcohol and go on the radio. What planet do you reside on? Now, I won't tell you what department they work in.
Planet Fun.
Boy, you could take a guess. Hey! Ah! David, you should have seen Rico's face. I thought he saw a ghost or found out a relative died. He goes, you won't believe what blank just asked me. I go, what? Ah! Want something to drink?
Ooh, I really want to know. I'll wait. I have to wait now.
I just wish we could have...
How you living?
How you living today? I wish we could just have a studio in like a corn silo.
Away from everyone.
Away from everyone. Rico, look at me. 3:18 in the afternoon. This guy thinks he's on an episode of Cheers. You should honestly extend your hand. Hi, Rico Beard. I'm on the air. I hate you. All right. Let's go to the people. CJ Gardner-Johnson. Love the way he answered it. But do you as a fan subscribe to it? What will it take to get you there? Ready?
Let's go.
Let's do it. Let's go to Darren, 97.1. What's up, Darren?
What's up, guys? I'll tell you, look at it this way. Who wants to play Detroit? I'm not sure there's many. With this offensive line, the way they can run the ball, of course they're a threat. But how they become a bigger threat is to really find a way to improve this defense over the next 3 weeks. It's tough given that your personnel is pretty much set. We don't know if Houston's coming back, but I will say Melifonwu has played corner before, and you cannot do worse than Jerry Jacobs. So let's start there. But if they win the next three, I'm not saying they're going to beat Dallas, but if they can find a way, control the ball, score, and just maybe come up with a turnover or two on defense, win these final 3 games, now you're at the 2 seed with 2 home games.
Right.
Do I think they're a threat at that point? Absolutely.
I think there's only one team in the NFC they can't beat if it was at Ford Field, and it's Rico's team. You're different at home, and the Cowboys are different on the road. So, yeah, and Philly, I'll tell you right now.
See, I'm not counting out Philly.
No, you'd beat them here. If you got to go to Philly and Baby Hands is out in the cold on the grass, that's a different thing.
I don't know if they beat them here.
Trouble.
Yeah, well, you're being negative, Rico. Darren, go ahead.
But, guys, if we get to that point, we get that second home game, even if it is, well, it wouldn't be San Fran. You're going to play them on the road no matter what.
Right, right. I was making a point. Like, I truly believe they're that team. But, yeah, Darren, you and I both would become C.J. Gardner-Johnson if they locked up the 2.
You ain't kidding, buddy.
I'd be excited.
Merry Christmas, guys.
Same to you, Darren. Take care. But it's going to take some work to get this done, to get me to the point where we sound like C.J. Gardner-Johnson. You're turning your back on callers. Exciting things. Hey, look. Let's go over. Let's
I should have just stayed in here and changed the channel. That was my problem.
Patrick, how are you?
Fine, you?
Good. What's going on?
First, thanks for making my car a better place, guys. But I'm rooting for the Pistons tonight. In fact, I put the rest of my FanDuel account on them as per my orders.
Okay.
And the reason is because we need more economic nights in Detroit. And for all the Lions season ticket holders out there that are complaining about the prices of their tickets, if you want a more economical evening for you and your friend, then hope that this change doesn't happen. Hope that Goris doesn't have to talk before the new year. Hope that this grinding, terrible team goes on for another year or two, and use it as a window to go watch the players from other teams that you're interested in.
I mean, okay, but Patrick, to be fair, I will never advise putting the rest of whatever. Now, again, if you got a couple of bucks in there, you do whatever you want. But like, look, as far as this thing ain't turning around.
Bucks, don't worry about it. I'm not crazy.
All right, good man.
Okay, so
good man.
So
okay.
I had to flash back to that one caller who put his life savings.
Yeah, good man.
No,
Patrick, here's the deal. Whether Goris talks or not, Weaver fired or not, Arn Tellem launched into space or not, they're not going to be good anytime soon. You'll get plenty of cheap tickets, my man. You need the Pistons to lose because long-term, something has to awaken. Either the league to step in or Tom Gores to realize the people he has empowered have failed him in a grotesque and reprehensible way. Or he sells the team. That he gets tired of his rich friends bringing up what a toilet bowl he owns in Detroit.
Yeah, because right now,
but they're winning tonight.
I want to see what happens because it would settle the argument. What happens if an NBA team, the worst team,
played a G League
team?
That's what you're seeing tonight.
Yeah.
The Jazz are sitting 4 of their top 6 players. A couple are injured. It's their 5th game in 8 nights. But 56% of their total scoring is not playing tonight. If you don't win tonight, then you just maybe Cookies is right. Maybe Costa's right. Maybe you just never win again. I don't know. So they're winning.
You may win again. You're so close to the records. You need the record because it'll be the embarrassment of losing to a G League team, and you get the record. That's national. Mike and I can't do enough, I think, to move the needle when it comes to management. But if you're on prime time national story writers personalities are saying how bad it is in Detroit, we're just negative. We're always negative.
When Stephen A. Smith goes on national television, that's what we need. I mean, look, we do what we do, but there's what Rico and I do. It's like if there's already 17 bullets in the body, we just put 18. Everyone here knows. Everyone listens. They know how we feel, and they're abreast of what's going on. When national media speaks on it, it sheds a light on something that people didn't know about. And it brings a brighter light upon this team.
Mm-hmm.
Bigger need. Pistons with the record, Rebson with a booster seat. 248-539-9797.
Could have Mike Hall.
That would actually be worse. Let's go to Dakota, 97.1. What's up, Dakota?
Hey, first time, long time. I think the Lions, I've been in your guys' book for a while, that just the home playoff game, get a win. But I think on one of the national media shows I've seen the Cowboys have gotten, a few of their losses, they've gotten run all over. And I think the combination of Gibbs and Montgomery can handle, plus with the healthy O-line, I think we can be a legitimate threat. So, yeah.
Dakota, listen, if they go to Dallas and win, I said it yesterday, I'll say it to you right now. If you beat Minnesota and you go down to Dallas and win, you have every right to believe you could go to a Super Bowl.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't mean it's happening, but you got every right to believe it.
If you go to Dallas and you win, it's the best victory. It would
maybe in the league all year long, quite frankly.
It would top the whole Kansas City win that the Lions got.
Yeah, I'm saying league-wide. When you do a deep dive discussion of the best wins, I mean, Buffalo was at home and beat Dallas. Dallas was at home and beat the Eagles. For you to go on the road to Kansas City and go on the road to Dallas and beat both of those teams, I could enter your victories in the discussion along with San Francisco, what they did in Philadelphia, as being the singular most impressive win league-wide all year.
Yeah.
That's hard to do. Look at the splits. Cowboys are averaging 40 points a game. They beat teams by 3-4 touchdowns a pop at home. They kill people. Shout out Rico scouting report on Nick Bolton. Quote, dude just kills people. Close quote.
And he turned into a serial killer. Still.
Nick Bolton?
No, not in real life.
Oh, I'm like, what? Did I miss it? I thought he was just hurt.
I mean on the field.
I thought he hurt his wrist.
No, I'm saying he's still out there killing people.
Oh, he's awesome. He is awesome. David, a few ticket texts. Get to a little football today. We got a wild news report that seemingly has been debunked as it relates to Ben Johnson.
Yeah.
And I'll probably walk out when Rico brings up the latest Harbaugh rumor because I'm just exhausted by all of it. But David, any ticket text you'd like to add to the party?
Mike, Rico, I am all in. The Lions can get to the NFC Championship game if they stay healthy. So, yes, they are a threat. Whew.
By the way, the spread for your game in Minnesota, 3.
Ooh.
Moved down from 3.5.
See, someone's mentioning the Dallas spread in this text. It said the Lions are currently 5.5, plus 5.5 against Dallas. So
all I'm saying is I hope I come on the air next week. I don't care if you win by 1 or 100. Just win. But if you lose to Minnesota, the tenor of this conversation is going to change in a big, big way. Because what David said, that's going to be your reality. You are going to go into Dallas probably the better part of a touchdown underdog. And you're not going to be feeling so sweet. No. You got to take care of business this week against Minnesota.
Yeah, we won't be getting the phone call saying, oh, yeah, Dallas is defense, and we could run the ball.
248-539-9790.
Let me change this channel right now.
Man, I've been asking you to. The D lost.
Drink?
Why don't you go out there with all the drunkies? Let me know how. Yeah, hey, you look good today. What's up to drink? I'm on the air, you moron. America's favorite place to watch football, Stadium Swim, located at Circa Resort and Casino. Rico, get the hell out of here. Catch all the biggest games with the best viewing experience. 6 pools, 3 different levels, great view of the massive screen, located at Circa Resort and Casino in downtown Vegas. Stadium Swim, book your spot today at circalasvegas.com.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans. The city of Detroit is rolling out the red carpet for this spring's NFL Draft. A series of 7 events, free events leading up to the draft called the On the Clock Tour begins next month and runs through the second week of April. Detroit hosts the draft April 25th through 27th in and around Campus Martius Park and Hart Plaza. Officials anticipate over 300,000 attendees and a nearly $200 million economic impact. Changing kickers coming down the regular season home stretch is a bold choice, but Lions special teams coordinator Dave Phipp said the decision was carefully made. Detroit held a 5-week kicking competition between Riley Patterson and Michael Badgley in practice since returning from their bye in early November. Phipp said Badgley was the obvious winner, resulting in Patterson being cut. Speaking of the Lions, they can clinch their first playoff berth since 2016 with a Saints win in L.A. tonight on Thursday Night Football. The Rams, they're a 4-point favorite. And is it actually happening? The Pistons have perhaps their best chance yet to end this historic 24-game losing streak tonight when they host a Jazz team playing on back-to-back evenings. 4 of Utah's top 6 scorers are out. That's a group averaging a combined 62 points per game. Hear it right here on 97.1 The Ticket, coverage starting at 6:35. I'm Beanie Howell. More at 4 or at 971theticket.com.
All right, so we've been trying to do it all week. Just take one segment, have a little fun. The Heat Miser over here is going to give us a Christmas blitz. Let's get into it, see what the hell we're rapping about. David.
So here's what we're going to do today. I love to eat. There's a lot of people that love to eat. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to give you some non-traditional Christmas dinner ideas. Mike, you don't like the turkey. A lot of people decide to not have turkey for Christmas. So let's do some non-traditional ideas.
Kenny was telling me about this. Like his family, they do Mexican food.
Oh, okay.
They don't do traditions.
Did that once. You know what?
Good
Kenny's
idea.
on to something.
I mean, this is all blasphemous to me, or if you're from an ethnic family
that's
like
right.
myself.
It's the 7-fish dinner.
Right. We'll keep an open mind to this, but I tell you, if I tried to put some of these ideas in front of Mama V, forget about it.
So those mashed potatoes you taught me, that's just a Thanksgiving thing?
Correct.
Okay.
Now, Christmas Day, you might get away with it, but not Christmas Eve. David, go ahead.
So let's start with the shepherd's pie.
Oh, stop. I mean, what am I? British?
It's an Irish dish, but
it's
shepherd's pie.
You know what it is? It's a dish for people who can't cook. Put a bunch of crap in a bowl, cover it, and put mashed potatoes and bake it. Disgusting. Absolutely not.
Okay, maybe this one, since you don't do the turkey, stuffed Cornish hens.
I've never had them. What are those, the mutant mini birds?
Yeah, the tiny chicken.
They freak me out. I don't like that.
Freak you out. They're good.
No, it is weird.
It just scares me. I don't like it.
You can just hold a whole chicken in your hand.
Yeah.
Like,
It's a baby chicken.
No, it's like Honey, I Shrunk the Kids.
And right, it's just like, this is... Yeah.
Like, when's it, David? Have you ever eaten a Cornish hen?
Oh yeah, I grew up on having Cornish hens. I love them.
Where do you even buy them? I've never seen them in the grocery store.
You can buy them at the store.
Yeah, you got to go to
bulk
like
stores have them.
butcher shops or
Have you ever had them?
I've had. I mean, it's chicken. It just looks weird.
So it tastes like regular chicken.
It's just tiny.
It's just Micro Machines edition.
Think of it like this. You know how you go to some restaurants, you get like real wings, and then you have other restaurants that give you the little tiny baby wings. It's that.
Yeah, I used to love it as a teenager. You buy a pack of 2, and I used to eat them. Both of them. They were great. Next on the list, butternut squash lasagna.
Get out. You leave me out of this.
Love that
there's
one.
not an Italian household on the planet that would be. It just wouldn't be allowed.
You could just stop. It's not an Italian thing. There's not a household on the planet.
I agree.
You show up with that. In a dish.
What is that?
Hey, I brought the butternut. What is it? Buttersquash?
Butternut squash.
Yeah, I brought the lasagna. What? You would never get invited back. And the next year, you know what you're bringing? Napkins.
That's like some vegan hippie alternative. No.
Correct. It is.
You come in the house wearing a bike helmet.
You know I'll tell you who brings butternut squash lasagna? Doug Karsh. That's the type of dude that shows up with that.
He would. Not his kid. His kid's good. Him? Yeah.
Yeah, here's something else he might bring. Vegan fried chicken.
Come on,
This
dude.
is tofu fried in seasoned batter.
What on earth is why?
Non-traditional.
Non-traditional? This is ridiculous.
Why would you take the time to season and batter fake meat?
Agreed.
Why would
Agreed.
you go through all of this? Just no. Just no.
Maybe this is a better option for you. Firecracker chicken with rice.
David, when you said non-traditional, now we're eating mall food. What is this?
This non-traditional.
Firecracker chicken.
What the hell's a firecracker chicken?
It is, yeah.
Let me look it
Sriracha
up.
spiked firecracker chicken.
No.
On top of rice in a bowl.
I got nothing. This is all Greek to me, buddy.
Let me look.
I thought non-traditional, you were going to be like, hey, want to have some lamb for dinner or something?
Oh, that's on the list. There is some lamb on
It
the
looks
list.
like it's Chinese food.
Yeah, that's basically, it's a dish.
All right, so
Yeah.
David has brought you to Panda Express now. All right, thank you.
Yeah. This is basically just Chinese food.
Okay, well, now I'll just give you just the traditional.
go.
You want some turkey. You want
Right.
some mac and cheese. You want some greens.
It's just Chinese food.
Yeah,
I can do that. I can do this. Yes.
Listen, if you want non-traditional and it's a crowd pleaser, if I still lived in New York, I would have no problem being the family from A Christmas Story and having Chinese food on Christmas Day.
I've tried. My family said no.
No, I know. I would never get away with it. But like,
Why
if you-
no?
Bro, you know my family.
I
It
know
would
you're. I'm
never
I'm
be-
talking about David. Why no? Not you.
Because of tradition. That's just not what my mom wants to do.
Oh,
Now, okay, same thing as mine.
Wait, but you know what could start a new tradition? David, I was at this place and somebody late night brought in these sliders and mini hot dogs. Oh my goodness.
There you go.
Oh my
Christmas
goodness.
Day by Rico.
Yeah.
Mini dogs.
Mini dogs and I don't know where they came from, but yeah, I would do that.
That, yes.
Is that non-traditional enough
That would
for
be
you?
non-traditional.
I think everybody could get involved with that.
Listen, I have no issue. Like, for our family, because the amount of cooking Christmas Eve, Christmas Day, there's way more latitude. But yeah, some of this is like way off the reservation.
So I've often wondered, do you guys have to like get formally dressed for this dinner? Like, is
No.
this suit and tie?
No.
I just imagine like at every fish plate, somebody gets up and read a speech and tells a story.
Yeah, we pay David to come by and read Corinthians
You have a
between
program
bites.
at
Right.
dinner.
Like, okay, we are now on fish number 3. Okay, would you like to explain to Michael?
Sir, there's appetizers at noon, dinner's at 4.
Okay,
You put out 3 of them up front, 4 of them in the back.
I just,
Man, I wish there were more Italian people to back me on this. I get treated like an alien on this
It's
show.
not an alien. I'm just trying to learn. Like, I didn't know if it was like a ceremony that went to because it's 7.
Oh, ceremony.
Because it's not 6. It's not 5. It's not a fish dinner. It's 7. 7 is meaningful.
It's
so
traditional.
therefore, I thought maybe the 7 had some type of meaning to it.
Nah,
Seven's one of those numbers. It means something.
It does. It
Yeah.
does.
So I thought maybe like everybody gets up, the
Amazing.
grandkids do a little speech.
No, none of it.
Let me give you the next 2 options. Maybe they're a little closer to traditional for you.
Quickly.
It would be the maple glazed lamb chops, or you can do the pistachio crusted pork tenderloin.
Oh, delightful.
That may be a little
that sounds
closer.
awesome. That sounds really good. Pistachios, highly underrated.
I don't know. Just do a brisket.
Also would be an amazing dinner.
That
if
would be
we
nice.
lived in a warm weather climate, barbecue for Christmas Day would be lovely.
Actually, we're barbecuing chicken
Hey,
this year.
newsflash.
Simple.
If you're local, you can get the smoker out. It's going to be 55 on Christmas Day.
Yeah, we're barbecuing on
Now,
Monday.
Rico's going to be in paradise. Rico's going to be sunning his buns. And we ain't talking King's Hawaiian. But if you, David, you could break the smoker out on Christmas Day.
Yeah.
55, you're good to go.
Yeah, we're going to my parents' house. My dad does not have a smoker, but we're just going to barbecue some chicken, probably do some burgers.
If a man doesn't have a smoker, is he a real man at all?
Well, he works a ton, so he has no time to do
I don't,
anything.
you know what? I don't embrace excuses. I embrace solutions. I think we know what we're getting, Papa Hall.
He will not use it, so we're good.
That is.
You know what? If he's not going to use it, he's not
Yeah,
going
that's
to
what I'm saying. We're not going to use
Then
it.
David gets to use it.
But David,
Hey, Dad, I'm here
All right.
again.
Wrap it up.
he doesn't do that.
No, no,
Noted.
no, and we're good on that. Those are your non-traditional Christmas dinner ideas.
All right, holiday season. You get some time off. You got sports. You got FanDuel. $150 in bonus bets with a $5 winning money line wager. We've talked about it. We think tonight's the night for the Pistons. So does the book. The Pistons are actually favored to win a basketball game. You place 5, you can win 150. More betting markets than anyone in the state of Michigan. Spreads, props, totals, you name it, they got it. FanDuel.com/ticket. It's FanDuel, official partner of the National Football League. 21 and up, present Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 pregame money line wager required. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued. Now withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem, call 1-800-270-7117. All right, we're going to go out to the desert, and we got a boatload of things to discuss. Perfect day to talk about the Pistons actually being favored in a basketball game. We welcome in Derek Stevens, Circa Las Vegas. Derek, how are you, bud?
Great. Good afternoon, guys. Great to talk to you.
So let's do this with the Pistons. We opened the show with this. Like, tonight's the night.
He's still doing this.
The Jazz are sitting 4 of their top 6. The Pistons, the line is moved. They are favored by 2.5. Derek, This is the night they win, right? Like, is everyone now betting on them?
Well, they were. Here's the story. You're right. This is the night. This is the perfect situation for you NBA bettors. I mean, 3 out of 4 games, 3 nights, 3 games in 4 nights for Utah. This is the perfect setup during the whole calendar season for the Pistons to win this game. We opened Utah at 1.5. It immediately got bet up where the Pistons went up to a 3-point favorite. And unfortunately, in the last 20 minutes, it's come down from 3 to 2.5 to 2 to 1.5 right now. So all the late money is all coming back in on Utah. This is becoming a national story. It's really unbelievable.
Oh, God. No, I mean, listen, Derek, this is going to sound sick. I'm going to bet the Pistons tonight because I'm willing to pay for them to lose. That's how bad I want this to continue so we can force change. But Derek, if they lose tonight, they are losing to a team of like G Leaguers. It's not even possible.
Yeah, I mean, there's been some requests, which we have not done yet, about putting up what's the over-under of wins for the Pistons this year. If they do not win tonight, this is not an easy ride over the next 4 weeks.
Oh, no.
I don't know where they're going to get the W.
No. And see, that's funny because I wanted to ask, did you have a number of total wins for the Pistons? But you're saying, not enough data for that yet? Or you need to see what
preseason was like 26, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, preseason, of course we did. Yeah, we were mid-20s. But, once that goes, no, it's off the board. But now everybody wants Circa Sports to hang a new number. I mean, people are talking about, is the number 6? Is it 7? It's crazy.
And Derek, obviously I defer to you, but I had this conversation with one of my coworkers and I said, you could not possibly put a number lower than 10 or 11 on the board. I don't know how you would look at your risk assessment team and do it because there's going to come a point everyone in the league who's not in the playoffs is trying to lose.
I would probably go the floor for me would be 13.5.
Right.
So you could have that one for free, Derek.
Okay. Derek, I want to ask you college football 2 ways. I know we got a bowl game tonight where potentially Syracuse is starting a tight end at quarterback. I quit. But is the handle for these games overall up or down with the chaos? You can't even handicap the games with the portal and who might play or isn't playing or opting out. I mean, tonight's game plus that other question, where are we at?
Well, tonight's game is the perfect example of why handle in these bowl games are down. Now, there's 2 major reasons why they're down. From the sportsbook perspective, the limits on these games are similar to actually they're lower than NFL preseason. This is like spring training limits in baseball. These are just exhibitions. You got no idea who's playing. These are impossible to book. So the sports books, every sports book is taking a much lower number than they normally would. So that's one factor. But here's the other factor. Nobody wants to bet these exhibition games, So the handle is way off. I mean, the fact is next year is going to be a lot better with the college football playoff. But the interim result is that we've created this terrible situation for cities, for all these other bowl games, for these players. I mean, how do 20 Coastal Carolina kids pass on going to Hawaii? I mean, there's so many different elements that just don't make sense.
Well,
the bowl games are just a joke.
Look at tonight. I mean, Derek, Syracuse, Garrett Schrader, the starters out for the year. The backup's out. A freshman with 6 career snaps, or they might start a tight end tonight, yet they're favored by 3 over a South Florida team who's utterly terrible. What the hell am I supposed to do with it?
Yeah, what's amazing is I got the benefit of having a sports book at the D Las Vegas, downtown Vegas, as well as the big sports book at Circa. Within 2 minutes of one another, we had a guy come in and he bet 3,000 on Syracuse, laying like 4.5. At the same point, we had a guy come in take South Florida, taking the number just because people just don't know. It's all over. Our line on this game, we started Syracuse a 1-point favorite. It gets bet up to a 5, It gets all the way bet down to a pick 'em. Then it gets bet up to a 3.5, and in the last 20 minutes, we're down to a 2 now. I mean, from a bookmaking perspective, this is absolutely impossible.
You almost feel like you're Pat Sajak. We're just spinning a wheel here. Like, I mean, a lot of these games, it's crazy. And I mean, Derek, I don't want to overly do it, but like the other one, I don't know how much you've paid attention. Go ahead and try to take bets on James Madison and Air Force. James Madison's entire team, they got 5 interim coaches they had to bring in as temporary. They went to a temp agency because no one was left, and their whole team is basically in the portal. How do you book it?
And their favorite.
By 1. Take it easy. But yeah. Before I let you go, Lions, it's sitting there at 3. They're in Minnesota. What kind of action you getting on this?
Yeah, especially coming off of last weekend where they destroyed the Broncos.
We're getting massive action on this game. We hung a 3 and 47, and it hasn't moved. Neither the side nor the total. This game is so important in the NFC right here. Lions are just so well beloved throughout the country. This is going to be a defining moment for this 2023 season. So 3 and 47,
and it's just sitting there. 2-way action, or what are you seeing?
No, it's massive two-way, but it's massive two-way action. Exactly, yeah. It's two-way action the whole way.
Well, I can tell you I'm a little nervous about it, but yeah, I had to ask about it. Listen. We will get with you next week. Appreciate it. The bowl games, I'm right there with you, brother. Trust me. I got to talk about these things for Cash the Ticket, and I don't know what I'm doing. It is, hey, Arkansas State, Northern Illinois. You know what, Derek? Just say no. Just offer somebody a buffet ticket and call it a day.
Hey, guys, from the D Las Vegas and from Circa Sports, I want to tell you guys, thanks a lot. Everybody on the 97.1, the family, I want to wish everybody Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays. As you guys know, we'll be the home for all Detroit sports fans in Vegas, and it's just great to talk with you. Have a great holiday, guys.
You too, brother. Derek. Talk soon. Appreciate it. Derek Stevens, and he's equally as frustrated about the bowl games. I mean,
I guess you just live bet them, but I don't even know what you live bet.
Let me repeat what I said to you. Syracuse might be starting a tight end at quarterback tonight.
But he could end up becoming the next Brock Purdy.
David, James Madison went to a temp agency and hired 5 temporary coaches because Cignetti took everybody to Indiana. 6 of their front 7 on defense are in the portal, but they're practicing. No one knows if they're playing.
So these are like grad assistants, so they just went out and seriously just said,
might be COVID-era cardboard cutouts of people.
Hey, Steve Mariucci, what are you even doing? Want to come coach a team?
We'll get back to business next. 97.1.
Brought to you by Mother Waddles. CBS Sports reported Thursday that Lions offensive coordinator Ben Johnson's asking price for an NFL head coaching job is $15 million per year. But Johnson's agent took to Twitter Thursday afternoon, categorically denying the story, calling it irresponsible reporting. Johnson is one of the hottest commodities in NFL coaching, and he's already been linked to several current openings. Detroit's innovative play caller reportedly could have been the Carolina Panthers head coach this season, but he withdrew from consideration. Utah and Northwestern will make history when they meet in the Las Vegas Bowl on Saturday. It'll be the first game in the history of college football to feature coach-to-player helmet communications on the field and smart tablets on the sidelines. 13 other bowl games are testing out some version of these technologies this postseason. It's obviously an experiment brought on by the high-profile Michigan sign-stealing illegal scouting scandal that captivated college football this season. The Pistons' best chance to end their franchise-worst 24-game losing streak could be materializing. Detroit hosts the Jazz tonight, who lost at Cleveland yesterday. Utah is sitting 4 of its top 6 scorers tonight, a foursome that constitutes 56% of their scoring. Vegas thinks it could be the moment for the Pistons, too. In the couple of hours since the Jazz announced inactives, the point spread has shifted 3 points from Detroit getting 1.5 to now laying 2.5. You can hear the game right here on 97.1 The Ticket, coverage starting at 6:35. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Beanie Howell. For more, go to 97.1theticket or Odyssey.com.
I would like to stay calm, but I was just talking to Rico during the break. Let me expand on something that we just talked about with Derek Stevens, because I think there's a misnomer out there about the fix for college football being the playoff, but it's not. It's actually the calendar. Let me explain something. So I am not asking you to care, and I'm not asking you to do doing Cash the Ticket and trying to break these games down. It actually illuminates what an absolute parody this is of college football. These bowl games are spring games. They are preseason football. They are not real games. And you know that because when you begin to break them down, I'll give you an example. Troy is a 7.5-point favorite over Duke. Why? Well, Duke's coach is gone. Mm-hmm. I don't know if the OC is coaching. They've lost their best running back, their best wide receiver, their left tackle. They've lost 3 of their best defensive starters. It's not Duke anymore. Yeah. James Madison has up to 11 starters in the portal, and their best player, Jalen Green, who's going to the NFL, is hurt. But they're still practicing. No one knows if they're playing or not. Kurt Cignetti, their coach, is gone, and he took so many coaches with him that they had to go to a temp agency and hire temp coaches, like cardboard cutouts of actual coaches. The issue is not the playoff. Having a 12-team playoff is going to be fun. I don't deny it. You'll be protected from opt-outs. I don't deny that. That doesn't fix this. The fix for this, you heard head coach Jonathan Smith, Michigan State, yesterday with me and Rico. The calendar's the fix. I want you to think about that if NFL free agency started during wild card weekend, and in the NFL, you have to earn the right to become a free agent. I mean, let's face it. You freak out if you have 6 or 7 starters become free agents. Imagine if you had 85 of them. You have the portal. Mm-hmm. You have existing players opting out to extort you for a contract. You have players opting out with the intent of leaving. You have players who opt out but still want to practice and may opt back in. How do you plan for a game? You have coaches leaving, players leaving. The calendar is the real issue here. Like, we have to take it where it's like, guys, look, I am happy to let you have freedom of movement and to chase whatever financial dream is out there. It can't happen until after the bowl games. It just can't. This is insanity. Mm-hmm. And I could keep going, but if you want to hear more, you can just listen to Cash the Ticket.
No,
because Jim and I broke down 16 bowl games today.
It makes sense. I've often said you couldn't have NFL free agency going on right now. And I use the example, imagine if Jahmyr Gibbs decided he wanted to hit the portal along with, you know what, Laporta said the same thing.
Right.
They're not paying me enough. I want to see what my value is. I can go to Kansas City. I can go here and see what happens.
Offensive coordinator. Hey, Ben Johnson got hired by the Carolina Panthers, and he's taking Laporta and Gibbs with him because David Tepper paid him $20 million pop.
Right.
Up front.
Right.
You would be like, Mike, that's inconceivable.
Right.
That's college football right now.
Why did I watch the whole season in order for this to happen?
Is it wrong that I am sad that bowl games are dead?
It is. No, it's weird because you've already said that they were dead, but now there's no such word, but now they're deader. Because now,
yes,
what you are seeing is, I thought it was bad, but it got worse. It used to just be bad football, but now it's community college football. Now, I don't know who these players are. They may not be there next year. They may not be there next week.
Do you know in the bowls right now, this is a real stat, total bowl games, do you know there will be 26 second or third string quarterbacks playing? 26. Because 68 starters in America hit the portal. Numbers might be up by 1 or 2.
No.
That's real, guys. So my point is, like, look, I used to say, look, these games are silly, but at least there's something to watch.
Yeah.
Look at tonight's game. Syracuse might be starting a tight end. Garrett Schrader, their starter, is out. He's hurt. The backup disappeared. Braden Smith is their third string quarterback who has, I think, 6 career snaps. They might take a tight end, start him, and run Wildcat all night.
Yeah.
That's what we're doing?
I think the fix for this is actually the inverse of what it is, where they keep having these different days where the portal is open. I say the portal is open, but come from August to the January 2nd or 3rd, closed. There is no activity. You cannot get in there. No early start.
And there's no opting out.
Nothing.
The opt-outs are the other problem.
Well, see, the opt-outs I think can get fixed because this is where all the sponsorships for the bowl games, you may have to start paying the players instead of giving the money all to the school and to the conferences because they're getting paid.
Oh, yeah.
That maybe you say, hey, Keon Coleman, instead of opting out for Florida State, how about you playing this game? Here's $100,000 for playing.
The problem is $100,000, as you put it so eloquently earlier in the show, $100,000 doesn't help you when you get, quote, Jake butted.
Well, then you can take out an insurance policy if you get Jake butted and you blow out your knee and you can't ever play NFL football. We'll pay for that as well. We'll take out a $10 million or $20 million contract just for that. That could be a part of the money that you get because star players are going to have to start getting paid from the bowl games if you don't want the opt-out.
I just feel like, look, if you guys think it's silly, it's cool. But there is something that feels really sad. Bowl games are done. I mean, you're a Michigan fan. You have every right to be thrilled and be excited, and I think you're in maybe the most fascinating game of the postseason. Truly. No smart. But for the other fan bases, what exactly is there to play for?
Just think about this.
What are any of us doing here?
Right. Imagine, if this wasn't a playoff game and all of a sudden Corum and JJ and all, and I'm opting out. I'm not playing in the game. And David has to sit there and say, well, who's the quarterback? Orgy. Okay. Good luck. I don't feel the same about my team anymore.
Right.
Because now you have no idea what to expect. That's why with the playoff expansion, at least we get more games that you'll care about.
You get more games that you care about at the cost of killing off 40 games.
Yes.
So here's my question to you. If you're not one of the 12 teams, what are you playing for?
And that's where you're going to have to either start paying players through the bowl sponsorship or, once again, inverse this whole portal open. leave it open. But come August to the end of like maybe a week after the bowl game, the last bowl game, it's closed.
You know what? Here's the question. I think we've just let me ask it this way to the people. In our pursuit, your pursuit, Rico's pursuit of the expanded playoff. Okay, you're getting what you want. Was it worth it? Was the cost worth it? See, if you're a Michigan fan, you're riding high. But I do have bad news for you. There's going to be a lot of years you're not making the playoff. Michigan State fans, it goes without saying. In those years, do you know what you're playing for? Nothing. Nothing.
Right.
Hey, I admit it. There was a time where it mattered if MSU made the Citrus Bowl over the Outback Bowl. It mattered. There was a time where making a bowl was a sign of progress. Or we made a better bowl. Remember when the Rose Bowl or the Sugar Bowl meant you were going to New Orleans? Mm-hmm. You know, like these bowls mattered, okay? Well, they're exhibitions. Guys, players played. The games mattered, and it was fun for us at a minimum on TV. All right, you got your expanded playoff. You're seeing the cost. There is no Capital One Bowl week. There is nothing. Rico, I was homesick all weekend. You know what I didn't watch? The bowl games. Because I tried, and they are unrecognizable. They are awful.
The bowl games are now in 3 different tiers, Mike. You want the tiers now?
Yes. Okay. Where we got to be?
Oh, I was about to say, I can give them to you next.
David, you're number 1. Give the bowls.
It's going to be the playoffs.
Okay.
Those teams, you have a legitimate shot at winning. You're going to go all in. You're going to play.
Okay.
I don't think you're going to see any opt-outs.
Tier 2.
Tier 2 are the disappointed bowls. It's Georgia versus Florida State.
Everyone's opted out.
We didn't think we were going to be here. Oh, dear God. What the heck? It's like Alabama. If you're not in the playoffs or a title game, the season's a loss. Tier 3 would be MSU next year. Oh, my God. Any bowl, and I'm happy because we've been garbage for the last few years.
But it won't.
No. Mike, no.
The players will still opt out, Rico.
They'll
still hit the portal.
The next year. You get 1 year of that. They'll say, okay, you know what? We made it to 7-5 or 8-4. Yes, let's play in this who cares bowl game. But then after that, it's all right. Well, I'm disappointed. So those are the 3 tiers. It's the teams that have been so bad, they're happy to go.
I just view it that there's 1 tier. You're in the playoff, or this is all done. It's all dead. It's all dead. I mean, look at these bowl games. Go up and down the list.
But see, that's what I'm saying. It's like Northwestern. They're happy to be in a bowl game. Their season was a disaster.
No, I'm sorry, Rico.
David, I didn't say that it's a winning mentality. I'm saying that Northwestern, they're embracing a bowl game because we were written off.
But here's what I'm going to say. There's no more tradition in college football anyway. So why do we need them? They're dead. We don't need the bowls anymore. Tradition is dead. Well, so just continue to kill it.
The tradition is the Chamber of Commerce for all those different cities and all the sponsors, which is why
way to make money. I don't need the Relier Quest bowl. No. I'm sorry.
No. Pay the players and you get better bowls. Instead of giving them to the schools, instead of giving it to the conferences, give it to the players.
Here's a dirty secret, my man. Bowls can't afford it. Can't afford it.
No. Cut some of that money. Oh, well, Big Ten, we're going to give you $10 million.
If Minnesota's third-string quarterback cost NIL dollars for Minnesota fans, $30,000 to get him to play. Multiply $30,000 by 170 scholarship players per bowl game. Bowl games can't afford it.
Right.
So I'm with David. You know what? Kill the bowls. You wanted to kill the sport. Mission accomplished. Drop the rose on the casket.
And Rico, I think you already know what the new bowls are going to be. I'll give that to you next.
Wow.
Well, I'm dropping off roses to caskets. So.
When your furnace goes out, you need reliable service. Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, Electrical. Got you covered 24/7. Locally owned for 40 years. You're going to back their work with a 5-year warranty. Mastercraft, your one-stop shop. Heating, AC, plumbing, electrical. Plenty of generators in stock. If Mastercraft can't get to you same day, take $100 off that next day service call. Just go to mastercraftheating.com. David, ticket text. Then we get to the callers. People calling in on every damn topic we're bringing up today. I'm fine with it. We'll keep it loose on a holiday week. Pistons might win tonight, David. God help us. I hope they lose.
They
Go
just
ahead.
might win tonight. I got to give Rico my tease, though.
Yes, you do.
Here's what the future bowl games will look like, and you correct me if I'm wrong. You know more than me. But the Big Ten already has an option there for a semifinal. Those are the new bowl games. You have the Big Ten semifinal leading into your championship, leading into the college football playoff. Your new bowls will be your semifinal games leading into your conference championships. That's it. You don't need these 40 ReliaQuest bowls or the Toastery bowl. You don't need them. It's dead.
David, you're right, except for the problem is the individual cities that host the bowl games are counting on people coming there. But what's going to happen, hold on.
I didn't say anything.
I can hear your thoughts. And you know what? Don't swear at me in your head either.
He preemptively shushed me.
Right, because I heard him saying, what the? Yep. What's going to happen is eventually you're seeing with less people going to games, the crowds are ridiculous. They were already ridiculous. Now it's going to get even more because you're not going to hop on a flight, pay money to watch players that were on the practice squad or, like, who are these guys? That's where it's going to come down. So what may happen is the NCAA may get smart and say, here's the deal. Bowl games, we're going to take away 25 of them. If you want to make a bowl game, you now have to win at least 9 games. So now it's going back to being a reward rather than everybody goes to a bowl game.
To the people. Let's go to Paul, 97.1. Paulie, what's going on, buddy?
Interesting scenario with college football. Yeah, it really is. That's not why I called, but David's right. The bowl games got stupid for the last couple decades. When I came up, there were 6 of them. That was it, and they meant something. But nowadays, now they're weird.
Yeah, and Paul, the reason I brought it up, and I'll let you have all the time you need, get to your other point.
Sure.
I'm making a point.
Thank you.
In today's day and age where we're asking more money from people to buy tickets and go to games and to watch this crap, when you take away the bowls, people are going to tune out of your sport real quick once it's evident your team's not going to go to the playoff.
I think it's already happening.
Yeah,
Mike.
You're creating a real problem. That's all.
Yeah. I agree with everything you guys bring up, and some of the other shows are jumping on board too. That there has to be some kind of a commissioner / guardrail system put in place. But anyway, look, guys, I have a conundrum and I have a question about the NBA, and especially regarding the Pistons. And I want to ask you guys seriously because I don't know.
Yeah.
Now we've all seen what happened with Donald Sterling. We've seen what happened with the Washington Commanders, and I'm sure there are other examples. But regarding the Pistons, Tom Gores, by all accounts, has not done anything nefarious at all. I mean, there is no scandal. There is nothing. He's simply a lousy owner. And I've said it on your show for the longest time. I've been a Pistons fan. I used to go, to games at Cobo with my dad, watch Gus in the top row going nuts, I mean, the Pistons have a great tradition in Detroit. They really do. They've always been, for the longest time, the team without a home. When he smashed down the Palace, I knew it was the beginning of the end. And other than that, though, he's by all accounts, granted he's a billionaire and he gets tax write-offs, but he's a rather charitable guy. There's no scandal surrounding him. So my question is, does the league have something in the bylaws?
Yes.
They do.
Yeah, remember something. Donald Sterling wasn't forced to sell. Donald Sterling was banned from all operations of the team, which then led to him selling. There's also in the NBA Constitution, I think it's like Rule 130 or Rule 13D or something like it's.
You have to give a damn?
3/4 of the owners can basically say, we don't want you here no more. Now, the reason it doesn't happen is it would set a very dangerous precedent because, Paul, I know you know this, and I would hope fans do, a lot of owners in sports are not good people. So
I would say the majority.
Right. It's basically, I'll hide your dirt if you ignore mine. I am not suggesting that the league will force him to sell. What I am suggesting is that the league could fire a warning shot and say, get your affairs in order. We are tired of one of our franchises being a national piñata. You're making us all look bad. Clean it up. Now,
not only that, well, I'm sorry. Can I interrupt for 1 minute?
Yeah, of course.
It's not like they've drafted bums. You know, we do have Cade Cunningham. We have Jalen Duren. We have Jaden Ivey.
But here's the problem.
I know where you're going with this, okay? But it's what they put around them in the construction of the roster, and the only move they made was a world-class coach who looks like he's in Disneyland without any tickets. I mean, it's ridiculous.
The problem
what is going on here.
Here's your issue. And we kind of foreshadowed a little bit that if Monty Williams was your biggest acquisition last summer, this could be really, really bad. They hired a coach whose system is based on three-point shooting. They proceeded to take the rest of the offseason, Paul, and appreciate it. And they did nothing to tailor that roster, including drafting a 19-year-old who's currently shooting 14.8% from three. Jalen Duren's never attempted a three. Cade shoots 31% from deep. Jaden Ivey shoots 28.4% from deep. You following? You have a team that doesn't shoot the three, and when they do, they can't make it. You hired Monty Williams because Tom Gores went above everybody else to do it. You'll never sell me that Troy Weaver wanted Monty Williams. Yet, Troy Weaver's still here, and a report from The Athletic last Saturday afternoon is that Troy Weaver's active in the wing market. The league can step in and say, here's the deal. These people are bad. We're going to hold your hand. You're going to fire everyone. Keep your team. Keep making your money. Stop embarrassing us. Get some help. Do you know at one point the New York Giants were so helpless, the NFL stepped in and said, we're helping you. You're embarrassing the New York market. I want you to meet George Young. George Young, Pete Rozelle brought George Young to the New York Giants and said, look, help these idiots. All right, the Maras are lost. George Young ushered in the Giants' 1980s revival, including the Super Bowl in 86 and in 90.
Listen to what this man has to tell you.
Okay, there are ways in those mahogany, dimly lit rooms that you fantasize about. There are ways for things to get done. When you get the call from Madison Avenue, they can help you. Because this man can't help himself. So technically, you can't be forced to sell on incompetence, but boy, the message can be sent. You can also strongly encourage someone, is it really worth it to you? We know what you paid. I have someone lined up prepared to pay you 6x on your investment. Tom paid about $350. If he sold the Pistons today, minimum 1.5. You can have it.
So now
right there for you.
Now you're talking Daniel Snyder and the Commanders. You want your money? I want more. Okay, he's willing to pay. I don't want to sell to him. Fine. Sell it to me, and then I'll sell it to him. So technically, you didn't sell to that guy.
You can even keep a big part of your team. You just will have nothing to do with basketball. Yeah. That's offered. Hey, you remember that big sale, Mark Cuban? Yeah, Mark Cuban still has a controlling share and still got paid out. Yeah. You can do deals all different ways. Yeah. You still want to show up in loud dress shirts and fire T-shirts? Fine. Fine print. You will have nothing to do with basketball.
Yeah, but you can keep your courtside seats.
All right. Uplifting. Old Nation Brewing. Fun. Holiday season. Bring some Old Nation beer to your next get-together. The M43, what they're famous for. They've just released the new Grapefruit B43, the entire World Tart series. And yes, the Boss Tweed, 19.2-ounce can of hazy IPA at a Heavy hitting 9.3 ABV. 97 on Beer Advocate. I tell you won't have to deal with people's kids you don't like. Have a couple sips of that deal. Fun! I love the holidays. Old Nation Brewing. They got you covered. Check out the complete lineup at oldnationbrewing.com. 21 and up. And as always, please drink responsibly.
Brought to you by Lady Jane's. The Lions are reportedly signing a cornerback to their practice squad. Craig James, no, not the former SMU standout, ESPN talking head, or failed Texas politician. This Craig James was an undrafted free agent in 2018 who stuck around the league most recently with the Jets. CBS Sports reported Thursday that Lions offensive coordinator Ben Johnson has made it known his asking price for an NFL head coaching job starts at $15 million per year. His agent, though, said that on Twitter Thursday afternoon, categorically denying the story. Johnson is one of the hottest commodities in NFL coaching. He's already been linked to several current openings. And Connor Stalions, agent of change. Utah and Northwestern will make history when they meet in the Las Vegas Bowl on Saturday. It'll be the first game in the history of college football to feature coach-to-player helmet communications on the field and smart tablets on the sideline. An experiment that probably doesn't happen without Stalions' innovation.
I'm sure John U. Bacon has already got the book started.
It's really a good thing.
There'll be a temporary restraining order if this can happen.
Amicus Briefs, how Connor Stalions changed it all.
Just in time for Christmas. I'm Beanie Howell. More at 5 or at 971theticket.com.
Cookies, please. Let's get to the calls. People are calling in on, frankly, all of the things at once, and I'm good with it. Dare I say, in the words of the immortal Douglas Smitherman Karsh, your open line calls next. Let's do it. Let's party. Let's go to Greg, 97.1. Greg, what's going on, buddy? Uh-oh.
Hey, real good. Thanks for taking my call, man. You guys are beyond informative, as well as you guys are facetious and humorous. I mean, it's just an incredible combination.
That's the goal.
I mean, and you reached it personified. This is something I've been wanting to say forever, and that's the Lions are going to go to the Super Bowl. I believe that in my heart. I believe that this team, this high-powered offense, has the ability to score 40 points a game. I said that from last season when they played the Eagles in the first game of the season. If they knew who their identity was, they could have actually scored. If you go back and watch that game, a lot of blown opportunities, but they could have scored 50 points if you go back and watch that game. And that was even with Jamal Williams and Swift. And now I really believe it with Montgomery and the other running back. But I just really believe they have the ability to make it to the Super Bowl, high-powered offense. I totally believe in Garrett Goff. I always have. I never doubted him. I mean, a quarterback who can throw over 300 times without an interception, that's incredibly
over 400 at one point.
Oh, see, that's ridiculous. And for our fan base, well, for these fans who jumped to the bandwagon, that's astronomical. That is incredible. What group of human beings can do that 400 times without an interception? And so if you do it statistically, these fans wouldn't lose their minds. What is that? Maybe every 20 throws or more, he might throw an interception. That is incredible for a quarterback. I believe in Garrett Goff. He's a persistent passer. And
bottom line, there's nothing wrong with what you're saying. If they are able to just win the next two, because I know the last game wouldn't matter at that point, maybe it would matter for the 2 seed. Greg, you have every right to feel like you can go on a deep run. The only thing that keeps me from using the words Super and Bowl is there's a trip to San Francisco built into that party. And I just, look, it's football. Weird things happen, or maybe San Francisco, someone rips Purdy's head off. I don't know.
Nothing's guaranteed.
But yes, Greg, first things first. You got business to attend to this weekend. And
absolutely.
I hope I'm on the air.
I just wanted to say that. I want to get that out there.
Okay.
I felt that in my heart, and I believe they can match up. And, the Lions did one of the greatest things that I've been saying all season long.
What's
that? Stop deferring. Take the ball. Take the ball. Stop deferring. Take the ball. You have a high-powered offense. Get on the board first.
I think in a given week, if you like your game script, you feel like you have a distinct advantage over who you're playing, I'm willing to. But understand something. An extra possession in the second half over the long haul is way more valuable than taking that ball to start the game. But if you feel like in a given week, over a given opponent, you really like your script, you really think you can get that defense early, I'm fine with it.
Really, it boils down to, can we score a touchdown? Because if we have to punt or kick a field goal, we probably should have deferred.
That's why you got into Harvard, people. Kevin, 97.1. What's up, Kev?
Gentlemen, I want to blend my thoughts with something Rico said. Number one, if all these sports leagues, professional leagues, can get free agency under control, the college system should be able to do it as well. And maybe, Rico, your idea of, we'll call it a tier 2, you take the next 12 after the first 12, and then you take the next 12 after that, and you run a playoff in a tier 2 and a tier 3. You start it right after the end of the year. You don't do like a 3-week break. And if you want to get in the NIL or get in the portal, then play in your bowl game. Play in your playoff. So I'd love to see a tier 2 playoff like an NIT with, Georgia, Ohio State, all those teams, and then, keep it to the top 36 teams. They're all eligible for the next level of playoff play at the end of the season.
You know what, Kevin? You know what actually will help? And the college football playoff is doing it. Thank God they listen to me. But I think, David, the bowl games could stick around. They just won't be played in sunny tropical places. Bowl games go to the school with the better record. It's a home game for you. You'll get crowds, you'll get people there, and people will actually care about it. Instead of, we got to pack up, we can't afford that, and I don't want to go through that. Kevin, maybe you're right. If you do the group 2, the second tier and the third tier in their own little NIT style, you play all the games at home, at the home stadiums.
Yeah, and fix the calendar for the kids and get that right. Somebody's got to put some thought into it. Nobody did, and the coaches are just as bad as sending kids into the portal as the kids are. So I don't want to say it's all the kids not getting playing time. A lot of these coaches use it as a way of just dumping players off because they didn't develop them.
I've said it for a while now, and full credit to Mike Gundy, believe it or not, Oklahoma State head coach. He was the first to say it. There needs to be binding 2-way contracts. Let's say you're a State fan. You sign a tight end out of Ohio, and you really like his potential, and you sign him to a 3-year deal. He's stuck with you. And guess what? You're stuck with him. There is no portal. There is no renegotiation. Or you're that same tight end, and you go, appreciate it, but I'd like a 1-year deal. Well, you know what you're getting into. They know what they're getting into. Mm-hmm. That, honestly, Kevin, that's the easiest way. At least with contracts, we know the start date and the end point.
Well, college football is dead. We all know it. Let's embrace a style and some structure and make it work for everyone.
Yeah, and you know what, Kev? The sooner the better, because at this current way it's going, I'm just kind of indifferent.
Yeah, if you keep doing it this way, people are going to lose interest. You know what it's going to become? Boxing. A sport that everybody used to watch all the time.
Who gets to be Don King?
Chip Kelly. I don't know.
Awesome. Chip Kelly in a Don King wig. Fabulous.
Boxing used to be this sport. You knew who the heavyweight champion was. Now?
Did boxing go by the sport of kings as well? Or was that just horse racing?
Yeah, it did.
Boxing.
Yeah.
Yeah. And now it's nothing. It's something like a major heavyweight fight, and, it's on Nickelodeon.
Good pull. Well done. How's that orange treat you?
That was fantastic.
It's rather fragrant. 248-539.
I offered to take it out.
97. We got a lot to do. Hey, callers, sit tight. We're coming right to you. It's going to be exciting. I like the fact people are calling in on the Piston stuff. They're calling in on the College Bowl stuff. They're calling in on C.J. Gardner-Johnson. To hell with it. Your open line calls. We'll get. I like how I've turned Doug into Larry King. Appleton, Wisconsin. Hello. We'll get to your calls next. All right, FanDuel, holiday season. That means time off for some. That means lots of sports for all. And if you haven't joined FanDuel, great time to do it. You bet $5 money line, you win $150 as a new user. Pick a game. Find the biggest favorite in college hoops tonight. Bet 5, win $150. Probably the easy way to do it. Find Gonzaga favored by 50 by, some bum-ass team they're playing. 5 in, 150 out. Pad the account. Spreads, totals, props, you name it, they got you covered. More betting markets than anybody. FanDuel.com/ticket. That's FanDuel, the official partner of 97.1 The Ticket. 21 and up, present Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 pregame moneyline wager required. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issue. Non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms, sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem? Call 1-800-270-7117.
Brought to you by Mother Waddles. Harlan Barnett is leaving Michigan State after 20 total seasons in EL. The man who took on the unenviable task of leading Spartan football in the wake of Mel Tucker's spectacular self-destruction is looking for other coaching opportunities in college or the NFL, he told the Lansing State Journal today.
Good luck.
No kidding. Barnett was a defensive back at State from 86 to 89. He held various titles and roles at MSU from 2007 to 17, then again from 20 through this past season. The Spartans went 2-8 under Barnett's leadership this fall. Lions tight end Sam Laporta is NFL Rookie of the Year for the second time this season after catching 3 touchdowns against Denver. Laporta has 71 catches for 758 yards and 9 touchdowns on the year. Speaking of the Lions, they'll clinch their first playoff berth in 7 seasons with a Saints win in Los Angeles tonight. The Rams are a 4-point favorite on Thursday Night Football. And if not now, when? The Pistons have a prime opportunity to end the historic 24-game losing skid they're on at home tonight versus Utah. Playing on back-to-back evenings, the Jazz are sitting 4 of their top 6 scorers, a group that averages a combined 62 points per game. And you can hear that game on 97.1 The Ticket tonight. Coverage starts at 6:35. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Beanie Howell. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, 5 o'clock. Great to have you with us. We got a ton of callers to get to. Let me just give you a general idea of what we're doing. A little bit of potpourri. Shout out Mikhail LaShore. Tonight's the night. We don't want it to happen, but telling you it's gonna. Pistons gonna win tonight. The Utah Jazz have done the equivalent of a scared puppy showing you their belly. 4 of their top 6 players will not suit up tonight. You just heard Beanie talk about it. They're missing 62 points. I have bad news for you. The Utah Jazz can't afford to be missing 6 points, much less 62. You're favored. If you do not win this game tonight, Jim Costa might be right. You're going 2-80. But we don't want them to win because when you win, the streak goes away. And if the streak goes away, the national media stops pounding on you. We need that to continue to force change. That's 1. Want to see where you're at with it. 2, C.J. Gardner-Johnson. He took a chair to the spine of a reporter today. I'll have David play the audio. I'm just trying to see if you vibe with what he's saying. Take a listen to this. David, I'm sorry. I apologize to you. I thought it was queued up. That is not David's fault. That is mine. Now the audio. CJ straight up turning his back on a reporter. Are you ready to go to that length with this team? Or are you in wait and see mode? A threat means you're winning multiple playoff games. The 3 of us in here, we're in wait and see. And this weekend, look, you're not 13-point favorites. You're not the Bills playing the Chargers. You're a 3-point favorite on the road against a desperate, wounded divisional team in a very difficult place to play with a defense that's probably pretty angry that they coughed up a 10-point fourth quarter lead last week. And by the way, since week 6, they're on a top 5 defense in the league. So I'm just saying, show me. And then we had Derek Stevens on at 3:45. It spurred a topic. Basically, the bowl games, Derek, circa Las Vegas, D Las Vegas, nobody wants to bet on them. And the book isn't letting you put much money on them. In fact, the book is letting you put less money on these games than NFL preseason football. Why? They don't know how to make a number. You don't want to bet. No one knows who's playing. In essence, the bowls are dead. And I give you, like tonight, Syracuse might be starting a tight end because there are no available quarterbacks.
Yeah, the funny thing was Derek did not say this, but if he had subtitles in his life or thought bubbles like in cartoons, it really would have just said, I don't care. These teams are playing.
You don't want to bet them, and I'm not willing to lose money on them as the book because we can't – when the book can't effectively make a number. So I had just said, here's the cost of this blessed playoff you wanted, or player movement, all of it. So was it worth it? Everything's in play. Do what you want to do. And David, make sure the call screener isn't face down on his laptop, because I'm pretty sure 4 people just tried to call the show, and no. 248-539-9797. Make sure we don't have someone from sales screening calls.
Hey,
want a drink? Well, A, Rico's doing afternoon drive, and B, Rico doesn't drink. So kindly leave.
Boy, are they having a party.
They are.
So, 248-539-9797. David, ticket text, then we go straight to the phones.
Someone says the expanded playoff isn't ruining the bowl games. The transfer portal and players opting out is, and nothing is going to change.
Right. No one said
the
playoff's ruining it. We said the playoff takes away anyone caring about the bowls. The bowls are destroyed by the fact that the players don't want to play in them because they can just zippity-doo-dah at any point. But as fans, if you're not in the playoff, you don't care. And next year, if you're not one of the blessed 12, you're in the woods. You're gone. I think that's incredibly damaging for the sport.
They could keep the current timeline, but make it a more dynamic one. Only teams that are officially done losing records can have players transfer out.
To hell with it, sure. I mean,
so yeah, like MSU could have people leave.
Correct.
If you're not in a bowl game, you can go ahead and leave. If you're in a bowl game, you can't do anything until after. Okay, I like that. But at some point, you just need an adult in the room to say, guys, no. Portal's closed. Don't care about your situation because everybody's going to have a sob story. You signed to go to this school. Signing day was yesterday. You put on the hat and you put the graphics and the edits out there. You wanted the world to know. And then the next day, oh, I made a mistake. I don't care. You're here. Wait until the doors open. Until then, go practice, son.
Regarding the Lions, someone says a 2 seed equals a threat. 3 seed is going to equal 1 win and out. Okay.
3 seed means 9 times out of 10 you're going to be playing on the road for that second game. And you're looking at probably inclement weather. Unless it's the Cowboys and then you're playing in a dome again.
Someone says, I love CJ's response. Sports interviews are ridiculous. Don't ask stupid questions. But you got a wonderful response.
Agree. I loved his answer. Players have to believe that. They're the ones sacrificing their bodies. They're the ones on the field. If C.J. Gardner-Johnson didn't answer the question that way, I'd be mortified. This isn't about him. It's about you. Let's go to the people. Let's go to Mike, 97.1. Mike, what's going on, buddy? How are you?
What's up, guys?
How are you? What's going on?
Pretty good. Hey, listen, I listen to you guys out here in California. I much appreciate you guys being on the airwaves. I just, for all the slack and crap that Mike catches about supposedly bagging on Detroit, I'm really proud and happy that you guys are pushing for the national media to get their eyes on what's going on in Detroit, especially with the Pistons. I don't know if all your listeners are kind of picking it up that way, but yeah, we need to have more eyes on what's going on with this miserable team. But with that, thanks, guys. Merry Christmas.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, Mike, listen, it's my argument to people who think, oh, my God, he's negative about Detroit. Well, we've just gone through roughly the worst decade of any major four-sport city in American history. Mm-hmm. I don't know what you'd like me to say. You know, if you want the Sunshine Report, there's a television station that'll give it to you. Well, there's 2. There's the Weather Channel, and then there's Bally.
It ain't been Bally lately. Bally's broken.
I have an admission to make to you.
You like it?
No. Yeah.
It's oxygen.
Like,
for you.
sad. Like, I know it's not happening tonight. I know it's not happening. I know they're winning. But do you understand it would border on arousal to see sad Kelser after a loss to a collection of players that don't belong in the NBA with the Utah Jazz? Do you know it would be appointment viewing? Kelser would be broken.
Couldn't justify it.
I just don't know what to say, George. They cut to Greg after the game, except he's not there. It's just a microphone on the hardwood. Let's go to Special K for his post-game thoughts. Microphone lying on the ground.
Right. Jet ski picks up the headset. Hey, you guys there?
All right, let's go back to Mick in the studio. And it's just an empty chair with an IFB draped over it. I mean, I cannot even verbalize.
A sign on the chair. I quit.
I quit. Mistakes were made. I can't tell you what I would pay for that team to lose tonight. I don't even care. I'd lose my own money betting on the Pistons because they're going to win. But a loss tonight might actually force scorers to wake up. It would be the worst singular loss maybe in the entire NBA season. The Jazz are down any functional player, and they played last night, and it's 5 games in 8 nights. This is your game.
Let's go. This is the chair swirling.
Please
around.
lose.
Chair's just going around in circles.
Grant Long looks confused, like, where's Mickey? And it's just the chair spinning around. I can't put a price on that, Joy. David, name your favorite charity. They lose tonight. I'm giving the man above a tip. You send it wherever you want. Oh, man. All right, we'll get to more of your calls in a moment. I'm sorry.
We need somebody to host the show. Is anybody there?
If they went to a post game and both Mickey York and Grant Long walked off the set, what would happen?
Heck, maybe they put a call into Mateen.
Oh,
I don't
no.
know.
Johnny Kane would just do it.
Mateen.
Johnny Kane would just run up there and do it. He loves it.
The amount of big truck accidents that result in a fatality or serious injury in the state, numbers are staggering. The attorney you choose has to have specialized knowledge and expertise to handle these cases. That guy's David Femininia. Him and his team, they've helped victims of truck accidents for over 25 years, and they're ready to help you. If you've been injured in a big truck accident, call 855-65-CRASH or just go to that website, getdavidgetpaid.com. All right, let's get straight to the people on a host of different topics. Let's go to Sheldon, 97.1. Sheldon, what's going on?
I just wanted to say that I agree with you, Mike, and I'm usually not agreeing with you guys, but when you talk about the coach that we have with the team that we have with the Pistons, it's like you trying to make some Christmas cookies with a Santa Claus and a Christmas tree. It just don't fit. And when we out there shooting threes with guys that's slashers, or Killian Hayes is not even an NBA player, it's like it's killing us. And everything, to be honest with you, to be a 2-25 team, I don't even think that we are bad as 2-25. But a coach that's trying to shoot threes and trying to make us a defensive team by shooting bad threes and fast breaks running back the other way makes us 2-25. He's not a bad coach. It's his philosophy with the team that he's given that's making him look like a bad coach.
Yeah, and Sheldon, I'll add to it because you're not wrong. It's just this is part of there's two main problems. A, when someone really doesn't want the job and you have to bribe them to take it. But it's also the owner wanting something that I don't think the GM wanted. Then factor in that the biggest acquisition of your offseason was the coach. And we talked about it on these airwaves. That can't be your biggest acquisition. They had an offseason that included acquiring the dead body of Joe Harris for $20 million, paying $60 million to Beef Stew, who's nothing more than a rotational piece on a good team. It's just Sheldon. Oh, and by the way, drafting a young man who might turn out to be a good player in Asur Thompson, who shoots 14% from three. So, it's a mess, Sheldon. It's a total mess.
Well, the NBA, the team that's been winning the most championships was the Golden State Warriors, and they have two players that we've never seen before, like Steph and Thompson. And the NBA, when this dynasty happens, every team tries to look like that dynasty, and that's what happened to the NBA. Every team is turning into this analytical three-point shooting team, and we are the worst put together analytical three-point shooting team.
100%. You shoot the fewest threes in basketball, you make the fewest threes in basketball. It makes it nearly impossible to win in today's game.
And also I want to say real quick, in Detroit, we are a hard-nosed, defensive working fan base when it comes to basketball. We are this defensive fan base, and maybe that's what the general manager was trying to do, but why bring in a coach? That's all I really have to say.
He didn't bring him. Well, that's my point, though. Well, Sheldon, it's flawed in two ways. And I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but you got to let go of the past. Oh, we're going to win with defense and toughness. In the words of Liam Neeson, good luck. Second of all,
they're embracing the past. They're giving out the bad boy jacket. You can pre-order them. This is all you have if you're a Pistons fan.
Sell the jacket, sell the team. Sure, I don't care.
You gonna the future? You gonna hype that up?
Okay, but do you realize that the going to work Pistons had like a 25-game stretch of not allowing 80 points? This team's losing 25 games in a row. You can't win that way in today's NBA. So the fact that Troy, with 5 straight first-round picks, selected players who essentially shoot sub 30% from three, when league average is 35%. Rico, I'm not saying he intentionally drafted a team to lose, but it's as if he did.
No, it's just way too many reclamation projects. It looks like the backyard of Sanford & Son because none of the pieces fit.
I'm unfamiliar. Could you please take me through the backyard of Sanford & Son?
You never seen Sanford & Son?
I didn't say never. I just don't know the backyard layout of the home.
It was a junkyard is what I'm saying.
Perfect.
They ran a junk business. So you just had pieces. Nothing worked.
I'm willing to admit when I don't know something.
No. Nothing worked. And all your projects are just sitting there. Oh, there's Wiggins. There's this guy. There's this guy. Nobody's working. Nobody's doing anything. But you re-signed them. They can't shoot threes. So let's bring in a coach whose offense is shooting threes. I don't know what they're doing. They don't know what they were doing. I'm sure if Monty is there, Monty would probably want to move probably everybody. and say, I'll keep Cade.
But the point was, if you were hiring Monty, then you may as well have given him the right to shop for the groceries, because the GM, who seemingly didn't want him here, doesn't share that vision.
Right. So the offseason tells me who's in control. Because if all of a sudden you just see, it's almost like the Pistons hit the portal and they're all gone, and I'm just going to go and try and bring in as many players as I can and start from fresh, it means that Monty's in control. If everybody is still here, it means Weaver's in control.
Let's go to Vern, 97.1. What's up, Vern?
Hey, Mike. Great to hear from you again. It's been a while.
How are you, sir?
I'm all right. It's been a couple of months over here. So I'm gonna really quickly rattle through my point about the Lions-Vikings game, because I had a quick unrelated question for you, and I also had a riddle for you, if you wouldn't mind.
Okay.
So anyways, here's my point about the Lions-Vikings game. So I think it's going to be a walk in the park for the Lions, and I'll preface this saying I'm not a fan of any one team. It's going to be a walk in the park, and that's because of who is not playing under center in this game for Minnesota. And I think based on that, it should be like, what, are you scared of Nick Mullins and Jaron Hall? No, I mean, I'm sure they're...
it's not scared. It's more situationally. Like, I never like it when a team plays the best game they've played all year, and they got to go on the road against a team off a loss who's got to have it. That is just a tough situational spot.
I know. I hear you on that. But the thing is, the fact that Kirk isn't playing, I mean, that... He's a difference maker. Like I would be feeling nervous if Kirk Cousins was playing, but the fact that he isn't means like Detroit, you guys have this division in the bag. Absolutely. I mean, like the drop off from Kirk Cousins to Nick Mullins. Like Kirk, I'm gonna be frank with you, Kirk. If he finished out the entire season, he's probably the MVP of this year. That's who's not playing. And
here's the deal. Here's the deal. Here's what Mullins gives you. All right, Vern. This is the key. Mullins does what Dobbs refused. Dobbs, first guy's not open. I'm panicking. I'm running around, and now I've bounced the ball off of an athletic trainer. Mullins, for all of his faults, which is he will lose his mind and he will make some ridiculous, I think I'm Brett Favre throws. He will stand in the pocket. He will let things come open, and he makes throws. 15-yard out, 8-yard dig. He can hit guys. Look, last week he had he had 3 really bad decisions. One of them was a touchdown pass. It was a horrendous decision. It worked out. The other 2 were red zone turnovers. That's what cost him the game. Now that, and they couldn't execute a tush push, back-to-back downs. I've never seen it in my life. Nick Mullins ended up sideways twice.
Everybody's not Jalen Hurts. Let's just put it like that. It's not as easy as, well, we just all line up and everybody goes forward. Philly has perfected that move. And you see, that's why you can't ban the move, because everybody can't do it. Only Philly can, which means either get stronger or learn how to do better.
David, you look disgusted with his remark.
No.
When Philly lines up, you already know it's first down or it's a touchdown.
2 yards, and they're going to get it.
You have zero chance of doing this. Kansas City jumped. I forgot who it was. The lineman, D lineman, jumps over, and they literally just picked him up like he was crowd surfing. Like, nope, that doesn't work either. But Mullen, that was embarrassing.
Let's go to Will, 97.1. What's up, Will?
What up, Mike? What up, Rico?
How are you, sir? What's up?
Good, man. Listen, you guys speak the truth in this city. I'm not gonna lie to you, but they're like, you might think I'm talking harsh, but the rest of these sports broadcasters in the city are I don't want to say garbage, but they sugarcoat it. If you sit there and you watch, I don't know if I can say Fox 2 or whatever, Sunday Sportsworks, you got a guy from your station, and you got John Neo asking him questions about the Detroit Pistons. I love basketball. Hey, what's going on? This guy gives you a basic answer. Oh, they're not doing good, and we have to stop and do this on defense. They go to John Neo, ask him what's going on. I really can't tell you what's going on. But it's like, bro, just be honest and tell us what's going on in the city. We're garbage. Management, ownership, coaching. But it's like you're supposed to speak for the people, but because you don't want to lose a relationship with a player or a coach when you have to see them for interviews, but realistically, you're supposed to be representing the people.
But see, Will, let me say this. So let's unwind it a little bit, right? Because my thing is this. Okay. the old way of doing things is really a way no one cares about anymore. I have often said, I joke with Wojo about it all the time. He could write his most effective columns at home on the couch. The idea about relationships and access, it's all gone. Teams have their own websites. Teams have their own writers. Like, just call. No, I'm defending what you're saying. Just call it like you see it. It doesn't matter. Just say the team stinks. We can all see it. The house is on fire.
Besides you guys, I don't hear this from nobody. Like, I watch all these news stations, and I'm like, bro, just state the obvious, my man. Tell us what's going on, bro. Like, what are you sugarcoating for?
Go ahead, Rico.
Are you supposed to be a journalist, or you're sitting here on The View trying to be even with everybody?
Well, that line's been blurred for a long time.
There's no such thing. You may be right. Looks like Killian Hayes is a game time decision. Mike,
you know what I mean? Right. It's like John Madden telling you, all you got to do is get a stop on defense. Duh, bro. We know.
Will, I think if we score more points tonight, we're going to be okay.
The team who scores more will probably win.
No, I mean, Will, listen, and look, I admit it. What I don't have patience for is I have a hard time when people bleep on my head and tell me it's raining. And with certain outlets, Bally, it's just the most dishonest product in the world. If a team stinks, I'm not asking you to attack them. But please, for the love of God, can you just not pretend it's not happening? That's all I ask.
Thank you. That's what I'm saying, man. Just be real with the fan base, man. Just tell us we're garbage and we're heading nowhere.
Yeah, and you don't have to use the word garbage. Leave that for us. But yes, Will, you can just say,
you know what, things aren't looking good for this team.
Like, think about this. George Blaha is an effing legend. He's untouchable. George, just say it on the air. This is unacceptable.
You don't even have to go that far. You could simply just say, no. Guys, this just isn't looking good. I know they're young. I hope that next season brings better things, but right now, this is hard to watch.
Fine.
You're not saying they stink.
Right. You can't do it the way Will did it or the way we do it. But my point would be,
but acknowledge the fact, yeah, I see exactly what you see, and it ain't great.
Right. You can't do what they've done in the postgame where it's like, well, at least we got to see LeBron tonight. Like, oh my God. Come on now.
Hey, at least we got to see the Jazz G League team tonight.
Oh, what a blessing. Northville Lumber, we've talked about them for a long time. Largest Trex decking outlet in America. Nobody stocks more. Nobody sells more. It's Northville. Trex decking, lumber, lighting, railing, you name it, they got it. Move enough product to cover 26 football fields. How do they do that? They do it because it's all in stock. They don't have to pick up a phone and call somebody else to go and get it. They already have it. They have it, which means you get it. And at industry low pricing. You need someone to build that deck? No problem. They'll introduce you to a Trex certified pro. So call Northville Lumber today or just go to northvillelumber.com.
Brought to you by Lady Jane's. Michigan State is retaining receiver Montori Foster, who announced on Twitter Thursday afternoon he's returning for his 5th season with the Spartans. Foster led State in catches, receiving yards, and receiving touchdowns this past season. In other MSU news, Harlan Barnett is leaving his alma mater after 20 total seasons. Barnett told the Lansing State Journal Thursday he won't be part of new State head coach Jonathan Smith's staff, instead opting to explore coaching opportunities in college or the NFL. Barnett went 2-8 as interim head coach following Mel Tucker's unceremonious departure this past season. The Lions can end their 30-year division championship drought if they beat the Vikings on the road Sunday, but Detroit is officially in the playoffs if the Saints win in L.A. tonight on Thursday Night Football, where the Rams are a 4-point favorite. Speaking of droughts, it's been 54 days since the Pistons last won a basketball game. That was back on October 28th. The Pistons are 0-24 since. They'll try to end that franchise worst losing streak tonight when they host Utah. It may be Detroit's best chance to snap the skid for a while. The Jazz are without 50% of their offense, with 4 of their top 6 scorers officially out. Vegas thinks now is the time for Detroit too. The point spread has shifted sharply since Utah announced its inactives, from the Pistons getting 1.5 points to now laying 2. 56% of the public bets, including 89% of the money, are on Detroit tonight. Pre-game coverage starts here on 97.1 The Ticket at 6:45. I'm Beanie Howell. More at 6 or at 971theticket.com.
All right, time's running out to get health insurance for 24. You need to call Mike Papura right now. It is the only time you could change your coverage. Open enrollment ends soon. Mike Papura will shop every health insurance plan available. Make sure you get the best bang for your buck. We know it because Mike's been handling health insurance for over 30 years. He's the best. He will shop on and off the marketplace. He will find if you qualify for government subsidy. He will get you the lowest price guaranteed. Open enrollment's here. You want coverage for 24? You got to change that current plan you're not happy with? You need to act now. Call Mike Papura, 877-734-2200. That's 877-734-2200. Or simply go on the web, nbphealth.com. Remember, National Benefit Plans wants to be your health and life insurance agency for a lifetime. All right, David, a couple of ticket texts. We got Rieger down at B-Dubs. And then tomorrow, it's a Football Friday. Going to be heavy, heavy Lions next week. I'll be with you guys Wednesday on. And obviously, it's going to be one of the great sports weeks of the year. It's going to be Lions-Cowboys. It's going to be Michigan-Alabama. It's really as good as it gets. So, believe it or not, I'm actually pumped up to do it. So, David, what do we got?
The Utah Jazz just signed Paul Pierce and Dwayne Wade to a 10-day contract. Pistons are definitely going to lose by 15 tonight now.
Not happening.
Someone says, my last straw for Troy was when he traded for RJ Hampton. The man is obsessed with ex-lottery bums, Nick from Oak Park.
It's the truth, man. Okafor, Josh Jackson, Wiseman, Bagley. It's just bum after bum after bum. And it's one thing if you have a knack and it works. Like the Miami Heat are the kings of the undrafted free agent turning into gym class hero.
Yeah.
It's their thing.
The Duncan Robinsons of the world. Yeah, it works.
Gabe
here.
Vincent.
This is where number 2 overall picks come to die.
Couldn't have said it better myself. Won't try. David, go ahead.
I put $20 on the Pistons not winning another game this year, so I'm rooting hard tonight for a loss.
Come
that is
on,
from
man.
Joseph.
Okay. What is that, Jim Costa from his Catio?
Someone else said, Pistons are favored by 2.5, which means that is a holiday miracle, fellas. Let's celebrate it. Okay.
They're winning. I don't want it to happen, but it's going to happen. But, man, if it doesn't, that postgame show is going to be electric.
Boys.
Riggs.
Hello.
The dream.
We're down here at the Buffalo. No, Michael. You don't even need to say anything because I can sense the stress in your and Rico's voice. So I am Santa Claus right now. I give you hope that this can continue.
Okay.
I did a little searching, all right?
Yep.
Earlier this month, the Utah Jazz played 3 games in 4 nights like they're going to do tonight. And the only difference is they played at home against the Knicks. They beat them. The very next day, they went to Portland and beat the Trailblazers. Now, there was no Lauri Markkanen in that game as well. They were a little more healthy in that game, but it's kind of similar. And then you got to ask yourself, like, remember when the Pistons lost to the Grizzlies, like, with half a lineup? This could still happen, guys. No. It could still – there's no way Cade goes off for 43 again.
4 of their top 6 players representing 62.4 points a night aren't in the lineup. You're winning.
I don't want it to happen.
Neither do I.
I've been bummed out
Nobody
about this
does.
all day.
Nobody wants it because it's the only way to keep this in the spotlight nationally where we can hope to affect change. I'm with you, buddy.
Yeah, there's a big difference between this team getting the record. I mean, think about it. It wouldn't have been the same if the Lions went 1-15 that year, Rico.
Right.
They had to go 0-16.
Right. No, but Rico, like there might be another 20-some losing streak this year because they are truly that bad. My whole thing is when we put our whole body and mind into this losing streak and we've cheered for it so hard, we're not going to be able to see Kids Day at the LCA, which is really going to bum me out. Second of all, it can't end like this. Like if you jump up and you beat the Nets or you beat the Bucks, then you know what? Bless you. But it cannot end in charity.
No, it's gonna. So I hope you're ready.
No, this is. It's like the when the Tigers. What was it? Was it the Indians they played in that final game and
Twins?
The Twins, and they basically
Ron
said,
Gardenhire.
"We're not gonna we're gonna make sure you don't lose."
So what are you doing next? And second of all, does Wojo still work at the station?
I have no idea. Did you see the press release?
No.
That's all I can. No, I'm kidding.
Oh, I'm like, what?
I think Wojo's on vacation. Then he'll be in Pasadena with all his Michigan buddies. So you'll see Wojo next year, I think.
Okay, then.
Or hear him. We got like a very short show up until Pistons basketball. So it's just a rooting question. Pistons and Jazz, who you're rooting for, and are you rooting for the Lions to get the postseason berth tonight?
No.
Or
Sunday.
Are you rooting for Matthew Stafford to win, setting up the greatest playoff game in Ford Field history, even though it's the only playoff game in Ford Field history?
Choice B. Bring
Me
it.
too.
I want Stafford to win. Let's set it up. Let's do it. I love
Kick his
it.
ass home.
Love it.
Could you imagine Kelly coming here? She'll be throwing soft pretzels.
Yeah, I don't want to
That'd
think
be
about
amazing.
that. Okay. Tomorrow.
I'm going to get her on your show.
No, thank you. Football Friday tomorrow. Big time. We'll talk to everybody
Have
at
fun,
2.
Riggs.
Riggs, be good, buddy. Keep the faith.
Love you guys. Let's cheer hard tonight. Let's cheer hard.
Good night, man.